Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to day 10 of the 138th Wimbledon Championships, here with two great matches coming away on centre court, plus also on number one court. We'll be having live updates throughout the day as well. Well, it's time for the quarterfinals to see who's going to face who into the semis. We're in for a very thrilling fight, and really, after a surprising couple of days at Wimbledon, it could be just a simple day here with two people who we're expecting to easily progress forward to the semi-finals. Without further ado, let's hand it down for our first match to our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio.
Against Ben Shelton. So let's look ahead to those matches, starting on centre court, Claire. And up first, Mira Andreeva against Belinda Bencic. Well, earlier today, Andreeva's coach, Conchita Martinez, joined the Wimbledon radio channel, and she told us that Mira can beat anyone.
She's been doing great. She's been playing very good, and she stayed very, very focused until now. So I want her to continue to stay this focused, to keep on believing and just play point after point, because that's the most important thing. She can go point by point and never lose her temper, because when she does that, I think she can beat anybody.
Mira, only 18 years of age, and yet such an accomplished player already, Claire. She's taken out some very big names, the biggest names in the sport, with what she's done this season. But is she a genuine contender, do you think, to win Wimbledon this year?
I've been so impressed with Mira Andreeva up until this point in the championship. She comes into this match tomorrow. She hasn't dropped a set during the tournament, but she's got so much intelligence about the way that she plays the game. She plays with shape, she plays drop shot, she comes to the net. She's got a great serve, and I think she's learning to have more and more composure on the court in these big stages. The fact that she has Conchita Martinez as her coach, she's been here before, she's won the championships back in 1994, and they have a lot of fun together, and that's really what you see. There's a lot of fun and there's a lot of respect there, and I do believe that Mira Andreeva, despite the fact that she's 18 years of age, she has been around the sport long enough and played against the top players and been in this environment to start to really believe that she can win the championships. And why can't she do it this year?
Well, second on centre tomorrow, Novak Djokovic faces the Italian Flavio Cobolli, and Djokovic reached this stage after defeating Alex de Minaur in the previous round. He didn't have it all his own way, and he discussed that after the match.
It wasn't a great start for me. He was solid, as I expected him to be. The windy, swirly conditions on the court, they were quite extreme today, to be honest, comparing to any other day that we had so far in the tournament. It was a big challenge, and honestly, big relief to finish the match, in 4 sets.
So, Claire, do you think Djokovic will be affected by the slow start in the previous round?
I think that's just going to incentivise Djokovic to raise his game, and we know that this is a player who has been to this stage more than anybody else in the draw. But he had a slow start. I didn't think he moved his feet particularly well. That was probably the one aspect for me when I was watching it, that it was unusual to see Djokovic like that. But he knows at this stage of the tournament, everything is about upgrading and just making those little changes. I think he's going to perform very well tomorrow.
And what about the challenge of Flavio Cobolli? I mean, he's quite the athlete, isn't he?
He's a very athletic guy. He's got a great team beside him. He's very passionate as well, and he can perform at a very, very high level. Probably the question marks about Cobolli is what level will he bring to the court against Djokovic, and how does he feel about being in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, playing against the great man in Novak Djokovic in that match? Will he have the composure to be able to execute his game plan in such a big match?
Moving on to the Court 1 programme tomorrow, and Iga Swiatek taking on Ludmila Samsonova. Iga's through to the quarterfinals here for the second time in her career, and it's her 12th Grand Slam quarterfinal overall. She's been discussing that achievement.
Every match different stats, I don't even know how to answer that. I'm just happy that I'm so consistent.
Okay, let's join our colleagues at centre court as the players are coming out and we're getting set for the first match of the day to get underway here. It's the quarterfinals and we're all set.
A warm welcome to centre court. A terrific ovation for the first players of the day in a ladies' quarter-final singles match. Mira Andreeva, just 18 years of age, about to play in her first Wimbledon quarter-final against a woman who's 10 years her senior, the 28-year-old Swiss Belinda Bencic, who is also about to play in her first quarter-final here at Wimbledon. Both of them have been further than the quarter-final stages of a Grand Slam. You have to go back to the US Open of 2019, when Bencic advanced to the semi-finals there, and you have to go back only to last year's Roland Garros, when Andreeva advanced to the last four of the clay court Grand Slam. She made the quarters this year. Bencic didn't feature at Roland Garros, but certainly a player who has come back with some fine form, perhaps surprising herself with the form that she's brought since she became a mum. Let's join them with the umpire for the spin of the coin.
Welcome. Not much to say. Same condition as the previous rounds. Live electronic line calling and surf clock in use. Towels. Belinda, green box for you. And you take the other one, okay? Any questions? No? It's heads or tails? Heads is called. It's tails you choose? Receive. You stay? Sure. Yes, sure.
So Mira Andreeva has chosen to receive, and she will begin the match in a few minutes' time after the warm-up from the far end, opposite to the Royal Box, which today is graced by Her Majesty the Queen and many other VIPs and dignitaries, some sporting greats amongst them, thespians as well. And here again for this majestic occasion on a lovely sunlit lawn, the middle part of the second week. Barry Milnes here with you, and delighted to be joined by Jill Krabus, the former American pro and coach. Jill, I mean, you can sense it in the noise of the crowd behind us, the sort of excitement, the anticipation of what's to come. And I think these two players could put on a great show. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a fantastic contest. They've never played each other before, so relatively new to each other. Of course, they're very familiar with each other's games, potentially could have practiced together, but this is going to be exciting. You have someone just 18 years of age, someone that all eyes have been on her recently, especially this year. She's had such a fantastic year. Andreeva leading up to this moment, and Bencic, who's been around for a long time now, of course, a new mother since last year, and different stages of their career for sure, but this is the first opportunity for both of them to try and make their first semi-final at Wimbledon.
In terms of grass court form and pedigree, Bencic, a winner of the Eastbourne title. That was 10 years ago now,
yep.
But she's been to numerous other finals on the WTA Tour. What do you think perhaps has held her back from surpassing, the semis and going all the way perhaps to a major title? She has been the Olympic champion. She was
yep.
in the not last Olympics, but the one before that, which ultimately was played in 2021 because of the pandemic. But yeah, just is there something perhaps that she doesn't have about her game to beat the very best over the course of 7 matches?
So if I had to be picky about one thing, it's probably a little bit more firepower. I think if you think of the ones at the top, like a Sabalenka, Rybakina, Coco Gauff, even Swiatek has power in that heavy spin. She's a very consistent player. I think one of the biggest assets of Bencic's game is how early she takes the ball and takes time away from her opponent. To me, that's the biggest thing. I think that causes so many problems for players. If she can add a little bit more firepower, I think that would help her excel to even higher standards.
Indeed. Well, she's facing a teenage phenomenon, isn't she, in Mira Andreeva, winner already of some significant titles, winning Dubai and Indian Wells back-to-back on the hard courts, and yet, as I mentioned, she's been a semi-finalist already on the clay at Roland Garros, now a quarter-finalist here. She has a fantastic game with such variety, doesn't she? And with Conchita Martinez at the helm, her coach, the experience there, the fun they have, but also the hard work and the knowledge she's gleaning. It just seems that she's on this upward trajectory to the top of the game.
And you make a great point about the variety. I felt like I saw that a lot in her 4th round match against Emma Navarro. You could see the influence that Conchita had, I think in particular in that match with the way she was playing. She was almost giving Navarro a different look on every single ball that she was hitting. The heavy forehand, the slice, backhand, the chip on the forehand, even the drop shot. Then she would come into net. And it's so exciting to see someone so young be able to have the development of all those tools already. And I think that's part of the reason why Conchita was excited about this partnership. They've been together as coach-player a little just over a year.
Yeah, it's been certainly working so well, and the fun they've had off the court. And in fact, yesterday, Mira going out to coach, in inverted commas, Conchita in a Legends match, and she was all dressed up. She looked gorgeous with her Wimbledon hat on, and she'd made a big poster supporting Señorita Conchita.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
it said, "You are golden."
Yeah.
It was great. No, it's one thing to say you're going to do it, but she was out there holding up the sign nonstop. It was great.
She's made for the big stage, isn't she? She's very comfortable in the spotlight and a very engaging personality. And Belinda Bencic now as a mum, how that's kind of transformed her approach to this whole thing, that she has time away, obviously bigger things to focus on than hitting tennis balls. But now the focus is very much on those. So Belinda Bencic will begin proceedings here once she's ready. She's just actually gone back to put her blue towel correctly in the box behind her.
Belinda Bencic to serve.
Timo Jansen, the umpire, in charge of this, and it will be Bencic under her white tennis visor, hair tied in a bun, who serves from the roll box end and gets a forehand return heavy to her backhand side, but she's got a strong backhand herself, uses that up the line, then pushed cross court by Andreeva, who's having another big swing at the forehand, put a bit of pressure on, and now Andreeva, nice try, but just didn't execute the volley there because she created pressure. Jill came forward just with that two-handed attempt on the backhand volley, put that one in the net.
Well, it was the absolute right move. I think she just got a little bit of a slow start up to that fall. I think she just recognized too late that Bencic was in trouble, could have had a quicker step forward up to the volley.
Bencic to serve, second point to the backhand, but a clear fault called by the electronic line calling system. Spent over 8 hours on the court, Bencic, to reach this, her first Wimbledon quarter-final. And Andreeva's attempt at that return going long off the backhand. By comparison, Andreeva, just 5 hours, 26 minutes, has won all 4 matches so far in straight sets, including the clash with Emma Navarro in the previous round, the number 10 in the world. Dropped just 5 games to do that, but the variety she brought there, taking the pace off at times, but also using power, slice, everything. Goes to the backhand, comes back strongly though to her backhand, and it's another mistake off that wing from Andreeva that gives Bencic a 40-love lead in this opening game. Her previous round was a victory, a tighter match against Ekaterina Alexandrova, the number 17. She also had a real battle, almost 3 hours, with Elisabetta Cocciaretto, who beat Jessica Pegula at the start of the championships. Bright sunshine here, sun on the back of the Swiss, who serves into the net. Waits for that ball to be taken out of the way. Andreeva swaying a little bit as she waits in her return position, a meter behind the baseline. Forehand hits short to the backhand side, a looping backhand deep to the baseline from Bencic, who then runs across, covers with the forehand, has to take another on the forehand wing. Andreeva then a very strong shot into that backhand corner. She's got a ball to attack now with the forehand, and does, and she gets her first point of this matchup, which is a first meeting between the two, and it was a very handsome strike down the line.
Yeah, it was more powerful on that forehand from Andreeva. She gets such good rotation and height every time she uses that down the line forehand and targets the corner, which really pushed Bencic back in that point.
Bencic, who is currently ranked 35th in the world, but once upon a time she was up to number 4. 23 wins so far this year for her, 36 for Andreeva, who blocks a return back to the backhand, comes sharply to her two-hander, and again she's under pressure there. So Bencic looking to attack that wing a fair bit, and it works well enough there. She's got the first game.
We can see how much Bencic favors that backhand side on that return that was in the center of the court. She actually moved around to make sure she got the backhand. That's the side that she trusts the most, Bencic. And Barry, you mentioned, I'm going to just focus on Bencic right now. You mentioned her last round against Alexandrova. That was a great win for her because she actually came into Wimbledon having lost to Alexandrova in Bad Homburg on the grass. So the fact that she came back here and was able to win in that fourth round, she said the one thing that she felt she did so much better in that match was that she was a lot braver.
Yes.
In that match, and she's going to need that today as well, considering the circumstances, considering how consistent Andreeva is at the back of the court.
Yes, indeed. She was quite emotional after that win.
Yeah.
But achieving something she hadn't done pre-motherhood, so looking to really make the most of the next phase of her career. But her first return of the Andreeva serve is a forehand long. Oh, the blonde-haired Andreeva, also with a tennis visor. She's got her hair tied in a ponytail. Both with sleeveless white dresses. The second serve now clips the tape. Andreeva, who has an elder sister, Erica, who plays on the tour, but not quite to the level that Mira manages. And that, though, a serve that's gone long, perhaps just getting settled in here. Andreeva yet to really hit her stride. Conchita Martinez, the former Wimbledon champion of 1994, beating Martina Navratilova that day for her solitary major title, but won many besides in terms of tour level, and so much experience. And obviously that was I remember how kind of a surprise it was, because she was regarded more as a clay courter, but she played beautifully that year. Backhand reply to the serve, deep, and it's too long again. Andreeva hasn't found the range at the moment.
Well, I was just thinking this is going to be a little bit of a different tempo for Andreeva compared to the previous match against Navarro. Navarro gave her a little bit of a longer time to see the ball, just because Navarro stands further back. And so it's going to be a different pace, not from the power, but from the court position of Bencic.
Just missing with that serve. Second one now as she serves right-handed. The blue dark frame racket turns to a backhand, doesn't hit that cleanly. Got lucky that landed in the backhand wing, but Bencic loves to hit the backhand. She's gone for one down the line, but she's missed it wide.
Well, this is kind of going to be a battle of the backhands. Actually, both of them favor that backhand side. Bencic again likes to take that step forward into the court to cut off the ball, to take it early, where Andreeva gives herself a little extra time but still strikes it just as well.
Bearing in mind it's a first meeting between these two, so it might take a while to really get used to what the other's doing. But a decent serve and a return in the net from the Swiss. And of course, we had a very famous, and even more famous, Swiss player up in the Royal Box a couple of days ago when Andreeva was here, and she talked about the fact that she'd kept her focus, didn't look up in the Royal Box, and then she was up. Was it a break in the second set, having eased through the first, and she took a peek and then saw Roger Federer, no less, and from there on she got a bit tight, but found a way finally to win through. She's now putting a little drop shot attempt, but that was a little lacking. Of course, she does have rich variety in her game, but at the moment it's a bit hit and miss from Andreeva in the early stages here.
I would have been super nervous. I would not want to know who's in the Royal Box.
Well, especially seeing Roger, bearing in mind,
Exactly.
yes, the experience you've had that you've relayed to us.
And she had just previously said if anyone would be on the Royal Box, who would you pick? And she said Federer, and then all of a sudden he was there.
A serve right on the service box line. Yes, it must have been a little bit unsettling. Indeed it was, but she does cope, generally speaking, with the spotlight, with the pressure situations so well. I mean, you just look at the matches that she won, those big titles she claimed earlier in the year, Dubai and Indian Wells back-to-back. Phenomenal serve there. That was 118 miles an hour. It clipped the frame of Bencic's racket and flew back behind her. So Andreeva, tricky as it was, has held on. It's 1-all first set. well, that might help her to settle a bit more here. And you can hear there Conchita talking to her from close by, hitting the ball, telling her to accelerate through the shot. Come on, she says. Bencic now at the far end to serve with the sun will be in her eyes. She just checked the position, get the ball toss where she wants it, but the serve doesn't go where she wants it. That's in the net. It is a warm afternoon, fair bit of humidity. It's just a beautiful day here in London. One of many for the remainder of the championships, we're told. It will be. Good return. Low ball dug out there by Andreeva. Goes to the backhand side, but then that's somewhere she perhaps needs to avoid, because when she hits with a slice down that line, it's into the Bencic backhand, which is her great strength.
Right, and it worked against Navarro, actually, to get that chip long and deep to the backhand side of Navarro, but that's going to feed into Bencic's biggest strength. She can hit that ball anywhere. That down the line was open, but she's so capable of getting the backhand angle off the court as well. But she's so good at adapting, Andreeva. I don't think it's going to take her long to figure out that she can use that variety that she has.
Hits a forehand return down the middle, takes another ball on the backhand side, both hitting fiercely, and eventually one on the forehand wing. That breaks down for Bencic, puts it in the net. And I would imagine that Andreeva will try and direct a fair bit of traffic to that side of the Swiss game.
That's where you can pressure Bencic a little bit, but it has to be on the run too. If she has time to set up, Bencic's forehand is great, but if you can pressure that side with pace, get her slightly off balance, that's where she can struggle.
Serve to the backhand, down the centre of the reply, and too long from Bencic. Just looks up to her team. Ian Hughes, who is her coach, and the team up there. But a bit of pressure here on Bencic in the third game at 15-30. She's been broken 8 times in the course of the first 4 rounds. 6 times Andreeva has been broken. But one of the players who advanced without dropping a set to this quarter-final stage. First serve was not over the net. The second one now, the high ball toss, backhand driven back deeply into the backhand corner. It clips the tape, I think. It's dug out by Andreeva. Drive volley winner from Bencic, stepping forward to that.
And I love that about Bencic's game on this surface is when that ball goes up, or when she sees her opponent on the stretch, on the defense, struggling on the defense, she will take that ball out of the air. She is so good on that swing volley.
Sets herself to serve again. Andreeva just in front of the roll. Box hits a deep return with the forehand. Starting to find the groove, I think. And hitting a backhand now down deep to the forehand side. Bencic gets there, defends it. Now the drop shot, she's got to come up too quickly. She goes with a very good backhand cross-court pass. Raced back, prepared well, and fired that past Andreeva. But that was a question, a tough one asked, and she had the answer on that occasion.
Actually wasn't that bad of a drop shot. Yeah, it had some height on it, but Bencic was so far behind the baseline. But Bencic was super quick with the feet to get up to that ball. I almost would prefer Andreeva, for Andreeva's point of view, to hit that drop shot more to the forehand side of Bencic. Yeah.
But it was very good footwork. She had to sort of reorganize herself in the midst of that run to time it the way she met the ball. 40-30, first serve again has gone in the net. Looks up to the sun and serves right-handed. That clips the tape. Not much pace on that serve, only 81 miles an hour. The next serve to the backhand, replies fierce to the forehand. It's a swatted forehand back defensively from Bencic, but she's on the run again on the forehand side. She's done really well to hit that to a length and got it back into the rally here, but now again she's been forced to go across and hit that kind of squash got forehand, and then she's just overhit a routine drive. Well, I say routine, but a natural forehand drive attempt down the line, and that's gone long.
Well, I know what you mean, because it was actually the shot throughout that rally that you felt like she had the most time on the ball. But I think because she had been scrambling and running from side to side 5 or 6 shots in a row, all of a sudden overdid it a little bit. It felt like she finally had the opportunity to create something and just pressed on the forehand.
Her fastest serve so far is 109 miles per hour. 118, the quickest from Andreeva. Generally has the heavier strike in that department. A fault again, though, from the Swiss's first serve. Forehand with shape on it. Another one, but a bit too much power and didn't quite time that. She attempted to give it a lot of topspin. And Andreeva just walks to the other side and pulls on that blonde ponytail, adjusts her visor. Bencic taking a little while, but has the time still on the clock to come up here and stand on that worn patch of ground now, very worn behind the baseline, to serve at advantage. Forehand reply to that serve. Now backhand defensively from Andreeva. And it's wide from Andreeva, so Bencic does hold again and leads 2-1 in the first match of the day here. Flavio Cobolli of Italy to take on Novak Djokovic later on. And over on the #1 court, Iga Świątek already a set to the good against Ludmila Samsonova. Świątek looking more comfortable, I think, Jill, this year than she has done previously here on the grass, and obviously making a good start today against the 19th seed.
Yeah, I think she's been looking great. Actually, her last couple rounds in particular, I think what is apparent to me is how well she's moving. I mean, it sounds strange to say that because she's one of the best movers, of course. But I think on this surface, she's just increased the speed, covering the forehand side exceptionally well, which I think is she's doing a better job of than I've seen her in the past on the grass. And coming in with some confidence, she made the final of a grass court event. That would have given her confidence coming into Wimbledon. I do feel like maybe she's almost kind of enjoying that she's kind of under the radar right now. Maybe not anymore.
No.
But I just think that's what stood out to me. She looks so much quicker on the grass this year.
It was a strong first week walk for her, under the radar, as it were. And yes, of course, now, you know, there's no hiding the spotlight on her, but she just seems happier on the court again with what she's trying to do, because she's been through some tricky times. Hasn't made a final until that one recently, since last year's Roland Garros.
That's right, yeah.
Well, which one of these two might make the semi-finals here for the first time? Will it be Andreeva or Bencic? A few empty seats, but not many, to be honest. It's obviously a great ticket to have today on the second Wednesday of the championships, to be here on the centre court. The great and the good up in the royal box, and many more besides gathered around. And hopefully wherever you're listening to us on the Wimbledon radio channel, you feel like you're right here alongside, as Andreeva serves down the middle, but just missing that T-junction. Bencic, left foot slightly further forward, waiting at an angle, hits a return fiercely. It's defended off the forehand wing by Andreeva, who then tries to hit back, but miscues. And you heard the umpire calling out, because that was so far out that the electronic system doesn't register that one.
What a powerful return from Bencic. Andreeva actually covered it well, but her defensive shot, Bencic immediately up way inside the court.
Serve to the forehand wing, taken on the forehand, down the line then from Andreeva. She's got a short ball to come in and attack, and then she just puts a very smart little sort of paddle up to the ball and lets it run off the strings back over the net for a winner.
Yeah, smart. Didn't need to do too much with that, but got up so quickly. It looked like she was going to get aggressive on the ball, and then just quickly changed to the drop shot. Great disguise.
Body serve, just too much on that. Waits for the ball to be collected. Now Andreeva serves again to the backhand, and that's a cross-court return wide from Bencic, who's just wiped her brow with one of those wristbands, both of them with 2 wristbands each. And it's Andreeva trying to get her second game of this contest, which she serves now down the middle, comes to her backhand, then she's under pressure. That was a really fine length ball with pace on it from Bencic.
Again, just a quick return. Andreeva had to react quickly off that return. Anything short in the court, you know, Benčić is just going to be on top of the ball.
You can hear the weight of that shot, the serve, 115 miles an hour. The second one now after the fault, backhand reply again to the forehand. It's a sliced forehand cross from Andreeva. Her next shot is a forehand down the line. It's a defensive backhand from Benčić, then a little attempt at the drop shot a la Carlos Alcaraz, but she doesn't make it. It's gone in the net, and the crowd kind of groan as they see that.
It was the one that she missed a lot in her previous match as well, the forehand drop shot. She was actually executing on the backhand side exceptionally well, but that forehand, she ended up eventually doing a good job of it, but it took her a while to find the range on the forehand dropper.
Good serve though, down the middle. Service winner, 118 miles an hour again. Yeah, I mean, with a forehand drop shot, you're kind of having to open the face, cock the wrist a bit, whereas, and the hand back, whereas with a backhand, you can kind of play with it, can't you? Is that right?
Well,
Makes it easier, generally speaking.
Well, I think also it's more natural on the backhand because
Yes.
you practice slicing too.
There we go. That's what I should have said. It's a good held in the end. Again, putting pressure coming forward behind her. Second strike, Andreeva, and it's a long shot from Benčić. Too far beyond the baseline. 2 games all.
But you were getting there because of the no, because the angle of the racket head. I know exactly what you were saying, Barry. You were there.
Thank you.
No, but
Just
because you naturally practice the defensive slice quite a bit, so I think that angle is more natural when you're incorporating the drop shot. Where in the forehand, I mean, no, you don't necessarily practice forehand slices.
No, thank goodness you're here.
We're a team.
We definitely are. 2 all. As these two tilt for a place in the semi-finals. A miscued return and then a power drive into the forehand wing, but Andreeva's defending that. She's now put a drop shot in. It's a test. It's off the net called from Benčić, but there's space to go back behind, and Andreeva, she's so good at seeing space so quickly and hitting the right shot. She didn't try and drag it across because Benčić was going that way. She went back behind her very smartly.
Well, she also hit the drop shot to the forehand side at that point, I think. And that's what's impressive about Andreeva, just 18 years old, how quickly she can pick up when she needs to change something, when something's working. She's very aware on the court all the time.
Benčić had love 15 in this 5th game from the Royal Box end. Served down the middle, the ball reared up there off the tee, I think, at Andreeva, and caught her out on her attempt. Benčić back in the shade briefly, just taking advantage of that with the perimeter roof, casting a shadow at the back of the court just in front of the Royal Box. But the main court very much sunlit at the moment. Serve out wide, forehand very long.
Oh, it's a great serve. Took a little bit of pace off that one. It was a lot of slice added to that. It was just 87 miles an hour, but it was so effective because she targeted the shorter part, just really curved away from Andreeva.
A little breeze around Benčić, who now serves this, catches the tape again, as a fair number of her serves have done. They're both at 63% first serves in play. Benčić winning 70% of hers, Andreeva 80% of hers, but it's on the second serve where Andreeva initially was having a bit of a struggle. Good serve to the backhand, single-handed shot from Andreeva. This is a ball that's going to be thumped into the court for a winner by Benčić because it just got over the net on her side. She had plenty of time to line that up and hit the bounce smash.
And something Benčić, I think, has improved since she's taken to the court after giving birth to a daughter, is that serve. That was something that sometimes she can throw in some double fault, sometimes struggled with, but it's been very good since she's got back onto the court.
Serve to the backhand, strong reply right off the baseline. It's whipped back by Benčić. Another drop shot attempt by Andreeva, but she's walking back now to her chair because that went in the net and the game has gone to her opponent. Of what I've seen of Belinda Benčić, who picked up another title this year in Abu Dhabi, I mean, that was a great sort of early achievement for her this season, is the fact that she is obviously fiercely competitive, but she was somebody pre having a baby who was very fired up on the court and at times overly so, and got pretty negative
The
and
emotional,
angry.
yeah, the emotions.
And she seems to be much more controlled now in her emotion and is benefiting from that.
I 100% agree. That's something she actually has addressed, because she said she feels like you would. I mean, all the players that have had kids and come back, they've all said that their perspective has changed quite a bit. And she says not so, everything doesn't have to be so perfect, because now having a daughter, everything can't be perfect. You have to adjust to motherhood and that type of life. By the way, she's hugely credited her husband, because she's like, it's not just about me being a mom. He's taking a lot of the responsibility as well, which has been helpful. But that changes, because as we know, tennis players are such perfectionists, but it can be detrimental if you're over the top trying to make things too perfect. So that has been great for her.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a very interesting first 5 games, 23 minutes played. But neither player yet has got to break point, let alone breaking through. And it'll be Mira Andreeva, once the crowd has settled, who will start this 6th game from the Royal Box end. Again, the sun coming through very brightly on centre court. Cracking serve that is certainly starting to come with regular major pace from Andreeva. That was 116. Not
She's
quite her quickest, but it's been strong.
Yeah, she's serving so good right now, winning 82% of her first serve points so far.
Yeah, just 2 that she's conceded. That one just beyond the service box. But getting settled in now to this matchup. Their first encounter, pushed back by the cross-court from Bencic's backhand, and then Bencic with precision hitting. That was a clinical, excellent drive off the two-hander down the line. It is the area where she really has strength. World-class hitting there by Bencic, and Andreeva's got to go there with something a bit more, or she'll get the ball thumped back like that. That was a long serve, I should say. Second serve now, decent down the middle, but the drive again off the backhand is a winner. And Bencic creating some problems here.
She's so smooth on that backhand side that it's tough to tell where she's going to go. She could easily take that inside out as well. She has such good precision on the backhand.
.15:30, serve in the net. So a lack of first serves in this game. It's certainly giving Bencic a chance here to perhaps do some damage for the first time. Again, it was to the backhand. It's dug out, driven back to the two-hander. Now the forehand up the line from Andreeva. She's forced deep on the backhand side. And Bencic is really taking charge of this, being the more proactive. She's on her baseline. Andreeva's having to dig that one out with a forehand. She's done well, though, to keep doing it. Now she goes cross-court. That's a strong shot. It might turn the point in her favour. Indeed it does. Out of defence. One big attacking ball, and that was it.
It was an excellent combination, because it sliced down the line, had a little bit more knife to it, more depth, and Bencic wanted to keep it away from Andreeva's backhand, so she went back down the line, but was just too short. And such a good shot selection from Andreeva, that high, heavy ball cross into the corner.
30 all. Serve.
Net. First serve.
Catches the band, the white band, on top of the net. So a reload required for Mira Andreeva, this 18-year-old phenomenon who has certainly taken to the professional game so strongly. And what a serve that! Bencic flinging herself to her left, but she just couldn't put anything on the ball. It was past her in a flash.
She is serving so well right now, Andreeva. She's had a couple tight games, and in the big points, she's come up with a huge serve.
Only her first ace today, in fact the first ace of the contest, and she's only managed 10 so far in the championships. However, the quality of the serving and the quality behind it, as we saw there, her backhand winner was excellent. So Bencic, who would have hoped perhaps to get more out of that game, is rebuffed there by Andreeva's quality. And it's 3 games all in the first set.
Well, a big serve, and right there, the biggest backhand she's hit in this first set. Andreeva, again, understanding, just needed to put a little extra power behind the last backhand.
So Bencic to serve the last game with these tennis balls. There'll be new ones for the next. Net serve, there's a little white butterfly hovering perilously close to the path of the serve. I think just coming away from the court now. As Bencic serves this one to the forehand. It's a sliced forehand reply. It's a deep shot to the backhand corner. Hoisted lob by Andreeva under the drive volley. Winner, beautifully taken by Bencic. A lot of time to set it up and think about it, but she was perfectly focused. She was brave with that, and she landed it well.
I feel like she could have easily taken an overhead on that, but she trusts her swing volley so much that she actually backed away from the net even further to catch it as a forehand swing volley.
Andreeva, a meter or so behind. Backhand reply. Good serve, though. Too strong for that return. That goes long.
I feel like Bencic is holding a little bit easier right now than Andreeva, even though Andreeva's backing her first serve pretty well with 85% first serve points. Bencic, not a bad percentage either, 79%.
Yep, she's lost only 5 points behind her serve. This return is sharp to her forehand, but she manages to deal with that. Now she's got to her strength, the backhand cross. She's got a ball to attack from just inside the baseline and puts that away with a forehand. So another winner from the Swiss, who now has 8 winners, only 3 unforced errors, 7 winners and 9 unforced from Andreeva. It was such an achievement when she won the Olympic gold medal back in 2021. Meant so much to her to do that, and that means a fair bit as well, I'm sure, because she's held to love. A rapid hold to take the 7th game and leads by 4 games to 3 in this first set. Well, these two are, I think, going to produce perhaps one of the matches. The way this is sort of shaping up, do you get that feel about it?
It's very high quality right now, yeah. Very high quality. Like I said, I was intrigued by this matchup from the start, knowing that they hadn't played each other, knowing how well Bencic has been playing and how, she got that last win over Alexandrova, who she had just lost to the week prior to Wimbledon. And Navarro, the way she tactically was so smart in her match against Navarro, just mixed it up, completely took the rhythm away from Navarro. And I was curious to see if she was going to bring that against Bencic, who is similar, who likes the rhythm, likes that ball into her racket. And so far, I don't feel like Andreeva's been trying to change it up, but the one shot she hasn't been able to use as much, I think, is that high, heavy forehand that she consistently used against Navarro. Just because Bencic's ball, how early she takes it and how flat it is, it stays a lot lower, so it's tough to actually create that type of ball. I think we're going to see Andreeva still try and throw that in if she can.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just caught sight of Bencic's father up there watching intently and applauding her efforts, and this has certainly been a fine beginning from them both. Perhaps her a little better than Andreeva at this stage. As you were saying, Jill, she's been able to hold her serves very comfortably so far. Andreeva serving with new balls from the far end now, and she's put under pressure by that forehand from her opponent, and then nets her reply to it. Bencic, who'd reached the 4th round here 3 times previously. Forehand to the backhand drive. That's looping, though, and that was the bigger forehand there from Andreeva that you were talking about, Jill.
Well, I think because Bencic chipped that forehand back, so it gave Andreeva the opportunity to use that heavy forehand. And if you can get it above the shoulders more of Bencic, that was a perfect example. It's just tougher to handle, and that backhand flew on Bencic well long.
3-4, 15 all, just resets, and now tries to serve this out wide, and she's found the ace. Well, that's another one to her name. The placement, the ability to kind of pretty much do anything on the court already. At just 18 years of age, it's remarkable. Very exciting talent. And the next serve not able to clear the net. That's fielded by a ball go very smartly back to her mark by the umpire's chair. Second serve now, kicks up, lash on the forehand drive from Bencic. She really went after that, but the flat strike going too far.
I like that, though. That still pressure that Bench is trying to apply. It wasn't a bad strike. Andreeva will still fuel that a little bit as far as thinking about how accurate and good her second serve has to be.
That's a good hold herself to 15. Service winner, the serve not returned that time. So 4 games all it is. And a reminder, in case you're wondering in the draw who will face the winner. Well, will it be Iga Świątek? It's looking like it might be. The Polish 8th seed, the former world #1, is going strong against Samsonova on the #1 court. There is dedicated commentary from that if you want to retune and listen in. Andreeva, who had a couple of great wins against Świątek en route to those 2 WTA 1000 titles back-to-back, Dubai and Indian Wells. Into the next game, slice forehand again from Andreeva to the backhand, but it's driven firmly by Bencic, and again she's gone down the centre of the court with the backhand. She's absolutely creaming the ball, and it is an Andreeva backhand under pressure that goes in the net.
Well, they're both, I mean, this is tough because they're both looking extremely confident. When Bencic has been having some pretty straightforward service games, I say that now this could be a little bit tighter. But, and Andreeva in particular, when it's been a tight service game, she's come up with some great serves.
Bencic threw the ball up in the air, but it was too far in front, lets it drop and reloads to serve now. Down the middle, forehand reply to her backhand. She's had to hit that fairly defensively. This one, she's gone wide too, gone cross court, comes back. Well, it comes back wide and a bit long from Andreeva. Just got on her a bit too quickly.
Andreeva looked just slightly impatient. I was surprised she went for such a big shot. She wasn't pushed so far outside the doubles alley, but just desperately wanted to get that winner on that last backhand.
Serve to the backhand, down the tee it went, and then a backhand that went into the net from Bencic against a player who had those great successes in Dubai and Indian Wells, but since then hasn't quite managed to advance all the way and claim any more titles, but a succession of quarterfinals, Madrid and Rome for Andreeva, also at Roland Garros and most recently at Bad Homburg, and now this one here at Wimbledon. Not a good return into the net.
It's just completely off balance on that. Bencic using a little bit more kick, more topspin on that serve. Threw Andreeva off guard.
Andreeva 2 meters behind the baseline, leaning forward, swing, just gently twiddles the racket, waits for this. Forehand reply will go long. It was well placed, work on it, and Andreeva couldn't deal with it. So she's got some scoreboard pressure now because she'll be trying to serve next and hold to stay in the first set. No serve and volley in sight here. There hasn't been any from Andreeva through the course of the championship so far. Bencic just a couple of times in her previous rounds that she did, and she won just one of those 2 occasions coming forward behind the serve. But it's very much building up, and then if there is something short to attack, you know, if they can create that, then they're into the net. And in terms of what they've done at the net prior to this match, 70 net points played by Andreeva. She's won 52 of those, and the ratio for Bencic is played 50 and won 37. So, you know, generally speaking, when they have gone forward, they've done some good things.
I think they're both pretty adept at the net too. We know how much Andreeva plays doubles with her partner Deanna Schneider. They've loved playing doubles all the time together. Of course, they're silver medalists last year in the Paris Olympics, losing to the gold medalist, the Italian team of Paolini and Arani. But they love it. They actually love competing. And Bencic just plays doubles as well. She's very good at the net, but they're always coming in against something strong, a good, strong approach shot.
Well, still 1 or 2 squeezing in here to get their prized seats around centre court. Andreeva's First serve of this game. Strong, but just too long. Hammered return just off the baseline. Was that good? Now, Andreeva looking to the umpire and saying, obviously there was no call against it, but are you sure that that caught the line? She actually, I think, thought it was way long. We have not had any...
Andreeva is requesting replay of the call on the right baseline.
Okay, she's asked to see the image that will show graphically where this landed, and it did catch the very back of the baseline. And of course, sometimes when it's coming at such pace and you're right close to that line yourself, it's not easy to be certain of where it landed. So she's at love 15. Second serve into the backhand, and she's managed to draw an error off that return from her opponent.
Bencic will be displeased with that return again, but it was kicking up over the shoulders on the backhand side. But it was on her racket. She looked to attack and be aggressive.
Missing out wide, the ball's gone careering off the wall. A ball boy doing a great job of sprinting out to take that away. Serve out wide, forehand reply to the forehand, and then a fabulous shaped forehand behind again, going back behind her opponent with strength.
30-15.
There's so much safety on that shot. She said, get such good acceleration. That's something Conchita Martinez was reminding of her in the very second or third game, is to keep that acceleration up. When you have it, it actually helps your ball dip back down into the court.
Strong serve to the backhand, has another ball to attack from midway between the baseline and the service line, and she hammers a forehand winner
40-15.
to move up to 40-15 here. 4 forehand winners from Andreeva out of her 10 winners in total. That's a big serve again. Bencic can't handle the weight of that shot. She just looked at the mark, or perhaps wondered where that had landed on the serve, queried it briefly, but it was an excellent serve.
I think she's serving even bigger now.
Yeah, that was again, well, that matched her quickest so far. That was also at 119 miles per hour.
It sounds bigger off her racket today than I think it has in the previous rounds.
And over the last year, I mean, she's grown in height, hasn't she?
Yeah.
She's, got stronger. And we're seeing the benefits there. 5 games all, still no break points in this matchup. Keen contest in this quarterfinal. Sabalenka and Anisimova yesterday, the winners in the first 2 quarterfinals. And now waiting to see which one of these two will go through. Andreeva, oh, she was disappointed. That was called wide. We're getting the graphic replay. She has missed by a whisker, and she kind of slaps her left thigh in frustration because, honestly, was there a blade of grass between
I don't think so.
the mark
that
and
was
the line?
Such a good hit.
It really was, but that's the kind of thing she's just got to try and shrug off, forget about. 5-all, 15 love. Bencic serving down the middle. No, missing. Andreeva on this warm afternoon wiping her face with one of the wristbands. Now sets herself in her return position. Steps a little forward, back and reply. She just eases that cross court. That was clever. She didn't really give the pace there to Bencic, and Bencic hit a bit too forcefully, going back and went long.
It's great depth, though.
Yeah.
I mean, very rarely can you get Bencic on the back foot right away. And we talk about her court position, how on top of the baseline he is, but sometimes that can make you vulnerable if your opponent can create great depth on the ball.
High ball toss. The Swiss, the return is blocked back off the forehand, stooping low ball for Andreeva, but she's managing to defend at the moment. Now she uses that sliced forehand to the driven backhand of her opponent, tries to gain the initiative, but it's the defense of Andreeva at the moment that's required. Now she's brought forward to a short ball. She's got up to the net. She hasn't put it away. She's got a lob to try and smash back, but can't put it away. She's been pushed back by Bencic, the two-hander again from the Swiss, working well. Then she has a short ball to attack with the forehand, but Andreeva in this tremendous rally comes up the better as Bencic finally goes long. 22-shot rally, and it's the youngster who prevails.
Very well constructed point from Andreeva, able to use that forehand slice 2 or 3 times in that point, just forcing Bencic not be able to find the width of the court, and then Andreeva just stepped up, found the depth once again.
Bencic, I'm not sure she's concerned about something looking up to the umpire, but now she's in her position to serve again. What can Andreeva do here? Might she finally get to break point? She hits a return down the middle, a big forehand though. That's a scorcher from Bencic. She didn't hold back there. No messing with that shot.
Again, Bencic being smart, taking a lot off that serve. And Andreeva didn't actually adjust. She stayed pretty far back, ended up being a pretty short return with not a lot on it. Great attacking from Bencic.
Nothing to separate the two. 5-all, 30-all. Bencic serves, forehand reply down the middle. Backhand drive into the backhand wing, dug out by Andreeva. She's just kept that in on cross court. Now she's gone deep to the baseline with her next shot. This one a forehand, pushed back by the backhand. She uses the slice to the Bencic drive, and Bencic has put a backhand in the net, attempting that shot down the line, but the timing was awry there. The Swiss timing didn't come when she needed it, and here is the first break point, and what a time for that at this stage of the set.
Such a tough one to change down the line, that off-pace, low slice over the higher part of the net. And Bencic to me looked like she didn't quite set up with the feet.
This is the moment for Andreeva to make her mark in this set. Break point against the Bencic serve. The serve was just over the net, the return just over it indeed. But now Bencic trying to get forward, decides to retreat to the baseline, uses the forehand cross. Andreeva working really hard to stay in this rally. Has to use the slice though. The angle was too acute that time, and her sliced backhand went in the net, and it's juice.
Yeah, definitely was able to get that ball off the court much better there, Bencic. And again, just slightly off pace, catching Andreeva pretty far back.
Mira's mum also peering over that wall of the player box, encouraging her daughter. And Bencic, not happy with the ball toss, apologises as she lets it drop, resets herself. Andreeva looking so eager to try and create something more here. And it's a tight serve that goes off the tape, and there'll be another one required. Bencic taking plenty of time now. Has a quick look up at where her opponent is standing, and then looks down on the ground and is actually perhaps just removing a bit of surface grass or earth away. Now focuses on this, serves to the forehand, it comes sharply to her backhand, she goes down the line, forehand drive to centrally from Andreeva, who's then pushed into the backhand wing. Again, she's from that corner, goes cross court, the backhand to her backhand slice, makes a decent one that time, and the slice catches out Bencic, who drives into the net.
That's that same one she's trying to take down the line, that low slice. It's so much easier to accelerate cross court there, but I think she's wants to just keep it targeting to the Andreeva forehand.
So if Andreeva stops driving the backhand cross into that backhand wing, she's doing better with the slice,
Yeah,
isn't
she is, yep.
Really helping. Another break point then for the 18-year-old. The serve to the backhand, she makes a stretch, gets the return over. It's a very good effort there from Bencic. She had to lunge to the ball because it came in so short, but she got there in time and put it away.
Well, she did well to wait for Andreeva to make the move, saw which direction she was going to cover, and then just guided the forehand inside out to the open court.
2 break points saved so far by the unseeded Swiss star, former world number 4, against the current number 7, who hits the return in the net and is a bit irritated that she did that.
That's a good change-up. It's one of the few body serves we've seen from Bencic.
So up to advantage for Belinda Bencic. The ball toss very high, the serve a bit long. That's certainly the trickiest game so far for either of them. And the return to that is long as well. A good second serve. Bencic hangs on. Excellent effort from the 28-year-old to fend off the threat. Taking her Wimbledon towel now back to her chair. And the 6-5 lead is hers at this stage.
It's just really good choices, I would say, of serves from Bencic when she was trying to save those break points. You could see her kind of work things out of which serve would serve her best in that moment, because it's a risk sometimes to take some pace off, especially, you know, against Andreeva, who's so consistent, who can hit her spots so well. But Bencic was smart in that game with the serve choices, got herself out of a jam. And it's going to be interesting to see, because once you don't convert on a couple of these break points, as well as Andreeva's been serving, it was the first moment that we actually saw a small sign of frustration from her when she missed that body serve return just into the net. Quickly regrouped. We know how well she can adapt. See how Andreeva comes out in this service game.
So the security staff just moved back out of the way for this next game. Bencic just taking a little time. Andreeva ready in position to serve again to try and stay in this compelling first set. These two, they really have put on some high quality on the centre court today as they try to grab the advantage from each other, but none taken yet, although Andreeva had the 2 break points in the last game for the first time. She's missed with her first serve, the second one wide to the forehand. She gets a ball to hammer back behind, and that's a play that she's used now a fair bit. When she's got that short response, Bencic has had to cover from one side to the other in anticipation, and Andreeva a step ahead using the back behind play for the winner. 5-6, 15 love. Taking more time again before choosing her moment to serve this, but it's another missed first serve. She's actually only put in 55% of her first serves, Bencic at 76%. Second serve is long as well, and she doesn't want to be giving gifts away like that. That was a lot of power on that second serve, over 100 miles an hour, but too much of it.
Yeah, she's been trying to put a little extra on the serve, especially because how much Bencic is on top of the baseline. It worked in the first point, but got to get a little extra spin on that second serve.
Another serve that's gone awry. Few bounces of the ball, and then the teenager serves down the middle. It comes sharply though, too sharply. That was drilled back. A return winner as clean as anything from Bencic. And Andreeva up against it here. What can she summon up of her many skills to save this game? 15-30, good serve, but the return is strong. It's a looping ball cross court from Andreeva. She has to get down low, goes well with her backhand, and then you heard them. The exclamation from Bencic, she missed one, it went off the frame and wide, so it's 30-all.
Well, 2 big strikes on the ball from Bencic on the backhand, but Andreeva covered that corner well. Good, great redirect of the ball down the line, just rushing Bencic.
5-6, 30-all, serve down the middle, an ace. And that's something, again, at pace that she's achieved now 3 times in this matchup. No aces from Bencic. A 118-mile-an-hour serve there. Just shy of her fastest of the day. But getting herself now to game point to take this set to a tiebreak. She serves to the backhand. The reply comes to her forehand. She goes cross-court with that. Bencic there, a shorter angle from her on the forehand. A looping ball from the forehand of Andreeva. Now the drive backhand from her. It's a little drop shot attempt, though, from Bencic. Andreeva gets up to it. The pass is not made. Back and forth it goes. And the volley from Andreeva strong, and Bencic puts it in the net. So she's hung on. And we are, indeed, 6 games all, and ready for a tiebreak.
That's a great fight in that game. Again, her serve getting her out of trouble. Andreeva, especially after that double fault, didn't back down, just kept going after it. And such steady hands at the net on that volley.
But did Bencic miss a chance, you know, perhaps to try and put an angle there and get the pass?
I thought she was going to lob, actually.
Yeah. Easy from here. Not so easy out there in the heat of this great battle that's building very nicely for this large crowd. And wherever you're watching, listening to us on the Wimbledon radio channel, You are most welcome. Bencic, a pause, just distracted by something, but now needs to be back on her game. She serves at the start of the tiebreak to the forehand side. Pushed back, slice forehand from her opponent, who then has to hoist a lob. That looks good, but no, it's long by about a foot or so from Andreeva as Bencic moved forward.
Bencic just guides that forehand so well, deep into the corner. Tough for Andreeva to try and hit a pass there. I think Bencic realized she was going for the lob and started moving backwards, made Andreeva go for a little bit more on the lob.
It's another of those mighty serves from the youngster, and that again matches her quickest. In fact, that not quite so quick. She has had one at 120 now. They're coming thick and fast, these big serves, but she gets on board in the tie-break. A standard tie-break, this one, of course, as it's the first set. So the first to 7, clear by 2, will win it. Missed first serve. Second serve comes now. Taken on the forehand. No great pace behind that drive from Bencic, but that's bigger into the backhand wing, and it makes a difference. Stooping low to her left, Andreeva nets the backhand, and there's the mini break for the Swiss.
I think the difference between those two hits from Bencic, the return, as you said, off pace, but the next one, just extra power. It's completely that change of rhythm, getting Andreeva late on the ball.
Bencic prepares again. A winner of 9 titles in total, singles-wise, and numerous runners-up finishes as well. And she begins, or gets that point very nicely with a serve that's framed wide. So a 3-1 lead at this stage for the Swiss. Gathers her thoughts, prepares to serve again from in front of the royal box, which includes Her Majesty the Queen today. Missed first serve, second one. Andreeva waiting for it, twiddling that racket again. And it's a double fault, and Bencic has given her a step back in here.
That toss really drifted on her. I'm surprised she didn't catch that. It was way far out in front of her as she ended up chasing that one.
It is something when you think back in her career that can occur. And perhaps, you know, this is obviously a big deal right now. First set tiebreak of a Wimbledon quarterfinal. And it just got to her there. So it's back on track here at the moment. 2-3, Andreeva serves to the backhand. Backhand drive from her, an angle. It's just over the net from Bencic. And Andreeva has missed a sitter there, because Bencic had moved to the forehand side. Andreeva tried to go back behind, but she's put the ball in the tram lines, and then she kind of dramatically raises her right arm and swats at the air in annoyance.
It's a tough miss from Andreeva. I think she just had so many options going through her head. I think she just could have dunked that ball over the net, that little drop shot.
Anything really but the shot she played.
Changed her mind, yeah.
Well, the crowd getting behind her.
Thank you.
2-4 down, serving again after the change of ends now. She's got the royal box right behind her. Serve out wide, that's a good serve. She's gone there well, but still you can sense in her body language a bit of frustration about the previous point and the miss that she made.
But even seeing that, I mean, she still came up with a good serve.
Yeah.
That was great. She's still being able to manage her emotions despite that frustration and still get back to work. That was a great serve out wide.
Bencic at 4-3. Will she be able to hang on to the mini advantage now? Right-handed serve into the net. Waits for that to be taken away. The ball, that is. Second serve to the forehand, looping return, deep to the backhand side, deep into the corner goes Bencic, up the line from one to the other, and then an excellent cross-court from Bencic, and it has Andreeva swishing at the ball, but stretched out beyond her comfort zone, and again she just waves a hand at that one, dismissively, annoyed that she's allowed Bencic to gain the upper hand again after that miss previously. Bencic, well, given a second chance here, looking to take full advantage of it. 5-3 in the tiebreak. Can the Swiss unseeded take this first set from the
6-3.
seed on the other side? It seems that she might, because the 7th seed puts a return in the net and will now have to deal with 3 set points against her.
Again, another off-pace serve that is working so well for Bencic, and it's the one that's sliced out wide that she gets the mistake.
The much more experienced Swiss with set points as Andreeva serves towards her. Body serve, returns good, backhand to backhand, then to the forehand side, and it's a set won by Belinda Bencic because it's a miscued forehand. Poor timing there from Andreeva. And if she is to go further, well, having lost a set for the first time in these championships, she's going to have to fight back and go the distance. But it's Bencic who marches back to her chair now, strides back with the confidence of winning that set on a tiebreak by 7 points to 3. So Andreeva, who had the chance to break through, couldn't do it, then had to hang on, but ultimately has buckled in that tiebreak a bit. And it was that miss, wasn't it, before the change of ends, where she put what seemed to be an easy winner from here. The position she was in, the way Bencic had flown to cover on the forehand side, there was all that space, and yet she could only hit it into the tram lines.
I actually felt, and you're right, it was that one miss where it just, her whole demeanor changed. Yeah. But I have to say, the next point, she hit that great serve out wide, and I was like, okay, that's a good response right away, but didn't gain energy from that. I think she was just so bothered still with that miss. I think it was still in her head, because the next couple shots, exactly, you could see a little bit of the frustration. I mean, that's for me encouraging for Bencic, but a little bit discouraging for Andreeva, that one miss could bother her so much. It's in such a tight set. I mean, this is what you have to regroup so fast. You don't have a lot of time, and I feel like just in the tiebreak, Bencic did well to stay so steady in her mentality.
Yeah, the challenge mentally for Mira Andreeva now will be massive, because she's so excited to have reached this stage. She wants more, so hungry for it, but so too is Belinda Bencic. But I would imagine this is the kind of time when she'll draw on experience previously, and you think back to that Indian Wells final where she faced the world #1, Aryna Sabalenka. She was a set down in that, and yet she found a way to win. So once the crowd has settled, then we will see the start of this second set with Mira Andreeva. A set behind now for the first time in these championships, starting the set with a serve to the forehand, has to work hard to the backhand side, then on the forehand, and it's Bencic trying to boss this one, but she hits back down the middle, and Andreeva's managed to defend and stay in the rally, and then she unleashes one of her best backhand winners down the line and says, well, I know you've got that shot, but I've got it too.
That was right into the corner. Bencic was completely in control of that entire point, and Andreeva did well to change defense to offense on one shot.
Whoa. The first serve percentage in that opening set was not perhaps as high as she'd like. She's missed one there. The second serve to the backhand, which is always a bit of a risk, I feel, against the Bencic backhand, but now a little drop shot played over nicely. Good move there around, and just a soft ball into the far corner, which for Bencic was too much to even think about running to.
So far, these first couple points, good demeanor from Andreeva to start this after that tight first set.
She'll be telling herself that, but I'm sure she'll have kind of Conchita's voice in her head saying those kind of things of what she needs to do, that she needs to not give any further ground, that she needs to still be on point with her game. Didn't make that last one though, put a ball in the net, and the sun returns very brightly, and she'll be looking up towards it when she serves again at 30-15. Serves in the net, waits for that to be fielded away. Bencic hovering behind the baseline, steps up towards it, hits a backhand return to the forehand. It's a sliced forehand defensively from Andreeva. Now she attacks with a forehand cross, gets that, then a short ball And she's put in a very tame ball, but makes a volley to the backhand side, then another volley. Somehow she won the point. It was almost as if they suddenly kind of went into slow motion and took all the pace off, and you're thinking they're being very gentle with each other.
Yeah, but the good thing in that point from Andreeva was that she stayed in the point very well. She knows that she didn't hit the type of approach shot that she wanted to, but she kept closing the net, kept following the ball nicely there.
And kept calm, didn't she?
Yeah.
Game point, serve out wide, block reply just over the net. She scoops it up, does Andreeva, puts it in the backhand wing, but the backhand lob from Bencic. I paused momentarily because I wondered if that might be perfect, but it's just dropped away. So it is a first game of the second set to the 7th seed, Mira Andreeva.
A fresh, strong game, too, after we were just discussing that, you know, she looked not happy with the way she handled the last few points of that tie break and showed signs of frustration. So good job. Well done from Andreeva to bounce back very strongly in that first game.
We've got a graphic on one of our screens that's showing for the championships in total, the rally hit points and how much further forward in the court Bencic has tended to be. Obviously different days, different opponents and styles, but it's a fair bit more than Andreeva through the course of the first 4 rounds that she played and won.
I think you probably will see that from Bencic against any opponent. Against any opponent that she's playing. She loves to be on top of the baseline, even inside the baseline.
Get on the front foot, But she's now serving love one, second set from the far end after the change of ends, and Andreeva went with a big lash up the line, but along the doubles alley, that semi-finalist at the US Open back in 2019. Belinda Bencic, that's the best for her so far in her previous 34 Grand Slams. Lost to the eventual champion Bianca Andreescu in that matchup.
30 love.
But she's winning this game at the moment, 30 love, as Andreeva's backhand goes into the net. 17 unforced errors from her, 14 from Bencic. A few more winners, though, from Andreeva, 16 to 12 at this stage. The Bencic serve is strong down the middle. The return right onto the baseline, though, from Andreeva. Hits a strong forehand. Now drives the forehand to the backhand corner. Has got another overhead and puts this away with a smash.
It's good movement at the net from Andreeva. Got back for that lob, that overhead very quickly. Use the back leg well to get extra power on the overhead. Both of these women do a good job actually not hesitating. We see that ball float up. They're both comfortable taking it out of the air.
Love one, 30-15. Bencic giving this some thought before working out how she's going to serve next. Serves, well, she was going to the body, but she's gone long. But she had taken the pace off. It's an interesting mix-up she's trying to bring there. It has fooled Andreeva sometimes before, and a noise, I think, just distracting. Or was it a pop of a cork? That just distracted Bencic, so she's got to think about things and refocus for this second serve. It gets over the net, the return comes to her backhand, she goes cross-court. The same from Andreeva then with the backhand, now using the forehand to the forehand wing, pushed deep on her backhand, she digs that out, goes back to a decent length, but she's got now to use the forehand slice, chops that back. Andreeva makes good on that. Sorry, Bencic does, and Andreeva leaves a ball in the net.
She knew right away when she was trying to execute that drop shot, Andreeva, that she completely mistimed that. It didn't quite hit that perfectly. Went to the middle of the net as she was going for the drop shot.
Yeah, Bencic, well, after winning that point, I think she went and raised a thumb up to the person who'd popped that.
Oh, she did. I missed
bottle
that.
of fizz. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was being ironic or if she was actually saying thank you. It kind of got me to really focus. 40-15. It's a good serve. Return wide, just. Andreeva showing some signs of kind of youthful disappointment, isn't she? A little bit.
She still doesn't look quite right, does she?
No.
I mean, I think the way that once the point is finished, the way she's kind of turning around so quickly and so fast when she doesn't come away with the point. You're right, it looks like a little bit of a disappointment.
And one has to remember that this is the first time that she's dropped a set in these championships, so it's a different dynamic now. It had all come so smoothly for her.
50 now.
Really, the matches that she had come through previously. Maya Sharif she beat in the first round, Lucia Bronzetti in the second. That was a close one in the second set, a tiebreak. I think she saved a set point in that. Hailey Baptiste she saw off for the loss of just 4 games and then just 5 conceded against Emma Navarro. Doesn't make that first serve. Second one to the backhand, takes the return well. Hits a great shot down the line. That zoomed along the deck really, or just off it. And Bencic, try as she might, couldn't come back from it.
At that time, I felt like she was expecting the backhand cross-court Andreeva. She got over to that ball so quickly, and when that line is open, she rarely misses that backhand down the line.
Serve to the forehand, steps back, takes the reply with a two-handed, goes into the backhand wing. It's a defensive ball, and there's a volley attempted winner. It was the right move, it just wasn't the right execution on the ball because she's pushed that one into the tram lines. So a couple of misses. We had the costly one in the tie-break when she was up at the net, and while that hasn't decided the game, it's just the kind of miss that might kind of nag away at her.
That person.
Only her 10th Grand Slam for the teenager, but already she's been to 1 semi-final and 2 more quarterfinals now. Short reply comes forward behind her approach, and then a slip by Andreeva as she's lobbed. Tried to turn back for it, but lost her footing. It's 30-all.
30-all.
Well, she charged forward, and I think she obviously trying to stop her momentum. It was a left foot that she just lost her footing, that slipped underneath her.
Yeah, the split step on that green part of grass in the forecourt, which of course is not worn down like the baselines are. Backhand reply to that serve. Forehand down the line. A high ball put up by Bencic. Drive volley winner. That time absolutely nailed it, did Andreeva. And considering the misses I've just talked about, we've seen, that was a very well taken shot.
Yeah, it looked confident, that one. No hesitation from Andreeva there. I think Bencic actually thought her previous shot was going to go out, and it just caught part of the line. It was great commitment forward from Andreeva.
A positive play by the 18-year-old who serves again, but once again putting a serve in the net. Bencic, will she take this on the backhand? She did, but it's a double fault, and it's another error. Another gift coming from Andreeva to the Swiss.
Just look at her demeanor a little bit, Andreeva, just still dropping her shoulders, not happy after that double fault. She needs to, I think, emotionally get herself in a better place.
Yeah. You can just tell there that she's disappointed again to have missed another first serve. And she's taking more time before this second one. She needs to do a good job with it. To the backhand it goes. She's under pressure straight away. The high ball cross that she's then hit wide, but you kind of sense that was coming.
Advantage.
And a big moment early in the second set now as Bencic gets a break point. Really needs the first serve to fire up again, Andreeva, because it's putting too much pressure on her second serve. It is a good first serve, but the reply lands on the forecourt, and then a simple forehand winner, calmly taken, as it needed to be.
That was the thing, just nice and calm. Actually held her backswing longer in that position, waited for Bencic to make a move in one direction.
Bencic, who made her Grand Slam debut 11 years ago at the Australian Open. By the end of that year, she was making the quarterfinals at the US Open. She makes a short reply, though, to a serve, and again, Andreeva, with due care and attention up at the net, eventually puts away a backhand winner cross-court.
That's another good serve out wide. I'm surprised sometimes when she goes for the second serve into Bencic's backhand.
So am I.
Yeah, every single time Bencic has won that point, and that time did well. You got that slice off the court to the forehand.
Because it's not really kicking away, is it?
Right.
Big serve, return decent, and then a poor attempt again at that forehand played drop shot, only into the net.
I almost feel like instead of trying to make it so short, the drop shot, hit it a little harder and shorter so it stays low to the forehand, because right now she's missing everyone in the net.
Return not the best, and yet the follow-up from Andreeva was poor, and she's certainly feeling the pressure at this stage, getting tight in her shots, lacking perhaps the confidence and the poise she needs. What a chance again for the Swiss. And she'll be looking at another second serve after that. Only went into the net. How will Andreeva direct this to the backhand? She does deal with it on what comes back, but she's in the backhand wing herself. Now she's gone up the line. Big forehand back across, just off the tape from Andreeva. Then she has to move to the backhand side. Bencic attacks with the forehand. Then she's pushed wide on the forehand side, and down to the backhand goes Andreeva, who's now up at the net and can watch that one go away, and the crowd warming their applause for the youngster. She stuck around well behind the second serve that time, and eventually Bencic couldn't keep the ball in play.
But I think throughout that point, excellent control from Andreeva. Hit her spot so well. I think on the low slices also wasn't going for the depth, just placed it perfectly, kept Bencic on the move.
Strong serve, taken on the backhand with the reply by Andreeva. Now a forehand slice to the backhand cross-court of Bencic. Back cross-court it goes. Then down the line from Bencic is strong, but well defended deep off the forehand slice. Again, Andreeva using that shot into the backhand wing. Now she switches to the backhand side, and then eventually gets an error from Bencic, who has a left hand on her left hip in annoyance that she has lost that longer rally.
Starting to use those slice more now, Andreeva on the forehand. And these two long rallies, I feel like, will help settle Andreeva down, just getting that rhythm again, learning to construct the point again to make her feel better out there.
There we go. Well, she doesn't yell and scream after holding that, but she might feel like it, bearing in mind the pressure she was under, but she's fended off the early break points in the set, and now leads by 2 games to 1.
I mean, I think that was huge for Andreeva to get through, and not only winning the game, but I think just calming down a little bit and just fighting through maybe some emotions throughout those last couple of points. Like I said, I think the longer rallies, the fact that she had to figure things out in those longer exchanges, I feel like helped maybe just settle her down a little bit.
Yes, it could be a hugely important game, not just in this set, but in the match, and indeed, you know, in her continued campaign, if she is to get through this one. But how well she has done for such a young player to perform like this.
Time.
And I mean, I just was waiting to see whether she might plug into the crowd. She hasn't really done that today, not yet.
Neither one has, actually.
No,
yeah.
neither have. But all she did was, you know, serve it big, secure the game, and then just calmly walk back to her chair. A great occasion. A grand crowd around here, and no doubt around the tennis world, watching with keen interest to see which one of these two will go through to face either Iga Świątek or Ludmila Samsonova in the Wimbledon semi-finals. Samsonova doing very well to recover from an early break against her in the second set after losing the first against the Pole. She's on serve at the moment, trying to take that second set to a tie-break. Commentary available if you want from there on the dedicated #1 court channel, but here on the centre court channel we continue with Bencic and Andreeva. Andreeva waits for this next Bencic serve, blocks it back, middle of the court, then hits a forehand attempted pass, but that's gone wide.
15 love.
The block back landed very short. It allowed Bencic to put pressure on with her movement up the court.
Can't blame her for using that chip, though. It's working now, I think, against Bencic. But yeah, it's got to stay deep. Also lower over the net and lower off the bounce is where she can stay in the point better, Andreeva.
Yes, either block it very deep or very short, but not in between. Or if you do, certainly with a sharp angle. But this looping return is going to land wide. Off the backhand, the single-hander that time from Andreeva. Excellent numbers on serve from the Swiss today. 76% of first serves in. She's winning 78% of those and 67% behind her second serve. Serve down the middle, return right onto the baseline, and Bencic that time ends down on the court, having to stoop so low to try and deal with what came back at her.
It's one of the biggest returns Andreeva's hit. Bencic almost falling backwards and back knee on the ground, trying to defend against that pace. Too big from Andreeva.
1-2, 30-15. The Bencic serve down the middle, forehand reply to that, forehand into the backhand wing. Driven down the line, attempt by Andreeva, but another one that's veered wide. Still looking a little miffed with things.
I think it's the way how quickly she's walking after she makes the mistake. Normally she takes a little bit more time. That's where you start to wonder, is she still feeling maybe not 100% settled after that first set?
Went with the big attempt on the forehand reply, but she's looking, I think she wondering if that really was wide. I don't know, she seemed to give it a bit of a stare and certainly up to her box. But 2-2 now in the second set. Both players with 2 break points, but no breaks of serve yet. Andreeva, I think, perhaps having a complaint to the umpire. She wasn't aware that they were new balls for the last game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Otherwise, she
would have changed her racket.
Yeah, and she went to go change it now. So, but you could hear in her voice, not pleased with the fact that wasn't aware of that change.
And then she channels her annoyance into a great first serve. Thumps that down the middle for another ace, and that's now number 6 from her, and her second of this second set. How will she serve with this one? She went for the same kind of serve again down the tee, but that time didn't find the mark. Second serve into the body. Hammered return is long.
It's a good hit, though. Like that, Bencic is still going after that. She'll still be pleased that she was staying aggressive on that. Got to keep doing that. She's so good. She's been winning the point the majority of the time when she doesn't back down off that second serve.
Serve out wide to the forehand. The reply goes. Then into the corner goes Andreeva, and now got a little stun volley after a high hanging ball back from Bencic in defence. And it's neatly done by Andreeva to move further ahead in this game.
Did well to take that out of the air, and good spot, that just short volley right in front of her, the drop shot volley.
Strong serve. Return wide. Bencic expecting a call, I think, on the serve, but none was forthcoming. And having eventually got a new racket in hand, she made quick work of that service game. So success in that one for Andreeva, but still much to be done if she's to go any further. But somebody who has gone further now into the semi-finals of Wimbledon for the first time is Iga Swiatek, who has seen off Ludmila Samsonova 6-2, 7-5. Nobody really was talking about her at the start of the week, but there'll be a lot of talk now about Swiatek and what she's achieved and whether she can go on to claim her first Wimbledon crown and her 6th major title. But she now awaits the winner of the match that we are covering here on the centre court. That's a great performance from her to fend off Sam Sonover, excuse me, who had been in such strong form herself on the grass.
Yeah, I think everyone thought that could potentially go the distance because of how well Samsonova was playing. She'd never beaten Swiatek, but it was the first time on the grass, and you just felt like maybe that would give Samsonova a little bit more of an edge. I think like you said, the score 2 and 5, I think it took a little while Samsonova to get going because she started really maybe testing Swiatek a bit more in the middle of that second set, and Swiatek was up 4-2, but Samsonova did well, just pushed her, and I think those last couple points, Swiatek almost looked a little bit relieved at the end there to finish it off in straight sets.
The focus returns to Belinda Bencic serving from the far end towards the royal box end, and Andreeva's hit a great forehand, but it was a let first serve. And the youngster, well, she would have loved that to have cleared the net because her return was perfect. Sun again in the eyes of the Swiss as she serves, and that's off the net cord once more. Again, she'll try and fire this into the body. She does. The return to her forehand. She's then got a little bit caught up, perhaps a bit close to the ball. Her right hip that came into, and she's hit wide.
Yeah, it was that heavier, higher ball from Andreeva off the return that almost jumped into the body more of Bencic and got jammed.
Love 15 at 2-3, second set. Forehand reply to the backhand. It's a good angle. That really was sharp. It kind of landed on the back of the service box right by the sideline, and it was then a tougher attempt for Bencic trying to clear the net with the backhand, and she failed to do that. So love 30.
It's so tough when you get spread so wide because you know you're in a vulnerable position with that wide open court. That's why Bencic went for such a big shot.
Serve to the forehand, block, forehand reply, just floating away the other side. Bencic choosing which ball to use, now striding back towards the baseline. The long run backs behind each baseline are here on course on this great showpiece court. All the history. Backhand reply to that serve. Sharp down the forehand side, defensive well by Andreeva, has to turn back, somehow keeps the ball in play. She's rallying really well. That looked to be a bit long from Bencic. There was no call. Still Andreeva using slice and then stretching for a backhand, but the high drive ball to be driven away, eventually put away by Bencic very well. But some strong defense there from Andreeva for some time.
Yeah, it was a little bit quicker, I think, on the defense, but what a well-played point from Bencic. I think it felt like she could have won that point a couple times already, but she stayed in it, just kept moving Andreeva around the court.
2-3, 30 all. Pauses, and now with that blue framed racket, serves wide to that forehand, and that's going to go long again, just not catching the ball, and Andreeva, frustrated, turns back and says something rather angrily towards her player box to coach Conchita Martinez. Understand the frustration because she had a 30-love lead on the Bencic serve here, but now it's 40-30 in the server's favour. Serve to the backhand, the return won't get over the net, and the Andreeva hopes there. Disappointment in the end for her.
3 games all.
It's amazing to me that it's, if you're watching Andreeva's body language, it's credit to her that it's 3-all, because I feel like even in that game she looked flustered that she's not connecting with some of these returns, and I just feel like if she can gain that a little bit more positive energy, you know, she can get a little bit of an edge actually, but she still looks a little discouraged to me.
I agree, but she did take a long sort of moment to just stand still while they were sorting out the balls for this game. She just won the first point well enough, but perhaps as if she's really trying to take stock of all that. Think, you know,
Yeah.
what do I need to do better? Try and apply herself in a more positive frame of mind. Didn't put her first serve in there. Where will she go with this? She goes into the body. The return comes to her backhand. She's pushed off the baseline and puts her backhand in the net. But she has to keep her head up. She can't let it drop here, or Bencic will pounce.
She's doing a good job of taking her time between points, Andreeva. Casually getting the ball and just taking those few extra seconds before stepping up to the line.
Strong serve, blocked reply, forehand off the net cord, it rattles over, and that could be a significant moment for Andreeva, because had it ended in the net, would have put her down 15-30. The momentum, you feel, could really swing here towards the Swiss, but it is 30-15. Andreeva serves, doesn't clear the net. The second serve. Backhand replies, great to the baseline, drive from Bencic, but a attempt to fire that up the line from Andreeva, just wide.
Well, I was going to say that's the shot she doesn't mind actually being on the defense, Andreeva. Actually, both of them, because their backhand down line are so good, and again, a beautiful strike on the ball, but didn't miss it by much.
Which direction will this go now in terms of the scoreboard? It's 3-all, 30-all. It's just tipping towards Andreeva there. She hit an excellent winner into the corner.
Just feel the tension rising.
Can't you? Yeah.
Bencic just reacting after that return, wasn't happy with where she just bunted that ball back in play.
Conchita just leaning forward, looking down at the ground. She can almost hardly bear to watch this. You can imagine, as a former champion herself, playing every shot with her player who hits hard with the forehand, but Bencic just easing the forehands at the moment. Now works it to an angle. It's defended back. Now she goes down the line. Andreeva two-handed drive cross-court is a great shot, but Bencic defends that, and then Andreeva has hit it long. The backhand approach has gone over the line, and again she sort of flaps at the air with her hand as saying, yeah.
Well, I'm shocked actually she missed that, because as soon as Bencic was off balance and left that down the line open on the backhand, I thought for sure the point was over, and Andreeva just pushed it long.
Perhaps the youngster just being a bit too hard on herself. But that's a great serve. That, wow, 120 miles an hour. You heard the impact of that on the frame of Bencic's racket. It's just so intriguing to watch the evolution of a young player and what they have to deal with, perhaps for the first time at this level, and at Wimbledon certainly for Andreeva. But Bencic has got the upper hand in the rally. She's getting the shorter balls to try and attack, and then has one that she's put in the net. So she's missed out on that opportunity, and somehow the 7th seed has held to win the 7th game of this second set.
4 games to 3, second set.
Again, just fighting so hard, Andreeva. I think through a lot. She's fighting when she's
Yes.
made the mistake, and
Yes, Jill.
you know, just I think still giving credit to Bencic when she's played a good point and when she's done well. But when Andreeva's made the mistake, you can just I don't know. I feel like I can feel just her not being able to let some of this tension go, and that's why I'm extremely impressed that she's still up 4-3.
It is such a close match. I mean, there are only 4 points separating them in total, 4 more for Bencic, but we have not had a break of serve all match.
Right.
It's a quarter-final. You kind of feel from a neutral point of view, this just is crying out for a final set. But
yeah.
Whether Andreeva has got the means today to manage that, to take it the distance, we're just waiting with bated breath to see whether she can. An hour and 31 minutes this first match of the day has taken so far on the centre court. Flavio Cobolli of Italy later on to take on the 7 times champion Novak Djokovic, and gearing up to get on the #1 court soon will be the world #1 in the men's game, Jannik Sinner, the Italian, to take on Ben Shelton, the powerful left-handed American. The word is that Sinner's elbow is okay, and he should be fine to play. But of course he had that early fall in the thrilling 2 sets we saw from Grigor Dimitrov the other night before the heartbreak for the Bulgarian, having to retire hurt again in a Grand Slam. Bencic just taking a little more time to wait for a few more spectators to settle into their seats nearby. And now from the royal box end, serves towards the blonde-haired teenager on the other side, but misses that first serve wide and long. Floats in a second serve, and the lack of pace on that
15 up.
deceiving Andreeva, who's hit very long in reply.
I think that was the most off pace out that she's hit out wide. I mean, she has been taking some power off that particular serve. That one just 71 miles an hour, but each time, Bencic, she's not using it all the time, and so each time she uses it, it's surprising Andreeva.
Bencic then hits a flat serve out wide, one of her bigger serves today, in fact her quickest at 111 miles per hour. The fourth Swiss woman to make it to this stage at Wimbledon. In the open era, Martina Hingis, Timea Bezinski and Victoria Golubic, all in the past able to achieve that. Return off the net, goes over from the backhand corner, then a very clever little dink cross-court pass from Andreeva, who's of course holding her hand up in apology after the previous shot had rattled the near the net post and come over.
Well, that's what kind of got her in a good position. Just having to force Bencic to barely get to that ball and just popped it up there for Andreeva.
Got a hazy afternoon right now as Bencic serves down the centre, blocked reply off the forehand. Backhand to the forehand of Andreeva, who goes cross-court. That's a sharp angle. Bencic on the stretch makes the play, but then into the backhand corner, a lovely, sumptuous drive off the forehand. So accurate with shape, dipping into the corner from Andreeva.
Well, it was the shape again and the rotation on that ball that helped her, because I felt like Bencic was almost there, but then off the bounce, because of the spin, it just bounced more away from her and couldn't get it to it at the end.
Bencic trying to catch up on the scoreboard in terms of games once again, but this is 30-all, this is huge. Not a good serve into the net. Wait, and now this second serve, high ball toss, it floats in. Oh, it floats long. And Bencic then just adjusting something at the front of her shoe, left shoe. But she's facing a break point. Only the third time she's faced one. There have been no breaks from either of them so far. But Mira has her moment here to try again. The sun returns, the glare now on this shiny green court, the worn baselines, and on that patch behind her baseline, Andreeva awaits. Backhand stretch reply to a good serve. Backhand down the centre like a good penalty taker with a goalkeeper going one way.
Very smart.
Smart play from the Swiss.
It's the first time she's done that, actually, on that short ball, just going right down the center. Very smart at such a crucial time, break point down.
Big lenses of the professional photographers, most of them pointing Andreeva's way. It's Bencic serving. Forehand reply down the line is sharp from Andreeva. Lines up another forehand, but misses it and swats at the air after that with the racket because she had a big target and she was way off it.
Yeah, some of these mistakes from Andreeva, I'm almost curious if she's wondering where Bencic is in the court, thinking about the movement and how well she's been covering the court and how early she's been taking the ball.
Advantage to Bencic. Forehand reply down the middle, forehand into the backhand wing. Pushed back though by Andreeva, who's then forced wide on the forehand, makes a sliced forehand to that. She's got to cover back quickly to the backhand side. She's on the run here, and that's too good. Brilliant from Bencic. And again, the resolve of the Swiss player, so experienced. And she sorts out that threat.
All games all Second set.
What a strong point to finish that game from Bencic. Didn't go to the same place twice. As soon as she got Andreeva on the run, just kept her moving. Kept that pressure on in that point from Bencic.
Andreeva just up and down on her toes. Wanting to stay loose, maintain the focus, not tighten up here as she serves now 4-all. Wide with that serve. Second serve down the middle. Backhand reply is a scorching winner.
Wow.
Oh, that was one of the best we've seen at Wimbledon. Bencic nails that.
Yeah, I was expecting it to go down the line too, and that time just hit it inside out, right inside the sideline.
You wonder if Andreeva was expecting that as well,
Yeah.
because that ball went the other way and it was clinical. Big serve, reply on the stretch, ball sits up. Andreeva makes a good forehand there. She obviously had missed one previously, but
15-all.
hit with the top spin, didn't try to over-hit it, and got the winner.
And purposely in the shorter part of the court. It was inside the service box, but great angle.
4-all, 15-all. Serve is too far. Zooms through to the back wall, fielded by one of the ball girls in front of the royal box. Up behind her. Backhand reply to that is into the backhand. It's driven back though, and Bencic takes a back step, hits into the forehand wing. Now she works it to the backhand side as Andreeva comes back well. Andreeva then using that forehand slice. It lands mid-court, a little slice back from her opponent. Then the Swiss goes cross-court. She lured Andreeva forward and then said, thank you very much. Here comes the counterpunch.
But again, taking it early because Andreeva was still closer to the service line. If she had waited a little bit longer, I felt like Andreeva could have had some time to close the net, but she took it so early. A great angle from Bencic.
Key moments now in this contest, and it's another missed first serve in the net from Andreeva. The second serve kicks up, backhand reply, cross-court, backhand down the line, forehand drive cross from Bencic, slice just over the net from Andreeva. It's dug out by her opponent, then she slices again, Andreeva. Now using the volley, not putting it away. Bencic tries to pass her, but the volley poise there, the cross-court short angle from Andreeva was sublime.
That time reading the play so well, Andreeva, knowing how much Bencic loves that target on the backhand down the line, took that play away from her, pretty much took her best shot away from her. That's great coverage at the net from Andreeva.
Just taking a bit more time perhaps before serving here. Really got through that. That was smart, I felt. That was composed, that was mature, because she has occasionally rushed up to serve again, but she definitely didn't there, and she really got in after that serve, hit it well, and the reply was long. 40-30 at 4 games all. Second set, the serve into the body, replied to the backhand, driven down to the forehand side. Bencic goes cross-court. Andreeva then can't clear the high part of the net.
I was surprised, actually, that ball was so low. Bencic, I think.
Getting very upset as she yelled back to her team. Didn't quite hear what she said.
That was after she won the point.
Yeah, but it's deuce. Andreeva serves. Can Andreeva kind of use that frustration of her opponent and help boost herself? But backhand reply is powerful from Bencic, and that's a good reply again off that two-hander. And you do wonder sometimes about the placement of the second serve by Andreeva,
yeah.
How often it is kind of fed that strength.
Especially on a deuce point at this stage of the match.
Thank you.
A massive point, a virtual match point, is it? Because we've had no break yet, but there is a break point, a big serve, the reply to the backhand. It's driven down the line, forehand, ease to the backhand side, cross-court goes Andreeva, down this to the forehand from Bencic, works that well to the forehand again. Andreeva goes strong with the forehand and gets the error of Bencic, who went then with a backhand wide.
That's the shot she's looking for. Good job, Andreeva, the heavy forehand down the line, but really good depth.
A huge game. The importance of this, you can't understate it. Hush again, and just setting herself, getting herself into the rhythm now to serve at deuce. She serves from the far end, blocked reply off a body serve, makes it to the baseline, and it's a poor shot from Andreeva into the net. It kind of came to a full length, but it didn't come at pace, and then she tried to generate and didn't clear the net itself.
Quick block back though with the depth.
Well, she's really up against it here. It's another break point. She's been made to wait by Bencic, so she then stops and waits and then composes herself again, but she's got to be spot on with this serve, you feel. She isn't. It's in the net. What can she do with the second serve at this stage? It's crucial. She serves deep to the backhand. It comes strongly to her. She goes back long, and the break has occurred finally in this matchup. And it's a break for Belinda Bencic, the 7th seed. Now in real trouble here because Bencic, after the change of ends, will be serving for the match. 5-4 ahead in the second set.
I feel like I'm still thrown off by all of a sudden the outburst from Bencic. Oh,
yeah,
she's talking to,
not sure what she had to say
know,
there,
but she, I mean,
it kind of fired her up.
Yeah, it did. Fired up. She played well, yeah.
Well, poor old Andreeva, I mean old, she's only 18, but she was sat there, slumped in her chair. She kind of just dropped the racket back on her bag. She didn't throw it on it, but can she respond? So, Mira Andreeva, 18 years of age, in her first Wimbledon quarter-final, as is Belinda Bencic, 10 years her senior, but it's Andreeva now up against it. She has not been able to break Bencic so far, even though she has had 3 break points to do so. But having been broken herself in that last game for the first time, she's now potentially on the brink of defeat here, because it's Belinda Bencic, a one-time semi-finalist at the US Open some 6 years ago, an Olympic champion herself a couple of years after that, now serving for a place in the semis of Wimbledon, where she would face Iga Swiatek after the Poles advanced to that stage for the first time, following her tight 2-set win, certainly the second set that she got through against Samsonova. But here we are with Bencic now serving for victory, serving in the sunshine on centre court. She serves down the middle, but she's missed the box with that. Waits for the ball to be collected behind her as it came back from Andreeva. But the 7th seed up against it. What can she do with her return game? Bencic getting a bit tight with the ball toss. We've seen that before. Lets it drop. Loads up again. Serves this. It just floats over at no pace. It's hit strongly to her backhand, and she then hits long, and that was a real serve of tension there. It was like a milk float, wasn't it? It barely came round over the net at 74 miles an hour.
That one has been working though. I mean, it was the way she hit it.
Yeah.
I think that just looked a little tense.
But I think Andreeva kind of expected it that time,
yeah.
and made sure that she hit a decent reply. Love 15. Bencic trying to finish this off, but again, it's another poor serve. And is she going to have a real wobble here? Is she going to blink in the sunshine? That floats over. The return, though, is into the net. This time, Andreeva doesn't quite get to the bounce of the ball. It was a bit of a lunge. She's left that in the net. It's 15-all.
And she moved over to hit her strength, the backhand side, where she feels a little bit more comfortable. But you're right, just didn't get the feet up to the ball on that return.
Now she's on her toes, as if to say, come on, keep on your toes, keep alert, keep sharp. You have to. It's a must-win game here. Bencic serving that time. It just gets over the net on the return, and indeed the second shot from Bencic, who's working with the backhand, goes cross-court. It's a dugout single-handed angle there from Andreeva, who now uses a two-handed backhand from that corner. She's under pressure, but she's staying in the rally. Bencic hitting smoothly. That's a lower ball from Andreeva, then works to the cross-court forehand. Now uses her sliced forehand. Bencic covers with the two-hander. It catches the net. Dugout slice from Andreeva. Bencic two hands into the net, and Andreeva fights on. And it's 15-30.
It's actually a good quality point from both, but I think as soon as Bencic had that let court, just maybe made her think a little bit extra on that next backhand, just tried to guide it a bit too much.
Bencic taking time to use the towel over in the far corner. Now walking back, thinking about how best to try and rescue this game. If she wins it, she's through. If she fails to, who knows how much longer they might go on, these two. As Andreeva now returns to it with a forehand down the middle. Forehand wide to her, sliced forehand. Andreeva steps back, hits a two-hander cross court. Andreeva drives cross court with her two-hander. Now she has to come forward, steps up to that, gets her weight through the ball, but she's got to chat back with the forehand slice. She does. Working now with the forehand on the forehand cross. She goes, then a deep shot, but that's too far off the final backhand from Andreeva. Bencic withstood it all, but she'll take time to catch her breath after that exchange. Another long rally of 13 shots.
That's a great point from Bencic, and now you just get the feeling that Andreeva is going to work so hard to just stay in these rallies, force Bencic to have to produce something. It's a tense moment.
A deep breath taken by Belinda Bencic before trying to serve here. 5-4, 30 all, second set, leading by a set to love. It's a serve wide but long. Second serve now. Will this get a bit too tense, or will she manage to release it well enough? She serves it over the net. Okay, the return though is sharp to her forehand. There's space into the backhand wing, but she covers that, goes cross court. Andreeva down the line. Then she has to come up and hit a slice forehand from the forehand side. Again, using the slice forehand, but Bencic deals with it smoothly with the backhand. Waits for this ball, floats down, hits down to the forehand side again, then goes down into the forehand corner, strength. Slice back from Andreeva. She keeps slicing from a deep position. Can she now come up to that one? She gets it back over the net. This incredible rally. The slice again from Andreeva is so deep, and eventually it's too long from the Swiss. And it's a break-back point for the 7th seed.
Andreeva just stayed so consistent with that slice on the forehand, just forcing Bencic to try and produce and accelerate her own pace, and just got too long on her in the end.
What a rally that was. Again, just gritting her teeth and refusing to miss. Determined to get to every ball, and somehow she did. And it's 5-4, 30-40. Andreeva, can she break back here after dropping her own serve for the first time? And a warning to Bencic for taking too long. The clock had run down to 0. Timo Janssen, the umpire, giving her that warning. Will it affect her? She serves down the centre. Blocked reply to that off the forehand. Another forehand cross from Andreeva, but a searing shot from the Swiss. She then goes to the backhand wing, has to deal with that. She can't deal with the next shot though, and Andreeva has hit back, and this match will go on. It's 5-all, and it's Andreeva's first break. What a response from the teenager.
Absolutely exceptionally tough from Andreeva, and just got so consistent. I have to say, in that service game, Bencic just did not feel that comfortable going after her serve. Every serve was that sort of off-pace second serve to get it in the court. I don't know if she was hoping for a mistake from Andreeva, but credit to Andreeva, just stayed so consistent in those rallies.
So where do we go from here? It's Andreeva starting the next game with a strong serve. 170 miles an hour down the middle. The reply has gone long, just beyond the baseline where she's at, in front of the royal box. And the fact that she's now done that, she's achieved the break back when she needed to, when she was right up against it. What kind of boost will that be for her? At 15-all, she serves to the blocked forehand reply. She then drives deep into the corner, and all of a sudden it's as if she's now been released and has found a higher gear. Can she maintain hold of that?
I mean, sometimes it's about just knowing and feeling your opponent, feeling that tension a little bit. I think she could tell that on the serve there was not much pace on it. I think just the choices that Bencic made on the serve, knew that she was maybe feeling not 100% to go after it, to let that serve swing more freely from her side.
A net called first serve, so another attempt at it, and a Bencic forehand in the net, and this game going swimmingly for Andreeva after the break back. Andreeva just regathering control of the ball as she tried to prepare for this serve, but game points for her to move ahead now in this set. She serves strongly, but the reply is strong to her backhand. That was a crushed return from Bencic, and probably some of her annoyance at being broken, not having won this set, and indeed the match in the last game.
Well, it's just a pure huge reaction on that return from Bencic.
But still, game points for the teenager. 40-15. Serve out wide, forehand into the net, and Bencic, having got so close it seemed to the finish line, will be serving next to stay in this second set.
6 games to 5, second set. Bencic by 1 set to love.
To me, Bencic has this look on her face too, like unsure exactly what happened in that last game, and she's getting a little bit flustered too, just motioning to her box as well.
Yeah, she's certainly obviously played for many more years on the tour, but with that comes, you know, some scar tissue, some baggage, and some old traits, and the wobble on that serve that we saw a couple of games ago. It kind of is something that, you know, has emerged before.
I think the moment and the opportunity too. I mean, this is quite a moment to make your first semi-final at Wimbledon. Both of them at Wimbledon. Yeah. I mean, I think you could just tell she didn't feel like going after the serve right away on the very first serve in that game.
And she talked about being brave in her previous match, hadn't she?
Yeah.
Against Alexandrova.
How proud she was of that, yeah.
But she just couldn't find it within her, perhaps, when she needed to. And you wonder now, you know, will she find it again here in this match? Because the momentum has switched to the other side right now. Andreeva will be so keen here to try and break her again and grab this second set. Bencic to serve at 5-6 from the Royal Box end. 5 or 6 bounces, sets herself to serve. But she served long. Again, just taking a little more time, considering her options, and again, a little more time. But remember, she's been warned once now for taking too long. Forehand reply is strong. She goes strong, though, with the backhand cross court. Pushed back there, and that just on the baseline from her. It's somehow got back by Andreeva, who's having to work hard, covering a lot of ground. Now using to the backhand side, but goes too far with that, 2 or 3 feet beyond the baseline.
Important for Bencic to just stay calm in this moment. Still on serve in this second set. And it is about letting the fact go that you were serving for that set. You got to almost feel like you're back on even ground on serve. So it's an opportunity to push this to a tie break.
See if she can repeat what she did in the first set tie break.
Net for serve.
Out.
The electronic line system responding to the drive back from Andreeva, but the serve had already been called out. Second serve now, blocked reply, and that's definitely out from Andreeva, trying to hit that block forehand, the slice return, get it back to a length. But there was some pace behind the serve from Bencic, and it is 30-love in her favour. Another serve. This block back is short angle, and that was a change-up. Or was it deliberate, or was it certainly effective?
Yeah, it was definitely effective. Andreeva just put her hand up because I don't necessarily feel like she meant to hit it as good as it was. She meant to hit the block return, but it landed so short in the court. Actually ended up being a pure winner. Fantastic shot from Andreeva.
5-6, 30-15. Bencic still taking quite a bit of time before serving again. Into the body, that's a good serve. It surprised Andreeva. It came into her, or reared up at her, and she's
into
hit
the
long.
Body, yeah.
Managing the situation well enough at the moment, Belinda Bencic. 1 point away from another tie-break. A serve that's only into the net. Andreeva hovering around the baseline, waiting for this second serve. Hits it back strongly with a backhand into that corner, then goes cross-court with the forehand. It's scooped up by Bencic. She's then forced wide on the backhand side, but comes back very strongly from there. Now she's in the forehand side, and it's a backhand volley. It's not put away, though, by Andreeva, but she's got a high ball to volley cleanly and made sure of that from mid-court with Bencic over on the far side.
Just great job not hesitating when she decided to come forward in the end. Andreeva, great deep volley to keep Bencic back. Didn't try and overplay that volley, just hit perfectly with depth to keep her in control.
Still, game point in favour of the unseeded Swiss star. She looks up, tosses the ball and serves this down the middle. Forehand reply to her backhand wing. Backhand to backhand they go. But then a backhand into the net from Bencic. And it may all just be getting a bit too much for her now. And again, a bit of a bark from her up to her team. And you just get a sense, I think, of an extra air of calmness about Andreeva here, having managed to break back when she absolutely had to. And she's potentially just 2 points from taking this second set. First serve that didn't clear the net. Bencic serves this. It floats over, it's hammered back, but it's missed again by Andreeva down the line. 71-mile-an-hour serve, and she can't return it in play.
Well, you could tell she wanted to be aggressive on that, but it didn't have to be so close to the line.
Surely give yourself more margin for error, you'd think. Advantage then to Bencic. Again, trying to get into that tie-break. Backhand reply is strong. Forehand down the forehand side. And it's a miss once again off the forehand wing from Andreeva. So she has to win the tie-break now, or it will be Bencic who gets through.
Game's all. Second set, tie-break.
It'll be Andreeva to start this tie-break from the far end. Some spectators just coming in down to the right-hand side of Andreeva. But you don't want to miss this. This is high caliber, high octane stuff between these two on the stroke of 2 hours. The start of the second set tie-break from Andreeva is a serve long. Second serve, backhand reply, inside the baseline, looping forehand from Andreeva, hits then a sharper ball, working with the forehand now cross. Bencic puts her into the backhand wing. Again uses the forehand, this time to the cross court, and waits for the sliced forehand to land. A defensive ball's gone up from Andreeva. Bencic's going to let this bounce. She's inside the baseline. She hits, but only to the backhand, and it comes back strongly. She then slices a forehand. It brings Andreeva forward. It's getting pretty tight out there, but Andreeva makes a volley. No, she doesn't. A drive from Bencic that eventually draws the error from the 7th seed, and once again Andreeva swishing at the air in annoyance.
Yeah, but Bencic did well as she covered the exact spot where Andreeva hit that approach shot, but she chose a very different pass rather than trying to work it past Andreeva. Just dipped it so low to the feet down the center of the court, making it a very tough volley.
So Bencic with a mini break already, but not happy with the ball toss. Lets that bounce, collects it again, then sets herself and serves long down the middle. Just the one ace from her in the whole match. A couple of double faults. This serve down the centre, forehand reply deep to her backhand. She brings it cross court. Up the line goes Andreeva. She comes forward behind that, hits a forehand volley, winner. That was a lovely play. She took it on and she made hay with that.
Well, that high volley can sometimes be a bit tricky. You have to get a ton of pace on it, but she struck through it beautifully, Andreeva.
Over the course of the match, Andreeva much more up to the net, 21 times, winning on 14 occasions now. Bencic, by comparison, 9 out of 11. But far less in this second set than her opponent, who waits for this next serve. She makes a reply to it off the backhand, but that is a fabulous, fabulous shot down the side of the court off the Bencic forehand.
That was very confident strike on the ball from Bencic. I think she even maybe saw Andreeva moving to cover the inside out forehand, but still stayed really focused.
The crowd enthralled by this, totally engrossed as Andreeva prepares herself for the next point. 1 point each against the serve, so it's Andreeva on serve at 1-2. Peers up now and serves heavily, blocked return, takes this with the backhand, goes into the backhand wing, comes forward, makes a low backhand volley, but she doesn't put it away. She then puts a stun volley wide. She's trying to be brave, trying to be proactive, but once more the volley is lacking. And again, she's a mini break behind.
Oh, I did like that play. I like that she is coming forward, but Bencic did well again to get it so low, right to the feet of Andreeva.
1-3, Andreeva's serve to the backhand. Forehand in the net, and she's now in some trouble here. 2 points on her serve that have both been taken by her opponent. And Belinda Bencic getting very close again to finishing this off.
Oh, Bencic moved to that first serve. Again, it got into the body, but the fact that she tried to take the first serve so early, it just came back on Andreeva so quickly.
Bencic bouncing the ball, prepares, and from the roll box end serves to the backhand side, but it's a clear fault. Missing the service box. Andreeva stepping a bit further forward. What can she do here? Had to break back in the set itself to get this far, but now 1-4 adrift. Floating serve, deep return to the backhand again. Backhand drive into that corner. Andreeva trying to break that down. She gets a short ball to pummel through with the forehand winner. Kept her poise and concentration there well enough. It's 4-2 and they'll change ends.
Well, that was great from Andreeva because despite the scoreline down 4-1 in this tie break, love the fact that she backed herself in the point, didn't take her foot off the gas, didn't just try and get the ball in the court. She went after it to win that point. It's a good sign for Andreeva. Still has some work to do though. Bencic still up a mini break, 4-2.
And the Swiss taking time after changing ends. The clock now counting down. The 25 seconds they're allowed, but she's well within that on this occasion as she steps up to the baseline. And from the far end, looks up from under her white visor and serves this to the forehand. It just gets over down the middle, and then she goes strong into the backhand wing, but Andreeva defending at the moment, but that's going to go long. It's a blocked forehand, too far from Andreeva. And it's a 3-point cushion now that Bencic has built here in this tiebreak. 2 points, potentially, from victory.
Now that short return from Andreeva helped Bencic just being able to attack right from the first strike on the ball in that point.
Thank you.
Conchita Martinez calling out some encouragement to Mira Andreeva down at the roll box end, but down 2-5 in the tiebreak. This serve catches the tape. She'll have to try a first serve again. Bencic trying to stay in the moment, stay focused on this, but knowing what is just around the corner potentially for her. As Andreeva serves down the middle long. Went with power but missed the box, and this second serve is so important now.
Oh.
I told you it was. It was a double fault, sadly, for Andreeva, and it has handed Belinda Bencic 4 match points. What a moment for the 28-year-old, the young mother of a daughter, Bella, who has done so well on her return to the tour. Andreeva, 2-6 down, waits for the crowd to settle. But right up against it. Bencic poised to get through to the semis. She hits the forehand return. The reply taken on the backhand by her opponent. Andreeva then switches to a forehand. She goes down the line. Bencic goes cross-court with the backhand, then attacks with the forehand. Keeps it nicely in play. Good shape on that. Then drives the backhand into the backhand wing. That ball floats back. It lands inside the baseline. Bencic then up the side of the court. Gets a short ball to attack into the backhand corner. The lob's gone up, but Bencic under this smash for victory. She's made it. She stands still, arms aloft, and then head in hands and a big smile. A brief exchange at the net, acknowledgement for Andreeva that it is the Swiss who has prevailed. Congratulates her, and now showing the heart sign with her hands together and waves and blows kisses to the crowd. What joy that must mean for Belinda Bencic at the age of 28, back as a mum now playing at Wimbledon and into her first Wimbledon semi-final. Just the second semi of her career in the Grand Slams after one in New York some years ago. But a really special moment for the Swiss, who withstood all that Andreeva could bring against her. But it wasn't quite enough today. 7-6, 7-6, the final score, 2 hours and 7 minutes in total.
I think just a fantastic match overall. I think the quality was outstanding from both players. I think they really constantly pushed each other around the court. I know Andreeva's going to be disappointed as we watch her walk off the court. Maybe a little bit of emotion we're seeing from her right now, but gets a standing ovation as she exits. But what a fantastic tournament. I know she will be disappointed. First time, of course, quarterfinalist coming here into this event, but I felt like obviously it came down to such big moments, and there was some tension at the end. I think both players getting a little bit, had moments where they got a little flustered, but I just felt like they both rose to the occasion. I thought the match was fantastic.
Oh, delight on one side, the devastation on the other, but for Belinda Bencic, a beautiful moment for her and a big smile. She just waved up to her players box again. All the team there, Ian Hughes, her coach, and her family members, all those who've supported her through thick and thin and helped her find her way back as a mum now onto the tour and achieving great things like this. It's really special for her, and she's all ready to give us the benefit of her thoughts very shortly. She's waving up to some friends as well, and Rishi Prasad is here to talk to her.
Lovely smile, and not surprised after that wonderful performance. It was such a high-quality match, but just first of all, describe how tough an opponent was Mira Andreeva.
Yeah, very tough. I have a lot of respect from her. She's 18 years old and she's performing at the biggest stage, already winning so many amazing tournaments, and she has a great game, a lot of variation. So I was studying really all evening yesterday to find a little bit of a plan what to do, and I think it worked out well. Of course, into tiebreak it's not easy. It's really you know, just a small edge. So I'm so grateful to be able to play on center court. Again, I think it's just my third time or something, so it's always so magical. Thank you so much.
You say it's just a small edge. I think there were no breaks of serve in the first 20 games. Obviously, there were the tie breaks, but you know, that just shows the quality of the match. What do you think that small edge was?
You're asking me very difficult questions right now. I'm not sure, you know, on the court sometimes, in the end when it gets so tight, I don't think you are thinking anymore. I think it's just your body's functioning and your instincts kick in. And obviously it was so important to hold the serve because, of course, it's very frustrating. I felt like I was there on her serve, you know, sometimes having 30-all, and she came up with a great serve. So, of course, you always have to, you know, put the pressure on the opponent. And, yeah, I'm really happy I won today.
How's the foot?
I think it's my nail.
It's
always.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's my toenail. They always crack, and I mean, it's a life of a tennis player. So I didn't want to take a medical tiebreak, so you don't have to see this.
Here's a much easier question for you. What is it like to have made it through to the semi-finals of Wimbledon for the first time?
It's crazy. It's unbelievable. It's a a dream come true. I tried not to think about it at the match point. I had troubles last time with the match points, so I'm just speechless. Honestly, it's just my second semi-final of a Grand Slam overall, and the first one at Wimbledon. So yeah, just speechless. So happy.
And the final thing, as many people here will know, many people watching will know, that you took maternity leave to have Bella, and now you're back. But you started the year ranked nearer 500th in the world. With this win today, you're into the top 20. You've got a semi-final at Wimbledon to look forward to. How proud are you of this return to tennis?
I'm very proud. Actually, all my career I didn't say it a lot to myself, but you know, after having Bella, I really say it to myself every day, and I think that changes a lot. But of course, I have to say it's not only me. I wouldn't be able to do it without my amazing family and also my amazing team. We worked so hard on the comeback. And yeah, we are just enjoying, you know, life on tour with Bella, traveling. It's been beautiful to create these memories together. And obviously, you know, to play great is so amazing, but for me, it's a bonus. So I'm generally just really happy to be able to play again. My body allows it. So yeah, I'm proud of everyone in my team. Thank you.
Well, how about a huge round of applause one more time. First semi-final for Belinda Bencic.
Oh, lovely interview and fantastic moment for Belinda Bencic, and warmly applauded, understandably so, by the big crowd, who will now have a bit of a breather. The next match not due on here until 4:15 local time, so that's about 20 minutes away. And some match that might be. Flavio Cobolli up against Novak Djokovic in the men's quarterfinals. But Bencic now with her tennis bag over her shoulder, going to sign some autographs, take one or two selfies perhaps as well, and just full of admiration for what she's done there today to fend off the threat, which was significant. I mean, that was a real test, but she toughed it out, and she clearly had in mind, you know, how best to play. For Andreeva, obviously, you know, it'll be a tough one to take, but she'll learn from it, no doubt, and come back even stronger herself.
Yeah, definitely. I think we see that from Andreeva.
And just a quick ask of you before we close our commentary on this. The semi-final against Iga Swiatek, Bencic, I mean, how do you see that shaping up?
I don't know. I was actually just thinking about that because, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit different style, I think, because you heard Bencic say the variety that Andreeva can bring and how well she handled it at such a young age. But the way Bencic handled that at the end too, after having the opportunity to serve at 5-4 for the match, you know, kept herself together to be able to close it out against Swiatek. You know, Swiatek obviously a lot more experience in this situation, but also I think Bencic, to me, naturally a better grass court player. Swiatek's getting better and better, but Bencic in particular just naturally better. I don't know. Sometimes you feel like these runs just favor like the way Bencic is. I mean, you can't put it past her actually to be able to go all the way.
Thank you, Jill. Yeah, great to have your expert analysis on that encounter, and no doubt we'll get the benefit of that plenty more through the rest of Wimbledon. But we're going to take our leave of centre court now, and as I say, the next match is due out at 4:15 local time. Enjoy that.
Well, what a wonderful atmosphere then on centre court.
You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up.
Didn't get there in time as well. I start talking at the end of the queue and then they start talking. Oh well. What a wonderful match. And next up on centre court, we've got Novak Djokovic coming through. But on the first court, Sinner v Shelton at the moment. In the first set, they are both tied at 3 games at the moment as well. So we're getting ready in a few moments. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening around centre court. Let's head it downstairs to Claire Boulding.
Toenail and fair.
But it looked painful at some points because towards the last 5-6 minutes of the match, there were some times when she kind of pulled up. And so I feel like she got a little more aggressive in that tiebreak, which was actually a help for Belinda Bencic. She plays such a masterclass game with such great timing, stands so close to the baseline, really challenges her timing. There's not that many players that can hit it that easily off a ball that's coming at them with power, and Belinda does a great job with the soft hands. But I was so impressed with her mentally, how she got through those last 10 minutes.
Absolutely, and we can have a look at her early in the match as well. First set could have gone really either way. It was very, very tight. She takes the ball early. We talked about this before the match, but my word, her timing has to be spot on.
It really does. And so she was actually attacking the second serves, really making Mira feel a little bit uncomfortable and on those second serves. And Bencic is more than happy to move inside the baseline and hit the ball, kind of confront the ball. Mira, 33%. 2 meters behind the baseline, so she doesn't mind being on defense. Bencic, because she's not as quick as Andreeva, only 8%, and that's where she cannot be on defense too much. But I think that Bencic just played such a great match as far as tactics, as far as controlled with her emotions. She let it out a few times. It's a lot of pressure out there, but also the ball strikes. It's not overhitting, it's not underhitting, it's this nice tempo, it's redirecting the ball, defending when she could. So accurate and precise. And that's a tough ball to receive on grass because it's so low, and Andreeva used a lot of her forehand slice as well. But it was an interesting tactical match, a joy to watch.
And it really did feel as if it might go to a decider, but Bencic shut the door on Andreeva in this second set. And it's interesting, when you watch two players that are so closely aligned, it does come down sometimes to little moments and decisions made, and the trading of the forehand slices there. It was a fun match to watch. It had a bit of everything.
Yeah, getting to the tiebreak, there was no player that was up by a big margin in the sets. It was very close all the way through, and so therefore tons of drama. And they're both looking up at their camps, Conchita Martinez, as well as Bencic, who's looking at her coach and her dad, who's been there every step of the way. And Bella's dad was not there, probably babysitting young Bella. But this is where Bencic is so good inside the baseline, where she starts to dictate and get the angles, get the depth, and finish points off the net. This ball must have felt like it was up there for a half an hour before she was able to put that ball away. What a moment there for Belinda Bencic to get to her first semis of Wimbledon.
Absolutely, and she coped so well, and maybe the experience coming through there, and also that sense that this is all a second chance. This is like a sort of whole new book in her life, not just another chapter, a new book. This is the sequel.
Absolutely. I think she realizes she has that Olympic gold. I think that really settled her a lot because, remember, she was a prodigy. She was into the top 10 by the time she was 18. So people were thinking, can Belinda Bencic win majors? And she was probably thinking the same. People have been telling her that since she was a young girl. It wasn't happening. Now at 28, she says, I've already won at life. I'll never forget that quote from her because I have Bella. So I think it has taken the pressure off. If she has a loss, she goes back. Her family's traveling with her. A lot of times it's her mom and her dad as well to help out with the coaching and the babysitting. So it seems like a really comfortable situation for her, and maybe that's just freed her up enough at 28 to get to her first semis here.
And for Mira Andreeva, it may not feel like it right now, but my word, she's going to learn so much from the experience of being out here on centre court, of playing a Wimbledon quarter-final. Unfortunately, some of the decisions that she made at key moments, the errors that she made, she'll just say, how did I miss that? Why did I choose that shot? And it just was a little bit like one of those matches for her.
Well, I think it's the forehand side that has improved so much. The backhand has always been rock solid from Andreeva, from cross court, down the line. this one right here overhit that in that first set tiebreak, gave the hand to Conchita, because before that point, Conchita had said, brave, play bravely. And this one, she pushed her way forward. Not an appropriate time to come forward. She was too deep in the court, got herself behind 3-1. And this is when the brain kind of starts whirling and you start to not being able to think clear. She overspins the forehand there. So the forehand, Claire, has improved so much, but it still has a ways to go. Everything else is so much better. The serve, 120 miles an hour, but it's the forehand again that players can attack.
And she looked very upset as she left the court, and I know that she will feel that that was a chance. She had a real chance there. It was a very, very close match. But she has talent. She has so much personality as well. She's won a lot of fans at this year's Wimbledon. None of this will make her feel any better right now. What will make her feel better is that she has got years ahead of her.
Absolutely. She's broken into the top 10 this year. She won back-to-back WTA 1000s, beating Sabalenka, beating Swiatek a couple times, Rybakina. I think she is going to be, in the future, I think she's going to be world #1 because of that serve is a huge weapon, her mobility, her ability to hit that backhand through the court, the slice on the forehand, the touch, the feel, the power, all of it. Only 18 and has improved so much from last year.
And it has been so much fun watching her at Wimbledon this year. Tracy, thank you so much. Let's have a look at the draw then, because it is Belinda Bencic who goes through to a semi-final meeting with Iga Swiatek tomorrow as well. We'll see Aryna Sabalenka against Amanda Anisimova of the USA. Let's hear from Iga Swiatek after she won her quarterfinal against Ludmila Samsonova. This is what she had to say on court.
Iga, huge congratulations. It seems strange to say to a 5-time Grand Slam champion, but for the first time you are through to a Wimbledon semi-final. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, honestly, it feels great. Even though I'm in the middle of tournament, you know, I already got goosebumps, you know, after this win. So I'm super happy and super proud of myself. And yeah, I'll keep going.
Now, you have a great record here at Wimbledon. You're a junior champion, but since then, there's an idea that you have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the grass. Surely at this stage, it's becoming a bit more love.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I really enjoy playing this year, and hopefully it's going to last as long as possible. But yeah, I for sure feel like I really worked hard, you know, to progress here on the surface. So this year I feel like I can just work with it and work with myself. So yeah, I'll just keep doing that, and it's really a pleasure also to play in front of you guys. So thanks for the support.
You got through to the semi-final in straight sets. You played some incredible tennis out here today. The good news for you is that there's a big battle going on in centre court because it's a tight turnaround. You have to play your semi-final tomorrow. So what do you do to get ready for that?
Yeah, well, for sure it's a different rhythm, you know, than usually what we have on Grand Slams. I think I only played twice like that, you know, so, you know, I'll just recover today, try not to celebrate too much, but already focus on the next one, you know, prepare in the evening, and I'll be ready tomorrow.
Very well done today. Put your hands together for Iga Swiatek.
Thank you.
Yeah, she looks just so happy this year, Iga Swiatek. Now, on #1 court, doubts about Yannick Sinner's fitness and the state of his elbow can certainly be put to one side for the moment because he is serving pretty well against Ben Shelton. First set, mid-stages of it. 3-4 is the score, going with serve on #1 court. That match currently live on BBC 2, which is where we'll be heading with our coverage at 4:15, because here on BBC 1 we're going to be building up to that Women's Euros match that England have to win if they're going to stay in with a chance of defending their title. They're up against the Netherlands. So 4:15 we will be concentrating on football, but it gives us an opportunity between now and then to talk about the quarterfinal that will be coming up between Flavio Cobolli and the extraordinary Novak Djokovic. And when you look at his numbers, they are off the scale. 101 Wimbledon wins, 74 of them have come on centre court. Today is his 63rd quarterfinal here in Grand Slams, and he's lifted the trophy here 7 times. But perhaps the number that motivates him most of all, and it will be his lucky number if he gets there, is 25.
Okay, stand by then, please.
Okay, here we go then.
As a kid, I remember growing up in Belgrade. I had to fight my way through as well, together with the family. It was a fight, a mental fight mostly.
NATO prepares to start the countdown to locking ratings.
As a kid, full of energy, I watched the TV and watched Pete Sampras winning his first Wimbledon. I think it was '92 year. That was one of the images that stuck in my mind.
He is absolutely up there with the very best players who have graced this famous court.
I asked my father to buy me a little racket, and I remember watching myself in the mirror and saying, yeah, this is the Novak Djokovic Wimbledon champion. I was daydreaming because it was meant to be for me to play tennis. I come from the sport family, but nobody played tennis ever, so I wasn't meant to play tennis at all. But, you know, it was just really, how can I say, like a destiny. Wimbledon is, for me, the most prestigious tournament there is, and it's such a sacred tennis club, and I must be honest, I was dreaming of winning only Wimbledon. In men's tennis, there's rivalry. We'll talk after. You can always feel the tension. I was very consistent with my results, but I kind of tripped whenever I needed to make that final step. Things are going great. Results will come sooner or later. It is a very mental game. I needed to have a lot of confidence in myself and a lot of belief, find that mental strength and will to win and will to go on. But I overcome it. Winning against Nadal in the final was unforgettable. The best day of my life. I think I'm still sleeping and still having my dream. As a kid, I always aimed for the highest goals. It's the work, it's the commitment, the dedication, and it gave me an extra edge to keep on going.
It's Djokovic again, Wimbledon #5 for the Serbian superstar.
I mean, the goal is to make history and win as many Grand Slams as possible.
History made, a 7th Wimbledon, a 21st.
Plus Alcaraz, he looks like a man on a mission.
For the sport, it's good to see some, you know, the young players coming up, and I hope one day they can become better than me, and I sincerely hope they can be better than me. I don't take anything for granted, and will I be able to continue on playing this well or not, I'm not sure.
Djokovic is deposed as a new king of centre court, Carlos Alcaraz.
Carlos never stops, you know, fighting, and he's such an unpredictable player. I mean, he's very young, and obviously he was better than me.
The young king of centre court retains the crown.
Thank you.
Voila.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I always dreamed of winning this title one day, and some of the highlights of my life and my career, professional career, have been achieved in this court. So what can I say? I must be very proud, you know. Not many people can say that they have the opportunity to be part of the history of the sport that I really love, and I think I did really, really well.
And very shortly he'll be coming out here onto centre court. Tim Henman and Todd Woodbridge alongside me, not only to reflect on what Novak Djokovic has achieved so far, but what might lie ahead, Todd, because all sorts of, I guess, uncertainty around him in some of the things we've seen at these championships.
I think coming into this tournament, definite uncertainty, but when you look at the way that he's played, what the body is like, what he did against Alex de Minaur, for me, gave me a big lift that he's going to still be around and potentially has a very, very good chance this year. I think a better chance even than the last two where he's made the final. His lift in the fourth set was something that we haven't seen from him, I think, for 12 months, almost since the Olympics in Paris.
And which was the most amazing thing, and almost, Tim, that Olympics in Paris worth mentioning because it was the cherry on top of the icing on the cake that had so many candles, if you see what I mean.
It was certainly what he was looking for in Paris with that Olympic gold medal, and for him to deliver that, which I think realistically was his last opportunity to win Olympic gold, was absolutely incredible. And then when I reflect on his performances this year, it is about the majors. At times, with all due respect, in some of the tour events, the Masters 1000, he's looked flat, he's looked disinterested, but the way he's played in the slams, you know, in Australia he played some great tennis until he got that injury against, you know, he got the injury against Alcaraz but had to pull out against Zverev. I thought in Paris at times he looked very good on the clay, but Sinner was too good. And now, you know, coming onto the grass where he has so much more experience than everybody else, I absolutely give him a legitimate chance of adding to his 24 slams.
The uncertainty I mentioned surrounds the issue with his breathing, and we haven't just seen it in one match, we've seen it in two. We've also seen it in terms of treatment that he's had behind the scenes. Something is happening, and whether it's a muscle issue or whether it's his trying to control the heart rate. What do you think, Tom?
Well, he's very green, isn't he? He's a green man in that he uses everything possible. So his alternative in some of the methods that he uses kinesiology, chiropractic work. He goes so deep into his diet. I think what you're seeing there are all like things with yoga. They're all opening things up. It's about keeping the body in one piece of alignment so that everything connects and nothing goes out of place. So the knees are good, the shoulders are good. And I look at him, I know what he does off court, and I think that's just part of the treatment almost.
But also, I think, you know, those are a lot of physical aspects that Todd's talking about. For me, when you reflect on some of his greatest achievements, there's always been this element of dealing with adversity. There's always been an issue in Australia when he's won. You know, he had a hamstring issue. He won on another occasion when he had the intercostal rib injury. And so for me, this is almost like a perfect distraction, that he likes to have a battle as well as what's going on with his opponents.
He definitely likes a focus. He needs to charge, he needs energy, and even during his last match against Alex, he was flat for a long time, and in commentary said, when's he going to lift? When's that moment where you'll hear him roar? And that's what he looks for. Sometimes it's somebody in the crowd that's with him. Sometimes
or
it's
the
someone
crowd
that's against him.
Yeah, it's the crowd shouting,
he finds it, and you know, he's
and
brilliant.
It fires him up, absolutely. Flavio Cobolli is the Italian he will be taking on. For him, this will be a first experience of centre court and trying to go further than he ever has done at a Grand Slam. Let's just quickly dip into number one court, because this match currently live on BBC Two, which is where we are going to be concentrating all of our Wimbledon coverage in a moment's time. 5 games all, first set. Yannick Sinner has dropped only 1 point, I'm hearing, on serve so far, so not an awful lot wrong with him, but Ben Shelton will chuck everything he has at the number one seed. That is the match live now on BBC Two. As on BBC One, we head off air by telling you that BBC iPlayer is the place to go if you want to watch Djokovic against Cobolli.
Well, the Wimbledon match will be coming up shortly as well, as coverage continuing there as well. So they're keeping Sinner's match live on BBC Two. Doesn't really change what we're having, because I believe 970 would have the live match coming up as soon as I can get hold of it. But the Wi-Fi not being the greatest as I'm trying to get hold of things as well, coming in for the match. But they're not out on centre court just yet, so we're building up to the eventual start to proceedings for this evening. And a very entertaining matchup is coming. To take a look then, I'll wait for JT to have a microphone to his hand, and he can update us what's happening on court number one as things stand. Yes, I don't actually know where the coverage is going to be. If it is on iPlayer, then that's always going to be just a little bit of an issue with our commentary call at the moment. Let's check in then on what's going on court number one.
30-all.
So where does that power come from? Is it the shoulder? Is it the arm? Is it the wrist? Is it everything?
It's basically everything.
Yeah. Using the body as well, driving up through the legs.
And also, because of baseball in the States and also football, a lot of the American players are used from a very young age of throwing the ball in both of those games. So they sort of have that natural wrist motion.
Yes, he talked about that with Annabelle a couple of days ago from his quarterback days.
Game, Shelton.
He knew how big that was.
Shelton leads 6 games to 5 for sets.
So did his dad.
He's fun to watch, isn't he? He just, after that, he shouts out, and the whole crowd gets involved, and then he looks at his dad, mutters away. Dad can't hear him from there, but he's just chatting amongst himself. There he goes. Then he just chats away there. Dad can't hear that. It doesn't matter. He wants to get it out there. Dad's going, didn't hear what you said, but you did a pretty good job there. Keep going.
Partner Trinity Rodman on the left, next door to his sister Emma, who incidentally is also a very, very good tennis player, and as I'm sure you all know now as well. Here for the second week, her employers back home in the States said, we can't drag you back to work while your brother's doing all this at Wimbledon, so yeah, she's still here to cheer him on.
She owes her brother big time, doesn't she? A few extra days if you can win this one. Extra days from the holiday, they won't count either. There'll be bonus holidays.
So Sinner in bright sunshine on #1 court, serving to take this first set into a tiebreak, 5-6. Slip from Shelton.
15 love.
Much more experienced in the last days of these major tournaments, Shelton. Beginning to make his way, however.
He's not making enough returns, Sheldon, but again, if it goes to the tie-break, which looks like it will, that's when sometimes he just turns it on and then he can just hit winners from all over the place. And he has managed his service games beautifully. Sinner has just been so solid with the first serve, and the follow-up with his second strike has been just fantastic. Now then,
Sinner. Six games all for sets, tiebreak.
Well, Sinner's tiebreak record this year, 1-7, lost 3. Shelton's played a shed load of them. 119, lost 14. He spends a fair amount of his life in tiebreaks. Here he is at the start of this one in a Wimbledon quarterfinal.
1-0 Shelton.
It was a brilliant second serve to start the tie-break. Just so much spin right into the body. Sinner had no chance to get out of the way of the ball there.
Amongst the tie-breaks that Sinner has lost this year, of course, the epic one, the monumental one at the end of the monumental Roland Garros final against Carlos Alcaraz.
Got it.
It's what you talked about, John. It's barely had a sniff.
2-0 Shelton.
During Sinner's regular service games, and here in the tie-break, he gets the mini-break.
Yep. Fantastic. Shelton made him work for that one.
2-1 Shelton. Left. Second serve.
Well, it was interesting there. Shelton slowed that serve up by his standards.
2-all.
And Sinner really got a hold of the return of serve.
Okay, well, we're going to be joining the Djokovic game on BBC Two shortly. For the time being, let's turn our attention to the opening match with our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio.
From Caboli.
Looks to be aggressive there, Caboli. Second serve, actually, from Djokovic was only 91 miles per hour. I don't think he wanted to make the same mistake as he did against de Minaur when he started with a double fault where he went big with the second serve. Put the ball in the court. Asked the question of his opponent.
15 love. That's an excellent first serve from Djokovic. Too hot to handle there for Caboli.
128 out wide as well. Often you can add maybe another 5 miles per hour because it's always a little slower when you do go wide.
30 love as Djokovic wants to make a solid opening statement here. That's another let. Gets another couple of balls from the ball kid at his end as Djokovic, and then that same ball kid just scampers back to his spot there at the back of the court with arms behind back. 30 love, Djokovic, and that first serve into the net this time. Placing the semi-finals on the line for whoever can come through this one. Second serve is to the forehand of Caboli. Here's the backhand of the Italian this time. Dances round onto the forehand side to try and unleash, and Djokovic sends a forehand long, so it's a first point of the match for Caboli.
Couple of big shots from Kaboli. Heavy with the backhand, deep. That was another takeaway, actually, was at times when he wasn't timing the ball particularly well against de Minaur, how deep he was forced to play, Djokovic. Certainly those first 2 sets.
That's an excellent serve down the tee from Djokovic, an ace.
40-15.
Yeah, it's been a feature of Djokovic here at Wimbledon in recent years, that serve and how consistent it is.
To get off the mark here, Djokovic. First serve again lands safely. Here comes the backhand from Djokovic once more. Forehand cross court from Djokovic, and the forehand into the net from Kaboli. So it is Djokovic up and running.
First game.
A good game to settle down there for Djokovic. Made 3 first serves out of 5. That was a strong finish there, moving well out wide to the forehand, going cross court. Again, my takeaway from that match, actually, against de Minaur, was that forehand cross court on the run. Usually is so good from Djokovic. It was below average. Also looking on our monitor here in terms of the steal scores, Kaboli leads the quarterfinals in that category as well.
He has been outstanding so far in this fortnight at Wimbledon, but Kaboli just forcing that forehand wide. He's got to settle into this service game.
Different level, though, isn't it, in terms of the quality of the player, as well as he's done. This is against a 7-time Wimbledon champion, 24-time major champion.
First serve into the net. Doesn't waste too much time between first and second serve. He'll come here with the second serve. The backhand from Djokovic with decent depth. And then Djokovic again with a backhand through the centre of the court. Then the forehand just up at the ante from Djokovic, and Kaboli's spraying the ball a bit here.
Yeah, well, he knows. He knows this is a huge match for Kaboli. His father's nervous in the box. And Djokovic, well, he's given nothing away, has he, so far? Opening 7 points.
Love 30. Already on the prowl is the 7-time Wimbledon champion. That's a good serve.
Yeah, went wide there. Not necessarily his favourite serve, because he's more comfortable on the, you would say, coming from Italy on the clay courts, loves that sort of kick serve into the right-hander's backhand, certainly on the left side, which is where he's serving now.
First serve lands safely, the backhand from Djokovic cross court. Then the backhand on the stretch from Djokovic is sent long. 30 all now in this second game of the opening set.
Really nice from Kaboli. He went after that backhand. Italian on centre court, Italian on court 1.
I know.
Filippo Volandri doesn't know where to sit.
Well, currently he's on centre court, so he's keeping a closer eye on Kaboli right now. He's the Davis Cup captain, but he's spoiled, isn't he? Is that forehand well picked up by Kaboli. Then he's on the stretch. He's a wonderful athlete, is Kaboli. That's been a hallmark of his game, and the forehand just about evades Djokovic.
Stunning. Djokovic leathered the return.
40-30.
And he was in control of the point, maybe just a little cautious with the approach. It wasn't down the middle, and it wasn't really a shot that had much width, so Kaboli punished him.
3 points in a row for Flavio Kaboli, as he is at 40-30 in his first service game of this quarter-final. Excellent serve out wide, and a nerve settler. That will feel good, Barry.
Oh, brilliant. To lose the opening couple of points and then to reel off 4 in a row. I mean, you're nervous. I mean, you'd be worried if he wasn't nervous. So the fact that to get your first service hole early, the amount of times I've seen a Djokovic or a Federer especially in this environment go up 3-love in the space of 10 minutes.
1-1 here, early stages. Djokovic misses with a backhand as he just moved up to mid-court. Tried to go cross-court there, but lost his bearings a bit there. Not a huge reaction from him, love 15. Expectant crowd here on centre court. Djokovic at love 15. There's a let as he tries to go down the tee.
Yeah, you would imagine after this game, then the few remaining empty seats will be filled. People waiting to... They've got a quick break, haven't they, after the previous match?
First serve into the net. Second serve here from Djokovic, bidding to win his 8th Wimbledon title. Can he stay on course for that? Second serve to the backhand of Caboli. Just had a little bit of kick on it. Did it catch the line?
Yeah, it must have caught the line, because it is one of those slow kick serve. Djokovic, that second serve at 90 miles per hour, hitting the line and just checking. Yeah, it's a total opposite to when the serve hits the line on a hard court or a clay court where it skids through. On a grass court, it checks.
Djokovic, 15 all as the serve lands safely. Then the forehand to the backhand of Caboli, who finds the pass cross court. He's found his radar.
Well, it was a tentative approach in the previous game. He got past. This one was also slightly cautious from Djokovic, this time into the backhand. I mean, he loves the target. We've mentioned how great a mover he is, Caboli.
That is a Djokovic-like pass that Caboli has just played. He has looked up to the great Serbian for many years as Caboli. Now he's playing him on this famous old court. The backhand up the line from Caboli, trying to get on top in this rally. The forehand into the net. That was a chance for the Italian.
Interesting, though, because ordinarily, I think I would have expected Djokovic to come forward with the forehand, but he backed off, as almost to say, I've got too much respect for your passing shots that you've produced already.
Yeah, intriguing game, this third game. 30 all. Djokovic with a little bit of work to do as Caboli's putting him under the microscope. Misses with the first serve. Once again, trying to go down the tee. Couple of deep breaths from Djokovic and a few purposeful bounces of the ball. Quite a few on this occasion. Second serve here. Slow into the safety of the service box. The backhand into the net from Caboli.
I think this is a plan for Djokovic. Just keep an eye on this second serve. That was 81. Almost, I think the research he might have done here, Mikey, is that Caboli likes to feed off pace off that second serve return.
Yeah, that was noticeably slower, wasn't it? That second serve. First serve here from Djokovic into that backhand of Caboli, who tries to chip it back into play. But it is another service hold for Djokovic. So 3 games played. And Novak 2-1 up in this opening set. Just about 10 minutes played here on centre court.
And crucially, some more towels have been delivered. It's the way, isn't it, these days, the players. I think the record is Jack Draper. I think there was one tournament where it was almost 9 towels he ordered. It was something ridiculous like that, because they've got the boxes, haven't they? They've got the one box each side, not here at Wimbledon, but some of the tournaments they have 1 box each side, so that's 2, and then the other end, that's 4. And then a few more that they want for the change of ends.
Are they actually looking to use them or take them away with them, Barry?
Oh.
I mean, we've seen Iga Swiatek absolutely stockpile the towels. But I'm sure they're being used here on centre court.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Here come the rest of the spectators. Absolutely, Barry, filling up those empty seats you mentioned after the quite lengthy opening match. I mean, it was 2 very close sets between Belinda Bencic and Mira Andreeva. So quite right, the fans on centre court, just stretching the legs, getting another drink, maybe a bite to eat. They're back now as Caboli is getting this 4th game underway. Good first serve. Djokovic on the stretch, can't steer it back into play.
15, love.
He's got pace, Caboli. Already, he's pumped one down at 133.
15 love, Caboli. First serve into the net as once again the sun shines perfectly here on centre court. Second serve from Kaboli, that the backhand is back into play by Djokovic, but then a backhand of real quality cross-court from Kaboli.
Yeah, it's stunning tennis. It does look like on his backhand, he sort of holds it. It's actually quite difficult to read which way he goes, and he can certainly slot it both sides.
Well, he comes into this encounter with great confidence, Kaboli, having dropped just one set en route to this, his first major quarter-final. There's the backhand return from Djokovic. We're into a rally now. The forehand from Djokovic is long. 40 love, Kaboli.
Well, I have to say, given how big a match this is, which biggest match he's ever played?
Oh, yeah.
He's settled down brilliantly. He's absolutely ripping the ball.
He's in front of the royal box right now. Kaboli's serving. 40 love. Good first serve again. Then the forehand on the stretch from the Italian. Now he's scampering to his backhand side, but can't quite get the slice back into play.
40-15.
Djokovic so quick to realise that he could get forward there.
Queen Camilla here today. Met Novak Djokovic earlier.
She likes the tennis, does the Queen.
40-15 here. Kaboli trying to get back onto level terms. There's the backhand. This time he goes up the line. Djokovic with a forehand through the centre of the court. Cross-court, though, from Djokovic, and Kaboli into the net. So this game not done yet.
Yeah, that might feel that that's a crucial area to this match. Of sometimes, although on the clay, players have big forehands, but you can rush them with their big swings, and Djokovic forcing the error there with his big forehand into the Italians.
So a bit more work to do here for Kaboli. And as he bounces the ball, it almost gets away from him. First serve into the net, second serve to come here, and he doesn't waste time between first and second deal. He's ready once again. Keeps the ball kids on their toes because they have to be fast. Forehand is wide from Kaboli, so from 40 love, it's now juice.
Yeah, that would be my concern if you, Kaboli, if you do start missing first serves, and Djokovic was no one more accurate, I don't believe, ever in the history of this sport of qualities of returns.
On to juice, that's a perfect serve. Down the tee, needed that.
I mean, it is as close as you can get. Just caught the outside edge.
Advantage here for the Italian, who calls Rome his home, as the return comes into play from Djokovic. Then a drop shot works out well, but Kaboli is very quick. He got there, but just steers it wide.
Yeah, the first change up for Djokovic. It's that return where he hits deep, and then you're kind of having to just stay in the point, and you're on your heels. But he have to say, he got there almost with ease as he slid into that shot. That's definitely a 2025 as opposed to, wouldn't see that in 40 years ago when Becker won here.
I mean, he is lightning quick, Flavio Kaboli. We know that. One of the quickest around. It's going to have to be a very good drop shot to get the better of him. As the forehand return from Djokovic into play down the centre of the court. Forehand to the backhand of Djokovic there. And then Kaboli with a backhand. Again, he's loving the cross-court backhands right now, the Italian. It's a little backhand battle we got going on here. A little string of backhands between the two players, and it's Kaboli who wins that one. That's a bit of a boost for him.
Yeah, as I said at the start of the match, he leads the whole tournament at baseline points won. A great example there. Brilliant tennis. Fearless.
Certainly was. He stood up to the test and was able to win that exchange. Advantage here for Kaboli. First serve lands safely. Then the backhand from Djokovic. The forehand slice from Djokovic now. Kaboli with a forehand to the backhand corner of Djokovic, who on the stretch couldn't steer it back into play. It is 2 games all.
Well, right now, Mikey, I mean, I know it's only 4 games, but he's better than Djokovic from the back of the court. 16 minutes in, Djokovic, who's come out and served well, He's returning well, but when you get into those baseline rallies, he's won 9 to Djokovic's 7. Let's keep an eye on that. If we get to potentially tie break, will that flip around?
Well, it's been good early work, this, from Caboli, as Djokovic steps up to the line to serve once again. It's 2 games all. And Djokovic with a first serve. It's a let. We'll reset and pick and choose his tennis ball once again. The 7-time champion here at Wimbledon. Now he focuses in. Very measured in his service motion. Misses with that first serve out wide. He took a bit of the pace off the ball. Tried to go out wide. Now he just loses control as he was bouncing the ball there, Djokovic. Apologises to Caboli. Second serve here. And it's a backhand from Caboli. Good depth again from the Italian. He is looking so strong at the back of the court. And again, he has won a baseline battle.
Yeah, and what he's done in that opening point, forcing Djokovic to get out of his sort of comfort zone and making him take that backhand on down the line. And it was not really the right play. But Djokovic is feeling the pressure, the quality of the ground shots from Caboli. I think the slice might be a go-to play here for Djokovic to try and change the rhythm.
Love 15. Djokovic misses with that first serve into the net. He just wipes some sweat from his brow with his wristbands there, Djokovic. Temperatures are rising over the next few days, certainly. Second serve here. And the forehand from Caboli. It's decent depth again from the Italian. Then the backhand attempted drop shot from Djokovic is good. Caboli got there, but again, he couldn't quite control the ball once he did.
Yeah, it's great play from Djokovic. You know, recognising, first of all, a couple of good shots to kind of dominate the rally. And then the drop shot into the forehand and that extreme grip. So many of the players have. It's a difficult shot when the ball's low. He's just shadowing it, maybe suggesting a possible chip next time, Caboli. A lot going on, isn't there?
There is. And Caboli can be very happy with how this has started. Nearly 20 minutes played. Djokovic with a good first serve, but Caboli rips a forehand cross-court winner.
Magnificent.
15.
He has not been intimidated at all so far. I mean, maybe Djokovic didn't quite hit the sideline there on that serve out wide, but what a return from Caboli.
Gutsy play so far from Caboli as he is taking the fight to his idol. 15-30. Djokovic is so often immune to pressure. This first serve into the net.
Just missing a few more first serves here.
Caboli awaits at the baseline. This is a big chance now, this game. He's got a foothold in it. Second serve from Djokovic. What a serve that is. Down the tee.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 116 miles per hour. But again, I think it's a recognition that Djokovic has got to go out or get out of, not necessarily his comfort zone, but just to show him some different hands here.
30 all in this, the 5th game of this tight opening set so far. That's a great first serve from Djokovic out wide.
And Djokovic sort of wipes his hands on his thighs as if to say, they're sweaty.
Yeah, he's still going. He's still wiping away and trying to get some dry hands.
He looks cool as a cucumber though, doesn't he, Caboli?
Yeah. 40-30. As Djokovic lands another first serve. Caboli just about steers it back into play, but Djokovic swats away the short forehand. And it is Djokovic who holds 3-2, but I think he is feeling the heat a little bit here, Djokovic. He is very warm out here.
Yeah, just seeing if the ice towel,
yeah,
it's been delivered.
Wraps it around his head and his neck now.
Do we get ice towels in the commentary box?
I'm not sure we do. Maybe if it goes to a 5th set, we can request
Mind
one.
you, we've got air conditioning in here.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty spoiled in here. As Djokovic, well, it was hard work, tough work, but he's able to get his nose in front. And for all the good play we're saying Flavio Cobolli is producing, Djokovic is keeping the Italian at arm's length.
Yeah, that's why those first 2 sets was just totally out of character for Djokovic. I mean, I mentioned it in commentary. You know, at one stage, I think it was halfway through the 2nd set, he had never performed as badly on his first serve or his second serve ever here at Wimbledon. I mean, you're talking about over 100 wins. I mean, he sort of corrected it in sets 3 and sets 4. I thought the way he ended the match, winning those 5 games in a row from 1-4 break point down.
Real buzz around centre court is Novak Djokovic. Leading the way just about. We're on serve, 5 games played. A few more spectators scampering down to their seats. Got to get to the correct row and shuffle along. Excuse me, excuse me. I think they found their spot now. Misses with the first serve, Cobolli. Second serve comes here. Djokovic with an excellent forehand return. Djokovic with a backhand now. Cobolli really unleashes on the forehand. He's got so much firepower, Cobolli, but too much there.
Yeah, certainly in the right shot. Just over-pressing Djokovic, who did so well in the open stance backhand. Defense. This has got a lot going on here. This is great stuff.
Love 15. Cobolli misses with that first serve.
Time will tell whether it's similar to what it was with Djokovic Kecmanovic.
Second serve to come here, and Cobolli lands it this time. But then the backhand from the Italian into the net.
Yeah, Djokovic almost daring him to go down the line with his backhand there, Cobolli. It's a strong return from Djokovic. He kind of took the pace off it, used the angle. Almost sort of the return you'd see a lot in doubles.
I love 30. So a little outside chance here for Djokovic here. First serve does land safely. Then the backhand drop shot from Cobolli. This time Djokovic scampering forward. He gets there, but Cobolli with a whipped forehand winner.
I mean, he is absolutely rapid. And because he's so quick, he always seems to be in position, because this was a pretty good chip down the line from Djokovic. Cobolli does very well, and it's why he's adjusted on the quicker courts. Is he cuts down the angles when he moves.
15-30. Great first serve. Djokovic almost dived to get that return back into play. He just about kept his footing, but then it was swatted away with authority by Cobolli at the net.
He's got a lively arm. He's only 6 foot. So, you know, he's in consideration to having one of the fastest serves, pound for pound. What is it in the Italians these days? They all serve well.
They are spoilt right now, the Italian Tennis Federation. Backhand up the line from Cobolli. It's too good, and the forehand sent long by Djokovic. Cobolli with a little racket shake and a look towards his team.
I say that because, you know, when they had some really good players, often while the Italians don't serve well, I mean, now you Berrettini, you Sinners, even Bellucci, who's 5'9", he can crank the serve up.
First serve misses from Cobolli. He leads 40-30, trying to level up this opening set. Second serve here, the backhand from Djokovic through the centre of the court. Then the forehand cross-court from Novak, and the forehand into the net from Cobolli.
Yeah, just a quick look at the unforced errors so far. Djokovic 4, Cobolli 9. Just got to be just a little warier. Yes, you have to play aggressive tennis, but Djokovic just, he's like a great boxer. He just keeps prodding and probing. Not necessarily one who will go for the big punch to floor you.
Juice here, and that first serve into the net as he tries to go down the tee. Once again, quickly gets ready for the second serve. Kaboli, backhand return from Djokovic. Can he step in and take command? No, he stays behind the baseline as Djokovic. As the forehand ripped into the net by Kaboli.
Pressure's building here. Kaboli looked at his team as if to say, what's happened there? Djokovic was on the baseline, was just pushing the Italian further back. And noticed a little glance from Djokovic. They pick up everything, don't they, these top players?
He's just locked in here, hasn't he, Djokovic, in this game? He's not missing much. Here comes the serve from Kaboli. Misses, though, on the return, Djokovic.
Great accuracy. First big point of the match, and he finds a quality first serve.
Juice here as Kaboli having to really dig deep in this service game. The serve down the tee. Djokovic on the stretch, gets it back into play, but there's a forehand error again from the Italian.
He's had a couple of points ago. This is a bit of a worry. But that's what Djokovic is, that's what he does so well. It's just the intensity he brings, Mikey, to seemingly every single point.
Break points here for Djokovic. First serve misses from Kaboli, so can Djokovic really up the ante as he looked at a second serve? Second serve is accurate here. It's a good return, and Djokovic on the stretch with the forehand sends it long. He looks towards his team this time, Djokovic.
Yeah, he's not happy with something, but actually, what a forehand. I mean, inside in, and to be able to land it, what was around the service box, wasn't it? And that's why Djokovic was beaten, that the ball almost bounced twice as he was about to hit it.
Juice once more, good serve out wide from Kaboli, but Djokovic, he always gets it back into play, doesn't he? Then the backhand slice from Djokovic. Forehand is long from Djokovic this time.
Advantage, Kaboli.
Taking his time, Djokovic just going to pick up his towel at the back of the court. Again, a little surprised. And that forehand error.
Big game, this one, and Kaboli trying to level up proceedings in this opening set. We've played just about half an hour in this contest so far. There's a drop shot from Kaboli. Djokovic gets there. He plays a drop shot, but Kaboli will get there with time to spare. It's got to be better than that, as it is 3 games all.
It's been a super intense opening 6 games. Djokovic not able to break. He had the 2 break points. Kaboli only 18% in terms of unreturned serve. So again, what Djokovic does well, although he didn't break that game, it just tons and tons of returns he puts in back into court, builds the pressure a lot that way.
Exactly half an hour played, and it's 3 games all with the sunshine beating down here on centre court. What a match we have in store here. Kaboli with a forehand stretch return, then the backhand. He's just about able to get it back into play, and Djokovic puts it away in style. But he's so quick at the back of the court, Kaboli.
It's noticeable. Again, sometimes when you watch these players, as I did in Hamburg, and I think, man, I'm not so sure there's many quicker. But until they're kind of against the very best, and you realise, actually, I think that is the case.
First serve comes from Djokovic, and the backhand long from the Italian.
Because so often when we talk about the quickest players, you're often drawn to the ones who win the big titles, i.e. sort of an Alcaraz. And he is absolutely rapid, Kaboli.
30 love. Djokovic with a first serve, which is down the tee. Then the backhand up the centre of the court from Kaboli. He's gone for the drop shot again, just to test out the movement of Djokovic, which is very good. Djokovic scrambling now. Can he get it back into play? No. Kaboli wins this exchange.
And there are some players who are great athletes, but they maybe don't have the hand skills to sort of back up their speed. Kaboli certainly does. It was a nice drop shot from Djokovic. How easily he covered the ground. Djokovic went for the the flamboyant shot between his legs.
Oh, that would have been absolutely ridiculous had he made that. Djokovic on the run, on the stretch, but into the net it went. 30-15. This is the 7th game of the opening set. Great return from Kaboli. That's got Djokovic stretching. Then the backhand up the line from Kaboli, and Djokovic can't get it back into play. Oh, he ripped a couple of shots there.
Unbelievable. We're so fortunate, our commentary box, where we're positioned, we can see the body language of a player look straight up into their player's box. And again, Djokovic looking to his team. He's taken a few big hits here. I mean, that backing down the line, he's got a glorious two-hander, hasn't he?
Absolutely beautiful from the Italian. As it is 30-all. And he keeps Djokovic honest with the power that he has at the back of the court. That forehand is back into play from Kaboli. Then the backhand, he tempted to go up the line, just misses Kaboli.
40-30.
Djokovic just a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, I think he realises the feeling that actually this is serious stuff. He's drawing the best out of Djokovic. If he'd made that, time to shake hands.
Yeah. 40-30, Novak Djokovic, as the first serve is good. Then the backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Attempted lob from Kaboli is long. And we remain on serve in this very high-quality opening set, as Djokovic leads the way 4-3. Oh, where is this turning next? It has had a little bit of everything so far, the opening 7 games, and you've got to say already, Flavio Kaboli performing better than we saw in the previous match that these two played. They played in Shanghai at the Masters 1000 on the hard courts last year. Djokovic, he lost just 3 games to win 6-1, 6-2, so it's a very different story on the grass courts
now,
here.
though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Kaboli, he's improved so much, but is this a Kecmanovic situation? And, I mean, obviously rankings will suggest, well, he's a better player, Kaboli. But once Djokovic broke the back of Kecmanovic in the 8th game, you know, when you throw everything at Novak Djokovic, and he's thrown a lot, but Djokovic has stayed tough on serve, and you'll play your best, and it's still not good enough. And I think that's where the advantage, actually, if Djokovic serving first here.
Well, 11 Italian players began the fortnight in the gentlemen's singles draw. Kaboli and Sinner still left standing. Ah, well, we have Fabio Fognini watching on. Of course, Fabio announcing his retirement today, as of now, as the 8th game gets underway. Fabio departs the scene, but we've got Flavio really coming to the fore.
Well, he royally entertains. Brilliant career, lovely way to go out, wasn't it, against Alcaraz? A brilliant match for Fognini, but he won't be impressed with that first point from Kaboli.
Yeah, he is watching on, Fognini, with a lot of interest, I'm sure, but he announced today the perfect way to say goodbye here at Wimbledon. Backhand return from Djokovic, then the forehand cross-court from Novak, and that is sent long from Kaboli, so love 30 here.
I just wonder whether new ball's a bit of a factor, possibly. I'm not a fan of a drop shot the first point, especially with new balls. And he's in trouble here. Not for the first time, love 30. Started the match at love 30, did Kaboli, but held there.
Yeah, a bit more of a riddle to solve here for Flavio Kaboli. First serve is great down the tee. Djokovic gets nowhere near it.
So good with that serve. We knew it was in because we could see the white titanium pigment.
15-30. First serve is long this time from Kaboli. Djokovic waiting, prowling at the back of the court. The return is just long. Goodness me, that must have been close.
He'll be livid, Djokovic, and he missed that return. When he has missed his first serve, Djokovic has won 7 of the 11 points returning the Italian second serve.
30 all. Caboli trying to level things up here at 4 games all, and that is exactly the sort of serve you want. It's an ace down the tee once more to get to 40-30 in this game.
It is his favourite serve. Both sides into the backhand, Caboli.
23 years of age, the Italian. What a big moment in his young career as the backhand return from Djokovic into play. Then the forehand ups the ante from Djokovic. Backhand into the net from Caboli. On to Juice now.
Djokovic was desperate to get forward. He didn't want to get involved in a baseline duel there. What do you think covers the middle here? If you're Djokovic?
I think so.
Yeah. Does he just edge over? Let's see. He's standing a long way back at the moment, Djokovic. Will he move forward?
On to Juice here. Caboli with a first serve that goes to the forehand of Djokovic. Then the shot wide from Caboli, just mistimed that.
Advantage.
And you heard the oohs and ahs from many inside centre court. It is break point for Novak Djokovic. He's already had a look at 2 break points in this opening set. Hasn't converted either. Will it be third time lucky? Caboli with a first serve out wide to the Djokovic backhand, who stretches to get it back into play. Djokovic on the stretch on the forehand. It's into the net and he takes a tumble, does Djokovic. He's quickly springs back to his feet.
Well, big points. He likes to go wide. And that's where he went to save the break point.
On to Juice here. Back against the wall, Flavio Caboli's coming up with some big tennis, isn't he? He needs a bit more. First serve misses from the Italian.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now he can play any better, Caboli.
Second serve. Oh, that is a bad time for the first double fault of the match.
And that's where that number, talking about a points won on second serve, you feel it as a player when you're not getting much success. It sort of forces you to go for more on that second serve. First of the match.
Break point once again here for Djokovic. Caboli misses with a big first serve out wide. This time Djokovic stepping in towards the baseline. Will he take it on? The backhand through the centre of the court. Djokovic then goes cross-court with the forehand. Backhand from the 7-time Wimbledon champion. Forehand up the line from Djokovic. Caboli resisting well at the moment. Backhand is pretty safe from Caboli. Djokovic with a forehand slice up the line. It's just about in. Djokovic stepping in with the backhand cross-court. Caboli responds with a backhand cross-court. Then Caboli on the stretch, up the line, misses. And Djokovic does break. And it's hands on hips time for Caboli. 5-3 Novak Djokovic, and he will serve for the opening set.
It's amazing. So many times during the Wimbledon this year, the longest rallies have been almost the most important points in a set, and that was 18 shots. Djokovic not backing off at all. Classic Novak Djokovic there.
"40 minutes of very high quality tennis. And where is this going to turn next? Novak Djokovic, he has made his move in this opening set. Serving for it at 5-3. Caboli has been outstanding, but he's just buckled at the business end of this opening set. Caboli with a forehand winner up the line. He's not done yet in this set.
No, he's played great in this opening set.
Love 15.
I think it's just important, even though he's a breakdown, he's done a lot of good things. Just stay there mentally, and that's a good start to the game. It was the first point at 4-3 that cost him with the drop shot with new balls.
Love 15 in this 5-3 game in the opening set. Djokovic misses with a first serve. Takes a couple of deep breaths. Saw some long rallies in that previous game as Djokovic was able to find the break. Takes his time over this second serve preparation. This time the second serve to the backhand of Kaboli. He goes cross-court. Djokovic scrambling towards that backhand side. He left an ocean of space that Kaboli says, thank you very much, I'll have that.
What a second serve return. And because of it, and Djokovic was on the stretch, he just couldn't get enough purchase with his two-hander. Djokovic, he was in trouble. A player of Kaboli's quality is not going to miss that last forehand as he hits it into the open court.
Yeah, Kaboli bidding to defeat a top 10 player at a Grand Slam for the very first time. He's lost all 4 matches he's previously contested against top 10 players at the Slams. Here's a forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Kaboli. Just about gets that over to the backhand of Djokovic, and Djokovic into the net.
Well, he was reluctant to go back cross-court there, Djokovic.
Well, a twist in this tale. Love 40. It is the first break points that Kaboli has had a look at in this opening set. And can he make them count? Or will it be Djokovic to pull the Houdini act here? He's got to try and fend off 3 break points. There's a let on the first serve. As the sun beats down again on centre court, it's getting brighter and brighter as we go past 5 o'clock here on this Wednesday evening. First serve again from Djokovic. Love 40, misses out wide. Will Kaboli be adventurous with this return as he's got a couple of extra break points in reserve? Look at a second serve here for Kaboli, who just waits with his bright orange racket in his hands. It is a forehand that he takes on Kaboli down the centre of the court, and Djokovic misses with a forehand. And Djokovic, as he was serving for the set, is broken to love. And this is back in the balance. Djokovic leads 5-4.
Well, that's a collector's item. Novak Djokovic serving for a set and being broken to love. Wow. First point sets the tone. I always say that of any game. It set the tone at 4-3. And to be honest, Mikey, it set the tone there at 5-3 because he hit a ripper, didn't he? The first point, Kaboli.
Well, it feels sort of fair, doesn't it? I mean, the way that Kaboli's played to get to this scoreline. He's broken back in the nick of time. It's Djokovic, he'll be frustrated. He's just got the ice towel wrapped around his neck.
Sit quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a surprising game from Djokovic, but Kaboli, credit to him, took the fight to Djokovic. And we are not done yet in this opening set. We've played 45 minutes here on centre court. And for Kaboli, he is back in the conversation. He wasn't at it for long, was he, Barry?
Definitely not. He's played 44 minutes of great tennis, 65 points. There's 1 point difference. Djokovic 1 point ahead.
Kaboli serving at 5-4 down. It's a let this first serve.
But it does feel like a bit of a worry long term in terms of the serve and the amount of returns Djokovic is making.
First serve out wide is good, and Djokovic can only get the frame of the racket to it.
Yeah, and it's just so important. You have to mix it up.
15 love.
You have to keep Djokovic guessing. You also feel a good play is go into the body of Djokovic as well. Not that we've seen too many of those so far.
15 love, Kaboli. This is gutsy stuff we've seen from the young man. Serve to the backhand of Djokovic. Then that forehand is ripped by Kaboli, but Djokovic resists well. Then the forehand up the line from Djokovic. Forehand inside out from Novak this time. Then the Kaboli backhand cross-court. He's loved that shot. The backhand, the short backhand from Djokovic. The forehand attempted pass from Djokovic is met by a volley of authority by Kaboli.
Stunning grass court tennis. But he did start the point like he was playing on a clay court. Slow first serve, 104 miles per hour. He built the point and finished off with a magnificent drop volley.
Gets the applause from Novak Djokovic, that volley.
13 winners to Djokovic's 7. That's the tennis he has been playing.
30 love. Kaboli misses with the first serve. A few more bounces of the ball, but he's quick, isn't he, between the first and second serve. He's missed that second serve.
30-15.
Double fault, just the second of the match so far for the Italian.
Yeah, 30 love. I mean, to beat Djokovic here on centre court, you have to be brave. You can't wait for errors. So 30 love, he was bold with that second serve. This time it didn't pay off, but it might further down the line.
Good first serve this time. Kaboli with a backhand up the line. Djokovic with a forehand to the forehand of the Italian. Then that's a really good deep forehand from Djokovic. Now he's gone for the backhand slice. Back to the two-hander for Djokovic. Kaboli playing well at the baseline, but he's on the stretch there, and the forehand sent long by Kaboli. Djokovic just squeezing the life out of that rally.
Oh, he leathered the forehand, Djokovic. That's about as hard as he can hit it. What a match.
Now, this has been tennis of the very highest order here on centre court. And it is 30-all, so Flavio Kaboli under some pressure here. Djokovic just 2 points away from taking this opening set. Misses with that first serve out wide. Now it's going to be another look at a second serve.
Yeah, that's been the problem for him today.
Backhand from Djokovic up the line. It's got Kaboli scrambling to his backhand side. Now Kaboli gets a forehand. Good depth from the Italian. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic. He's trying to get on top. He is on top, Djokovic. And now he has a set point as Kaboli goes wide.
Yeah, and Djokovic there because he just ran him ragged. Left, right, made Kaboli go for a almost, I wouldn't say it was impossible, but when it's 4-5, 30-all, very difficult to make that backhand line.
It is set points here for Djokovic. Kaboli serving at 30-40. First serve goes long from the Italian. And again, it's that second serve that will be under significant pressure. Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic. Great depth from Djokovic there. Then the forehand cross-court. Kaboli responds with a forehand cross-court. Djokovic goes wide with a rally ball there.
Yeah, and just telling himself as he missed that shot, got to get my weight through it. Maybe the ball just dropping and it was lower than what he was expecting. I mean, he's right on the edge here, Djokovic, which for me is always a positive sign that he knows how much of a test he's under right now.
He's being pushed hard by Flavio Kaboli, a player who has looked up to him, and that is an outstanding first serve from the Italian. Right on the line, down the tee. Advantage here for Kaboli to get things back onto level terms. It's a good serve down the tee. Then the forehand wound up there by Kaboli. Big power behind it by the Italian, and the overhead put away. It is 5 games all here on centre court.
Crowd loving this, as is Kaboli.
5 games all, first set.
And you know, deep down, I think so is Djokovic. I mean, yes, he wants to win majors, but this gets the juices going.
Do you think he's seeing a fair amount of him in Kaboli? The way that he's playing?
It's a really good question. I think he plays with a little bit more flair, Kaboli.
He's got great intensity at the baseline, has the Italian. The serve from Djokovic is accurate and powerful and good.
15 love.
That's why, for me, I don't want anyone to ever mess with the scoring in tennis because it's building and building. And it's looking like we are going to go to a tie-break, and then might just be the 1 point that could decide which way it goes.
15 love, Djokovic leads. Now it's 30 love. Short, sharp points will feel nice.
Yeah, and you want to shut the door, don't you, here, if you're Djokovic? Get this game finished, keep the pressure on Kaboli.
Yeah, we've played 52 minutes in this opening set so far as Djokovic lands another first serve. Then the backhand drop shot. Kaboli will get to it and plays a decent forehand, but Djokovic is there, and Kaboli with the attempted flick is comfortably long. 40 love.
Yeah, and even though you do get the luxury of a sit down, of course, in a minute, if a player does hold to love, you feel like there's no release of the pressure, the intensity. Djokovic has nearly got a love service hold.
Yeah, very swift game so far from Djokovic. Misses there. Second serve to come as Kaboli waits just a few feet behind the baseline. Second serve down the tee. Kaboli finds a forehand return. Then he goes cross-court. Djokovic goes cross-court. And that is into the net from Kaboli. Very comfortable game, that, for Djokovic.
Djokovic leads by 6-5. First set.
Yeah, first love service hold of the match, of course, after being broken to love his previous service game.
Well, again with the ice towel, Novak Djokovic. Some deep breaths from him. He's just doing some breath work, Djokovic, to try and get the air in his lungs. Kaboli looks a little bit more relaxed at the sit down.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he sweats at all. It's almost like he's sort of at the Roger Federer book, Kaboli.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
He was giving his son a lesson earlier today in the indoor courts, serving lesson. Mind you, I think you'd listen to your dad, wouldn't you?
I think
He'd
so.
serve like he had.
Yeah. Well, Kaboli serving to try and get us to a tie-break here. What a place to be here on this Wednesday evening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The players are ready.
Kaboli, can he get us to a tie-break here? Serving at 6-5 down. And Djokovic with a forehand into the net.
Well, I'll say it, because he would probably say it, but that was a poor return from Djokovic. He wasn't the greatest of first serves from Kaboli, but a surprising miss when he's made so many great returns, Djokovic, today.
Doesn't like that ball toss, Kaboli, so we'll go again here. Just a few minutes shy of the 1 hour mark this match so far. Kaboli rips a forehand. Big forehand up the line.
Wow. I mean, the return, first point wasn't great. It was brilliant. The second point on the stretch and on the back foot in the air. Amazing forehand. He really is a shot maker.
Venomous forehand there. Here comes the serve from Kaboli. The forehand sliced back into play by Djokovic, but that is whipped away. It's a wide, open green space from Kaboli.
40 love.
Yeah, and he plays with real panache, but also calm with it, and that's not easy to have that balance.
40 love as Kaboli lands a first serve. Djokovic on the stretch gets a forehand through the centre of the court. That is a brilliant backhand. Oh, that's a beauty from Djokovic up the line.
Yeah, it's a 40 love shot.
Yeah.
But as I said a couple of days ago, I've watched so many big matches of Djokovic where he kind of hits a throwaway shot, and then a couple of points later, he's back in the game. So this is an important point here for Kaboli.
40-15 here. Kaboli with that first serve into the net. Maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit with that backhand beauty from Djokovic, who's now waiting. Second serve is safe. The backhand from Djokovic is back into play. Then the forehand is framed long by Kaboli, just as you were mentioning, Baz.
Yeah, he just plays with that freedom. Never forget that US Open semi-final against Federer many years ago. Federer had those 2 match points, and
yeah,
I mean, it was almost he was resigned to the locker room, and he hit that unbelievable forehand return where he teed off.
Well, now it cranks up, doesn't it, on the shoulders of the young Italian. 40 love has become 40-30. Where's this first serve going? It's wide. Djokovic just widens his eyes. Focuses in. Second serve down the tee. It's a short return from Djokovic. The backhand is good, though, from Djokovic. Down low at the shoelaces of Caboli. And suddenly, he rattles off 3 points in a row, and this is a bit of a headache for Caboli.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Just got to steady himself here, Caboli. Doing the right thing, going to his towel. Usually full 25 seconds. The umpire will be looking at the clock, and now he's sort of racing to the line, Caboli. He's still got 10 seconds, though. Doesn't feel like he's necessarily ready for this point, Caboli.
Juice here, Djokovic on the prowl, but what a serve. That is just a serve of the very highest order from Caboli.
That's his favourite serve, down the middle. That's where the big serves have come today.
Advantage here for the Italian. And that goes out wide, and Djokovic can only get the frame to it as he stretched for the backhand. And it is a tie-break in this high-quality opening set, and it feels, Barry, a fitting destination for this set.
What a set. Unbelievable quality. Djokovic 1 point ahead, 43-42. Djokovic, well, he's often the master at tie breaks. However, that hasn't been the case necessarily this year. He's lost more than he's won.
So it will be Djokovic to serve first in this breaker. Who can strike first in this quarter-final contest? Someone just shouting out in the crowd as Djokovic was just about to unleash that first serve. So he resets his motion. Flavio Caboli waiting a few feet behind the baseline. Good first serve there from Djokovic. It's a decent return from Caboli. We just had Djokovic on his heels, but now Djokovic tries to get on the front foot. Caboli is on the front foot, and Djokovic stretching with that backhand goes long. So first blood to the Italian.
That was so sharp. Again, cutting the angles very well in terms of his movement there, Caboli. Djokovic losing the point, but it's doing nothing wrong.
Starts well here, Caboli. Now he's serving. Excellent first serve, and it's too strong for Djokovic, whose backhand is into the net.
2-0 Caboli.
Well, so much of grass court tennis is about the first strike. It's about who can hit the winners. Well, right now, Caboli, he's 19 to Djokovic's 10 in that department. Strong, powerful tennis.
We have played an hour in this match so far. What an arm wrestle it has been so far in this opening set, but there is still the important bit to come. Business end of this fascinating contest. Good start, though, to the breaker from Caboli, and then he is able to get Djokovic on the stretch again. The forehand into the net from the former world number one.
You've got to be rattled, Djokovic, given how great this tiebreaker's been. But the warning signs were there with all his numbers about how well he has played to get to this stage, Caboli. And anyone that hasn't seen him in this tournament and is watching this or listening and realise what a level he's been playing.
Djokovic has to get going in this breaker. Got a couple of points on his serve here. There's a first serve that lands safely, and Caboli with the backhand into the net.
But he's seen it all before, hasn't he, so many times. So even though it is love 3, it's only one mini break on the serve. It's you hold here, you're back in it. This is a huge point coming up.
1-3. Djokovic with a few deliberate bounces of the ball here. The world number 6. It feels strange to say that, doesn't it? Sounds strange. And Djokovic with an excellent serve.
Yeah, rankings don't lie, except when it's Novak Djokovic ranked 6.
Very strange to see that number next to his name. Hugh Grant watching on here.
Yeah. Good job he's got his sunglasses on.
I think he might just be having a quick siesta.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be sleeping watching this. This is great stuff.
The sunshine has got to Hugh Grant as it is Kaboli serving at 3-2 up. It's just behind Queen Camilla is Hugh Grant. There's the serve. Kaboli forehand up the line, and then that's long from Djokovic. Kaboli making his move 4-2.
Hasn't that inside-in forehand? When we say inside-in, it's when you run round your backhand and you hit your forehand straight down the line into the Djokovic forehand. I mean, it's like he's got his wand in his hand. An orange wand.
Well, for Kaboli, he has made his move. Can he keep things going his way? This is fascinating stuff here in this first set. Kaboli, the world number 24, taking on the world number 6 in Novak Djokovic. 7-time champion here at Wimbledon is Djokovic. Great serve from Kaboli. Down the tee. 3-point cushion he has.
I feel like I'm saying it over and over again, but big point, going middle, finding the target.
Djokovic with his back against the wall here. 2-5 in this breaker. First serve to the backhand of Kaboli. It's a slice to the backhand of Djokovic, who then rips one up the line. Kaboli stretching, and Djokovic puts it away into the open space. And then has a few words of what looked like frustration towards his team.
Well, it is a tie-break where he's still only the 1 point against the serve. Djokovic is playing catch-up.
3-5 here for Novak Djokovic, serving once again. Kaboli just 2 points away from taking the opening set here. Just long with that forehand return was the Italian.
And how close was that, Mikey? How close was that? Yeah, it wasn't far away. If he'd made it, that would have been 3 set points, but now he's got 2 service points to come, the Italian.
Yeah, Flavio's father, who was in floods of tears after his win over Marin Cilic in the previous round, just nods his head. He looks calm, does Stefano Kaboli. Will his son be calm? 2 points will do the trick in this opening set. Kaboli bounces the ball. He gets ready for this first serve, which is just out. He was looking for that serve out wide. Second serve here. And the backhand comes from Djokovic. Then the backhand up the line from Kaboli. Forehand up the line from the Italian. Djokovic goes cross-court with the backhand. Then the forehand cross-court from Kaboli. Forehand on the slice from Kaboli this time. And Djokovic moving forward to the forecourt. Has he done enough with the volley? He has. Back in business here.
So good. It started with the second serve return from Djokovic. He took control, and although it was a 14-shot rally, at no stage was he comfortable there, was he, Kaboli? And Djokovic making that move forward. What a point. Are you covering the middle here? It does feel like you should if you're Djokovic. Give him the wide serve.
Djokovic just cushioned that volley enough, didn't he? Kaboli, he is quick, but he's not that quick. He's not going to scamper forward to that. 5-all in this breaker now. Kaboli with a first serve to the forehand of Djokovic. It goes through the centre of the court, and Kaboli with a forehand flourish.
Well, he changed it up, and it was successful.
6-5, Kaboli.
I mean, how calm, Mikey, has he been in the biggest moments today?
Opportunity knocking for Kaboli with a set point. Djokovic, what can he conjure up here? Set point down to this magical Italian. But Djokovic, with all the experience, can he wriggle out of trouble? On his serve here, First serve is good down the tee, and Kaboli gets it back into play. Djokovic, backhand up the line. We're not done yet. They're going to change ends here.
That's won him a few big points over his career. And there was never in doubt as Djokovic got up to that shorter backhand really quickly. Best set of the 10 days in terms of quality. Not sure I've seen a better one.
It has been outstanding from the get-go here. And the good news, Barry, we're just getting started.
Yeah, this is one of the potential 5. Never know.
An hour and 7 minutes. It is 6 games all, 6 points all, with the time just about bang on 5:30 here on this Wednesday evening. Sunny weather all day in southwest London. Djokovic serving here as they've changed ends once again in this breaker. First serve down the tee from Djokovic. He'll move forward into the forecourt. Kaboli with the pass. What a pass.
Crowd absolutely loving it. It's just very difficult to pick a side because he moves so well and he loves a target, does Kaboli.
Queen Camilla clapping as Flavio Kaboli with a set point once again. Can he take this one? First serve out wide. It's too hot to handle. And the young man from Rome is making centre court his home. He takes the first set in a breaker. Stunning stuff.
Incredible tennis. Djokovic served for the set, but how he struck back, Kaboli didn't back off at all. Unbelievable attacking tennis. 22 winners, and he took it to Djokovic.
It went all the way, and Kaboli takes the tiebreak, 8-6 in the end. Well, well, well. Take a breath, everybody, as Kaboli takes a big step towards a place in the semi-final. Yes, it is just one of the 3 steps that he needs, but it feels like a big one after all the hard work. And it wasn't a huge reaction from Kaboli. He just looked towards his team, unmoved. He wasn't really gesturing too much, just had his racket, that bright orange wand, and just looked towards his team. And right now, this is fascinating here on centre court. This quarter-final of the very highest order.
Time.
And for Flavio Kaboli, he will serve first in this second set. We're going to change things up in the commentary box. Barry Cowan's jumped out. Delighted to say Arvin Palmer is alongside me. Arv, what a match this is.
What a set of tennis that was. A nice way to start the evening, 5:30, and this match has come alive. Unbelievable tennis here from Kaboli, how he kept it together throughout the set and saved that set point, played such a high level. Can he keep it up at the beginning of the second? That's going to be the question here.
We shall see. He's taking on his idol, is Kaboli, and right now he is more than matching his idol as he goes long there, Kaboli.
I had visions of him coming out pretty nervous, stepping out on centre court for the very first time. You know, that new walkway they've built in the back hoardings there with those doors sliding open. Legs must have felt like jelly, but wow, has he coped with the pressure well.
Love 15. Opening game of this second set. Expect a response, you'd imagine, from the 7-time Wimbledon champion. But Kaboli with a winner, cross court.
Well, not at all surprised with the way he's striking the ball, considering the first 25 minutes of the match was just such high level. He kind of just slipped into such brilliant play so quickly. No signs of those nerves. Forehand has been huge. Been racking the winners. On average, he's been more aggressive than Djokovic.
So much to like about the game, the character of Flavio Caboli. It's yet another Italian who is doing great things in the men's game. The women's game as well has been thriving. Spoiled for choice, the Italian Tennis Federation. And we've got Filippo Volandri watching this match. Of course, Yannick Sinner is playing on court 1 at the moment against Ben Shelton. He's taking care of business as Caboli with an attempted drop shot is short.
Haven't seen too many of those from him, actually, the drop shot, but just didn't give that one enough air. It was the right time to play it, I think. The fact that Djokovic made the return, he was backing off, but just did not give it enough elevation.
30-all this opening game. After a lengthy opening set, it is a serve to the forehand of Djokovic, then the backhand into the net from the former world #1.
Just jumps on the spot after, or jumps on the spot, just Djokovic after that. Needs to get his legs going again. That's a disappointing miss on a big point, 30-all. A backhand that you're not really used to seeing him miss.
Yeah, a bit of shaking of the head going on right now from Novak. That is a serve down the tee that Djokovic can't get near. And Caboli keeps his feet firmly on the gas.
132 miles an hour, that ace. He's been averaging 123, so in good pace from the Italian. He's not the tallest, but he's packing a punch today.
He just looks very relaxed, Caboli. I mean, he's just got a sort of swagger, like he's on the beach just walking around, doesn't he?
Yeah, I like the fact that he didn't over-celebrate after winning that first set as well. It gives you an idea that he's quite expectant in this match, that almost, you know, yes, it's 1 set, but they've still got another couple to go, but not getting overexcited, not happy just winning that 1 set. Big step in the right direction, but he knows he's got a lot of good work ahead of him still. He's got to maintain a high level.
So Djokovic, 1 love down and a set down. Good first serve there.
15 love.
Yeah, the first serve percentage on the match for Djokovic has been a good one. 74%. 36% of serves unreturned, 29% of unreturned serves for Caboli.
Caboli back into play with that return, and Djokovic will just put it away with glee. Needs a simple, quick game here, Djokovic, just to maybe send a bit of a message to Caboli. .30 love. Perfect serve from Djokovic.
40 love.
Just what he was looking for. No stress. First serves, quick points. Get yourself stuck into this second set as soon as possible. Try and make that first set a memory. Take the positives, because there was some very good tennis in that set from him.
And that's wide from Caboli.
Game Djokovic.
And it is 1 game apiece. So Djokovic doesn't waste too much time, does he, with that opening service game? As his son just takes a swig of water in the box.
Yeah, he's in it for the long haul, that's for
He
sure.
is.
Was actually hitting with Caboli a couple of days ago, and his son then asked him for Caboli's signature. He's got that on his hat.
He's got the autograph of a lot of players, but not his father. Doesn't need that.
He can have that anytime he likes. Probably making a point, isn't he?
Yeah.
To his dad. I'm not going to get yours.
Return long from Djokovic.
15 love.
Yeah, just a slow walk across the baseline from Djokovic, gesturing again to his camp, almost saying, look, I've got to get going again. Get the feet going.
Caboli with a first serve to the forehand of Djokovic, then the forehand cross-court from the 7-time Wimbledon champion. Forehand slice from Djokovic, but Caboli ups the ante. What a strike that is.
How many times have we seen a forehand of that quality from Caboli today? He's come cross-court, inside out. This particular one was up the line. He just rips it. He picks his spot. He doesn't doubt himself for a second. Huge winner.
Kaboli serving at 30 love. Good serve out wide, and Djokovic on the stretch, can't get it back into play.
He is finding that angle nicely, Kaboli. You'll get some help from the grass, zip it away, and get that ball to land tight to that sideline and find the angle.
Glorious sunshine here on this Wednesday evening. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, and then Kaboli goes long.
40-15.
Still looks calm, does Kaboli, the 22 seed, up against the 6th seed. He's enjoying himself here on this grand old stage, is Kaboli, and that is exactly the serve he was looking for, out wide. And for Djokovic, he can't get near it, as Kaboli a set and 2-1 to the good here.
He is nailing that serve right now, Kaboli. Felt like he hit the same spot twice on that wide one on the due side. Looking relaxed again, just kind of going through his routines at the change of end, taking sips of drinks from 2 different bottles, just looking up to his camp. He's right in the zone right now, the Italian.
Who was your pick, Arv, at the start of the tournament?
I had Alcaraz
as
the men's winner, and I picked Sabalenka.
Great minds, you and me.
Yeah,
I mean, we're the same.
Yeah, I guess it's the obvious choices.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just felt like, you know, Alcaraz, the way he's been playing, the form has been great. Sabalenka, I think, just wants to put things right after that disappointing loss for her in that final Roland Garros. I think she's learned a lot from that, and so far, both are making it through.
Yeah, it tells me we go for the safe picks, you and me, but we also probably spend too much time together. I mean, don't go for the same things there.
Yeah, if you want to be a bit different, think out the box. It's a bit riskier, that.
Yeah, exactly. Should have gone Kaboli, the way he's playing here. Anyway, I mean, Yannick Sinner is in action over on #1 court, and he's playing very well up against Ben Shelton. Of course, there were some fitness whispers about Sinner, but he seems to be okay. He's 2 sets up on Shelton. Our focus here on centre court. Djokovic 2-1 down in this second set, and he is a set down, of course. Kaboli taking a lengthy opening set in a tiebreak. First serve is out from Djokovic, who just sort of stretches out his arm and moves his neck, tries to limber up. Second serve here from Djokovic, the forehand of Kaboli, who rips it back into contention. Then the backhand, great depth from Kaboli. It's too hot to handle for Djokovic.
Well, that's where he's been so good today, Kaboli. When you think he's in trouble and he's going to have to defend, he's able to defend aggressively in that corner. Just sends it back, and a bit of a surprise for Djokovic to think of the quality of that shot.
Love 15. Just the one meeting these two have had previously. It was very one-sided. It went the way of Djokovic in Shanghai last year. He lost just 3 games on that day. As at that point quickly goes his way, Djokovic 15-all. Barely any empty seats. I mean, I think on one hand you can count the spare seats. I'm sure they're just getting a drink. That's a forehand that goes long from Kaboli.
A fruitful serve for both, actually. That one from the juice side going out wide. They're going to it a fair bit. Open up the court. More often than not, you can get a forehand on the next shot if it does land in off the return.
30-15. Djokovic with a first serve. The forehand return from Kaboli. Then the backhand cross-court from the young Italian, taking on his idol here. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic. They're in a little backhand battle at the moment. Then the forehand comes to the party from Djokovic. But Kaboli with a flourish and a winner.
Yeah, just a shake of the racket once again from Kaboli. No one saw that one coming, that winner up the line. And Kaboli, he is seeing the ball big right now. Right on the sideline. Djokovic is quick, but he's not that quick. He gave up the chase pretty early on. He is flushing it.
30-all, as Kaboli might just be on the prowl here. Can Djokovic extricate himself from this service game? It's a serve and volley. That's very neat and tidy. That is an old head.
You know, he has to change things up right now. I think he's struggling to win these baseline exchanges at the beginning of the second set. Just looking at the winner count for Caboli, 12 forehand winners compared to Djokovic's 2. I mean, he's in a different league in that department right now.
40-30, Djokovic. As that serve is perfect down the tee, and Caboli can't get near it. So it is 2 games all. Not a big reaction from Djokovic.
No, he's going to be waiting patiently. He's got his game face on. He knows Caboli is playing very, very well. They've practiced together enough. He knows what he's all about. He's not going to be panicking. He's a champion. He knows what he's doing.
Caboli with a first serve that lands safely. Then the forehand up the line. Djokovic is scampering around at the back of the court, and Caboli slams it away.
Getting Djokovic so far out of court there. 5 meters plus behind that baseline there. Had to come forward and put that away. Net points won today, 9 of 12 for Caboli, 13 of 20 for Djokovic.
Caboli misses with a first serve. Terrific win in the previous round over Marin Cilic for Flavio Caboli. Got the better of Jakub Mensik the round before that, so he's been producing some big results. This would top the lot, though, by a distance. He's a long way from sealing the deal, but he's made a good start here, Caboli. 15-all. This is the 5th game of the second set. First serve into the net as a very quick ball boy goes to retrieve that ball. Back in position right away. Caboli lands this second serve. Then Djokovic rips a forehand up the line. Caboli responds really well with a backhand. Cross-court forehand from the Italian is wide.
Well, he could hold his position there, Djokovic. That made the difference. That ball was just on Caboli, just a little bit quicker. Made it tricky. He does have a big wind-up on that forehand, so if you can rush him there, you'll get some joy. As you can hear, the Nole chants now kicking in. That will lift him. We've got, what, 4 men stood up with Nole across their shirt, spelling out Nole.
They always have to sit in the right order, don't they? The N, the O, the L, the E. You can't mix that up as the serve is out by Caboli. What if one of them gets to drink?
I know. Well, I think he's just got to sit there.
Second serve from Caboli. Good return from Djokovic. Is he just feeling this game? Djokovic with a ripper. What a forehand.
Brilliance of his own there, Djokovic. Took his chance. Magnificent length from Djokovic. We haven't seen too many of the forehand winners from him. Just his 3rd. Could be a very important one.
2 break points here for Djokovic. Forehand on the stretch from the former world #1. Then the backhand from Djokovic. Caboli, can he see off these break points? He can't. Djokovic strikes. And he leads the way in set 2. As those 4 gentlemen with the T-shirts that spell N-O-L-E all stand and applaud.
Well, that was brilliant from Djokovic. Took his chance there. Caboli just falling off, just a touch, a couple of errors. Even that last point, it was a good forehand from Djokovic, but it was a forehand that Caboli has not been missing. Just the pressure, I think, of the situation, having to defend those 2 break points was just a little too much from him. Djokovic has got his reward. Can he push on now?
Oh, we see so many fans of Djokovic all around centre court. They've got all sorts of T-shirts and merch with his face on. We've just seen another gentleman with a shirt with Djokovic and a crown upon his head.
Yeah, very cool. And again, no response. We didn't see much of a response from Caboli when he won that first set. There was no celebration from Djokovic, just as if it was just a practice point he had just won and they were changing ends. So he's got his game face on. He knows how difficult this task ahead of him is. Maybe perhaps just conserving some emotional energy there.
Well, of course, we expected a reaction, didn't we? And we've got it from Novak Djokovic. looking to reach the semi-final at a Grand Slam for the 52nd time in his career. I mean, you just kind of become numb to the numbers. They're silly.
It's amazing to think that the other day, Grigor Dimitrov had just picked up his 100th win at Grand Slam level. He picked up this week his 100th win at Wimbledon. Just one of them.
That is remarkable. He keeps on finding new records to break.
Yeah, and that's what he's all about, adding to his legacy, just extending his records. And there's very few records left for him to break, but he's still hunting them down. Most career titles, that's probably going to be on his mind. I think it's 109 to match it, Jimmy Connors. He's on 100.
Yeah, that one's going to take a little bit of work, isn't it?
Yep, depending on the schedule. Yeah, it could take him a while yet. But he could, if it really was on his mind, he could do it pretty quickly.
Yeah. He's looking for a big title here. Right now, he's trying to get into the semi-finals here at Wimbledon. The forehand from Djokovic, then the forehand again from the 7-time Wimbledon champion. Backhand drop shot from Djokovic, and it's too good for Caboli.
Yeah, and trying to be too cute there, Caboli. Made the ground up pretty well, but a drop shot off the drop shot, it's a difficult shot to execute, especially when you've just been broken as well. Just out of your rhythm, you're feeling a bit of pressure. Really came underneath that one, but it just wasn't enough momentum on the ball to get it to drop over the net.
30 love in this, the 6th game of set 2. Good serving now from Djokovic.
And this is exactly what he's looking for right now after getting that break. Nice quick hold, so he'll be happy about that. Just a couple of points lost behind his first serve, just one behind his second, so it's been straightforward in this set on serve for him.
40 love as he misses with this first serve. Djokovic with wins over Alexandra Muller, Dan Evans, Mirmir Kecmanovic and Alex de Minaur in the 4 rounds so far. Second serve is good and kicked up, and it was a backhand that he just couldn't control there, Caboli.
This is going to be an interesting game from Caboli. Does he hang on in here this set? Does he raise his level? Does he just get fired up here? Keep the intensity high, or does he just kind of slip away in this second set? First couple of points here of this game, important for Caboli.
First serve into the net from the Italian as he serves at 4-2 down in this set. Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic, who leans on that backhand of real quality. Then the forehand is even better.
Well, you can't defend against that. Flattening out that forehand winner, Djokovic. That was sweet. You could hear how crisp it was on the effects. Right out the middle. The gut that he uses in his racket makes a very nice sound.
He's in the zone right now, Djokovic. Backhand of real depth from him. Then the forehand comes to the backhand of Caboli. Can the Italian just stand firm here right now? But Djokovic finds another huge backhand.
Wow. Two of the most spectacular winners back-to-back from Djokovic. This is a statement game so far from the Serb. Doesn't get better than this. That trademark backhand up the line, firing. An ounce of spin on that ball as it whizzed over the net and onto the baseline.
So hard and flat and accurate, and the return is excellent from Djokovic once again. It was down low at the shoelaces of Caboli, who had a half volley, a really awkward half volley to deal with, into the net. Break points again.
The wind is out of his sails right now, Caboli. I think he's realizing how well Djokovic is playing right now. Tough for him to live with.
Love 40. 3 break points for Djokovic to really take command of this set. And you'd imagine all but seal it with the double break. Misses with that first serve, Caboli. Djokovic prowling the baseline. The backhand comes. Caboli with a good backhand and sees off one of the break points.
I just haven't seen too many of those in this second set. Just hasn't been allowed to, Caboli. Is that going to be enough, though? Still got to defend a couple of break points here.
15-40. 2 break points to try and fend off. Yes, he finds an ace there.
Shake of the racket as well. Still believing here, trying to stay positive, which is good to see. Keep it to a single break. I mean, you never know. It is doable. Keeps him in the set.
30-40. Still a break point for Djokovic. The backhand return comes from the serve, and then the volley is long from Kaboli. And Djokovic has nearly sealed this set. He's got the double break now, and he leads by 5 games to 2.
Just absolute class in this second set from Djokovic. He has maintained a very high level, raised his level second half of this set. The winners that we saw, very, very impressive. Just 4 4-hand winners on the match, 2 in this set. And this is good stuff from Novak Djokovic, just the response he needed, what he was looking for. Kaboli hasn't played a bad set, just occasionally missed 1 or 2 shots at just the wrong time, but this is all Djokovic is doing.
Oh, what an evening we have here on centre court. Are we about to level up proceedings in this quarter-final? Just seeing shots of the hill with so many spectators enjoying their evening there. It's a good temperature right now. I mean, it's perhaps just before the heat wave really grabs hold of London.
Yeah, gripping tomorrow, isn't it? I think the heat wave, 30 degrees. Going to be a hot one for the rest of the week. So, again, players will have to make the adjustments. Very hot at the beginning of the week. Things cool down dramatically. And things getting hotter once again. Not easy for the players. Not easy for the ball kids. Not easy for the fans either. Tough to watch when it's hot and the sun is out.
Thank you.
So serving for the set here, Novak Djokovic. First serve out wide, and he took some of the pace off it with an ace.
Yeah, it's been a serve that's worked a treat. Just zipping away, using the surface to his advantage.
15 love, and Kaboli long with that return, so Djokovic ticks off a couple of very quick points as he moves to 30 love.
I think Kaboli at this stage of this set now is probably thinking towards the third set and preparing himself for that. He's going to be serving first, which is good for him. That gets another free point, another serve that goes out wide, draws the error.
He's liking that, isn't he, that serve out wide.
Well, you're going to go with it until you're proven wrong.
Yeah.
Keep going with it.
40 love, and set points here for Djokovic. The backhand is wide from Kaboli. Well, we expected a response, and we get one from Novak Djokovic. He levels up proceedings here in this quarter-final. A very strong set of tennis from the Serb as he takes it by 6 games to 2.
Well, I think he's just shown us all his champion qualities right there. Such a tough first set to lose, 8-6 on the break. Had the break point, had the set point, excuse me, in that opening set. Serve for the set, but what a bounce back. First set was 68 minutes, second set only 26 minutes, so he's done it in quick time.
He certainly has, and he's just stretching out Novak Djokovic. He's stayed out there. Kaboli is actually headed off court for a little bit of a break. Understandable. Just to try and reset and rethink some tactics, perhaps, for Flavio Kaboli. Djokovic putting on a fresh kit out there on centre court. Gives all the spectators just a chance to get their legs going, standing up. Those in the royal box as well might just head off for a quick refreshment and a quick comfort break themselves. Of course, we have some very big names in the royal box. Queen Camilla, who got the chance to meet Novak Djokovic, or is it the other way around? Novak Djokovic had the chance to meet Queen Camilla. Mutual respect, I'm sure, between those two. Djokovic staying out there on court. He's actually just going through some lunges at the moment, stretching out the legs. Change up in the commentary box as Arvin Palmer stepped out and Barry Cowan has jumped back in his spot. And well, that was a set that was kind of much more like it from Djokovic.
Yeah, I mean, there was a rapid second set. Just 26 minutes, as you and Arv were saying. I thought he played great in the first set. I thought there was nothing wrong with his level, and there were signs that he was getting a little bit frustrated at the beginning of the second because Kaboli was just kept redlining it. But as we talked about in the first set, and that service game where he got broken, just a few more missed first serves. And that's where Djokovic has been very good. He's only won 9 of 27 points on the second serve in the match. And I think when you've got a big sample size, which we have right now, of 39 points, which would suggest that something's going to have to change for Kaboli on that second serve. Because Djokovic has done a great job. And you always know with Djokovic that it's very unlikely that once he comes out and plays at a high level, there's going to be an emotional dip. So that's also the hardest part for Kaboli. He's not used to these types of matches, Mikey. But I think the positive, actually, if you're going to lose a set, lose it quickly. The last thing you want is to lose a set after an hour, because it almost feels like he can reset now, and this is a best-of-3 set match for Kaboli.
Well, the start of this set feels very important as Flavio Kaboli does come back out onto court. He's got to lift it again, though, the Italian.
1 hour and 38 minutes into this match. I'm delighted to say that we finally have TV pictures, which means that here at JB Sports we can take over the commentary with the BBC. Kabali with the serve, straight down, forehander return from Djokovic, goes out wide. Kabali takes it to 15 love. Let's take it afternoon to our commentators as well as the BBC. So Kabali with the serve. Going to bring it in down low. Straight down centre with a fault immediately. Has changed it up once more. Straight down, backhand return from Djokovic, then from Kaboli, straight over the net as well. And a little bit high from Kaboli's return. Forehander from Djokovic looks good. Drop shot coming in, but it was out already from Kaboli. It bounced twice. Djokovic takes it to 15-all. First game of the third set. Kaboli and Djokovic currently level if you're joining us for the first time.
Not a bad pass, but he's a long way behind the baseline. Drop volley didn't have to be perfect.
It wasn't quite there. Kind of not up from Ivars Daraki Moore.
Just over the net. Very strong performance. As Kaboli now will bring up the serve. Straight down centre, forehander return from Djokovic, backhander from Kaboli to the right, just about kept up as well, goes out wide, it's 30 for Djokovic.
Djokovic.
15-30.
Kaboli must feel I'm dominating this rally. I've half won this point.
It's that open stance, two-handed backhand on the run from Djokovic. Not only struck it well, it hit the line, just checked up.
Straight down again. A little bit out wide. Goes out again. Djokovic takes it to 40.
Concern here.
15-14.
Right at the start of this third set for Flavio Kaboli.
Yeah, Djokovic continuing where he left off in that second set, wanting to maintain the momentum.
Fognini watching on, hoping that his fellow countryman can see off 2 break points.
Fault on the serve. Kaboli straight down as well. Djokovic brings it up with a backhander coming in. Forehander with some pace now again. As they bring up the pace, bring up the power. Into the rally we go. And now this, where we see Kaboli have a little bit of strength over Djokovic, but hits the net. Djokovic takes the game, first game of the third set.
Well, it took the pause, Kaboli, and he hoped for something different.
Third set.
So an early break for Novak Djokovic, and if you'd like to carry on watching this match, then of course you can, because our friends over at BBC Two have taken this match. So Kaboli against Novak Djokovic continues over on BBC Two. Here on Wimbledon Extra, we are going to head to court 17. We mentioned this one a few moments ago, didn't we? We've got some British interest here as
While we transfer over again, let's head back to Wimbledon Radio.
15 shots, and more or less every shot that Kaboli hit was in the middle of the court. Not a lot on it when you think of the strong tennis he played in the opening set, Kaboli. 22 winners in that first set, just 7 in the second. This match has massively turned on its head.
Well, the Djokovic fans that are adorned in the t-shirts that spell out Nole Fam are all standing up and chanting and just leading the songs around centre court.
Say it again. I'm sure you agree with me, Mikey. It's why 5-set tennis is the ultimate.
Djokovic has...
Even there, hard hitting from Kaboli, but
Djokovic's serve takes
his
the
way
15.
back in.
15, love.
And hello everybody on Combox Cam on JB Sports. Hello.
New shirt, tie the laces, trying everything.
Djokovic winning so many of these mini battles. He's winning the battle on serve, making 77% of first serves when they get into the extended rallies. He's coming out on top there.
Straight down again, fault on the serve. Straight down again, backhander again goes out. It's dirty to Djokovic though, because Kabali's serve was out wide. Sorry for the delay, everybody, by the way, that we couldn't bring you our coverage of the first 2 sets. It wasn't on television. And now we're back on BBC Two as Djokovic serves into the net. So we're back on air. And it's a critical game as well. If Djokovic goes out, Kabali could be facing an all-Italian semi-final as he straights down into the net. Djokovic takes it to 40, though, on the point score. It's 40 love. Getting harder and harder out here. Come on, Novak. The fans here know who they are supporting and who they want in the match later on. Straight down, backhander comes in, net play for Djokovic, but Djokovic takes it.
Left by Djokovic. He is a man in total command of the situation now.
Djokovic leads by 2 games to love, third set.
It's not how you change things. It's not so much a change of tactics required, it's just you're hoping for Djokovic to drop that level a little bit and for you to get back in.
I think he's got to, Kabali's really got to focus on, you know, the things he can control in this service game. That's hitting his spots.
Straight down on a fault.
And then dictating from the back of the court.
Looking strong again. As they bring the points battle up. Into the rallies we go. Djokovic really having to run. Just gets it over the net. Kabali sends it out wide. Djokovic just got a ring. Drop shot from Kabali. Takes it 15. That was impressive, and that was very much needed.
15 love.
And that is the way to do it, but he has to do it with a couple of more shots than he might have otherwise thought. It's never easy against the great defender.
Straight down for Kabali once again. Djokovic with a backhand of return. The same comes up. Forehand now switches up the pace. And Djokovic trying for another net play into his own net. It's 30 love.
30 love.
It's one thing you don't see coming,
We
really.
talked about the quality of Italian tennis, and in particular on the men's side at the moment. And Yannick Sinner is waiting in the semi-finals for the winner of this one.
Straight down, backhander from Djokovic, forehander from Kabali as well. Goes up high, Djokovic into the net. It's 40 now for Kabali.
40 love.
Stefano has put on his rather stern mask again, but this is just what Kabali needs.
Kabali straight down. let on the first serve. Straight down. Ace from Kabali, game!
It's been pretty rare for Kabali in this match. A hole to love.
Djokovic leads by 2 games to 1 third set. 1 set.
Back up around Wimbledon.
So just talking a little bit more about Flavio Kabali. If you're just joining us and don't know the story, actually the trainer's on here for Kabali. Didn't hear him calling for the trainer, but feeling something in the abductor there on the inside. So next changeover, he's going to come back, I think, and have the full treatment. It's Guglielmo, his brother.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So a little bit of concern there for Flavio Kabali. I mentioned this youngster born in Florence but raised in Rome. Very, very fine footballer. As part of the Roma Academy, still devoted to AS Roma. But tennis was his choice, and it was the correct choice. Wonderful young player, but up against the man who was is still his idol as a tennis player. Wrong end of his idol's very fine form at the moment.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The players are ready.
So welcome sunshine on centre court. A set apiece, and Djokovic with the break.
Djokovic with the serve as we're back with you. Straight down, backhander return. Stays in just about from Kabali, but Djokovic hits the net, the sun in his eye. Takes it now to love 15.
Love 15.
That's a grimace.
Doesn't miss many of these. I thought he was trying to blame the sun, but
I thought he was, to be fair, as well.
Shouldn't really have affected that shot.
Italian semi-final since Alexandra Muller, and Jaxie says, little out in the building. Hello, mate. Straight down again, backhanders just saved from Kabali on that serve from Djokovic. Comes in a bit too far backwards again. Oh, it's just on the line for Kabali's serve. He's really making Djokovic work for it out there at the moment. Now slow ball comes in. Djokovic picks that pace up. Forehander is in a lot of pace now for Kabali. Backhander over the net. Another long rally. Just on the line again on that return serve. And Djokovic in the net.
Sunlight to shadows, an absorbing rally. And Kabali has a bit of hope here.
20 shots, the longest of the game so far. And now Kabali might just fight back.
Love 13.
This could go all of the way.
Certainly a bit affected by something with his sight. Half chance for the Italian here.
Djokovic serve straight down. Backhander goes up high from Kabali and he went out. 30-15.
15-13.
Not that way round. Djokovic. 2 games to 1, both with a set. This third set, and then becoming a bit more critical. We're going to go 4 sets. We already know that's coming up on the board. It's Djokovic straight down centre court into the net on his serve. Go again. Straight down from Djokovic. Backhand of his power now coming in as well from Kabali. Left and right, they're trying to drill up the battle in between them. Into the rally. Oh, Djokovic got it. Backhand was strong.
Apology from Djokovic, the clip on the net.
30 all.
And that, for me, is just too passive from Caboli. It was only an 86-mile-an-hour second serve that was kind of rolled into the court, and Caboli never looked like he wanted to take the ball on. That point was completely decided by Djokovic. He's got to go after those shots. That's what he did well at the end of the first set.
Again, good rally from Djokovic. He's going to try and play a drop shot coming up here, and he's got it. 14 for Djokovic. Good serve, good positioning the ball. Really cut out Caboli.
40.
Djokovic serves. Backhander goes high, stays in. Djokovic tries again now to finish this game off and try and lead it 3-1 in this third set. Caboli now into the rally. Forehander goes a bit too deep. Djokovic has returned, sliding on the grass. Oh, he's really starting to struggle here. Cabali's making go everywhere. Djokovic wants this over, and he's got out wide. Juice.
From Flavio Caboli. Djokovic, hands and knees. Caboli smiling, waving, enjoying himself on centre court.
Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic back with the serve. It is juice. Ball up and straight down into the net. Djokovic needs to serve, otherwise he'll get a time violation. Forehander was strong there on the return from Cabali. Djokovic just looking a little bit injured out there. Sees something not happy. Lunging around. Could have done something. We know he's having a stomach issue. And he goes out. Advantage.
Djokovic again.
For Cabali.
For Cabali.
Advantage, Caboli.
Yeah, Djokovic doesn't make too many mistakes in rallies like that, but just overhitting the forehand.
Only one chance so far for Caboli in this match to break, and he took it. One more here.
Still pushing hard. Djokovic down. Let him serve. Wow.
To take it. Back in business, Flavio Caboli.
Didn't see that coming for Cabali, straight down.
Even Fabio Fognini is packed up.
2 games all.
What a strike on that forehand return. It was almost as if he was covering the tee serve. One swing of the racket. It's back on level terms. Here it is. Was hedging that way. Perhaps Djokovic didn't quite find the corner, and when it's in the hitting zone, it's going to come back with interest.
Kiboli's serve doesn't get broken again. A wonderful rally takes it to 15.
Flavio Kiboli. That was Djokovic's point. It had to be. Not so.
15 love.
Something really going now, Kiboli. Second serve, down the tee. Djokovic with a backhand that is just about safe. It's on the baseline there from Djokovic. Then he moves forward. Oh, that's ridiculous, Kiboli. It's a forehand winner up the line on the half volley.
Well, he's back in the zone. I mean, that might just be the best shot we've seen. He had no right to win that match. Excuse me, to win that point. And if he keeps hitting shots like this, he might win the match.
Well,
I mean, how does he produce that? Remarkable forehand pass on the stretch.
15 love.
Does fit well. I said he will get the second win, and right now he's got that second win. How long can it keep going, though?
He's got to ride this wave as long as possible, Kiboli. Great serve there down the tee. Djokovic just unmoved, and he walks to the other side of the court.
Yeah, I'm still not sure if he's moving 100% Kiboli, but if you're ripping winners like he's doing.
He's swinging freely right now. Then the forehand comes from Kiboli. It's another winner. He's racking them up.
40 love.
Currently, he's on his best streak of points won, 7 and counting.
40 love. It's a let. It will be a first serve once again, but the Italian feeling good right now.
Djokovic's best winnings. Consecutive points, 14. Wow.
There's the serve, and Djokovic can only get a frame to it. And Kiboli gets his nose in front as the physio does scamper out onto court, and I imagine he's going to speak with the Italian again. Yeah, physio back out here for Kiboli. A little bit of attention to the right quad there, Barry.
Yeah, might just be a little bit of fatigue more than muscle strain. Obviously, you can't get your treatment for cramp, so you never say it's cramp. You just say, oh, I've pulled my quad. Or
I've tweaked it.
Yeah. You've got to play the game. Don't reveal the whole truth.
Well, he is getting some attention, Kiboli, to that right leg. For Kiboli, it was not always going to be tennis. As a child, he spent 5 years in the academies of his beloved football club, AS Roma, where he played as a right back. Aged 14, he decided that that was not for him, and he chose tennis, and he preferred the solo nature of the sport. And I think he made a good decision, Barry.
Well, as a modern-day right back, he's up and down the flanks. He would be one of those. He wouldn't be someone who would just be sticking it in his position. Certainly the way he plays his tennis, which is flamboyant.
But his love for Roma does remain. He attends matches when he can, still prefers to watch football over tennis, he says on the television. Okay, back to business as Novak Djokovic serving at 3-2 down. He was in command. He had the break early on here, Djokovic, but 3 games in a row for the Italian. Suddenly a different complexion to set 3.
Djokovic is too experienced, though, to panic. Lesser player, maybe.
Second serve to come. As this centre court crowd is absolutely gripped. It's an excellent return from Kiboli. He is just flushing things at the moment. Just a bit too much there from the Italian, though.
How good was that half volley from Djokovic? One of the hardest shots to hit straight after a serve, but Djokovic was almost behind him. It came back with interest.
Just wipes some sweat from his brow, does Kiboli. Djokovic misses with the first serve. Second serve to come here for Djokovic. Just needs to find steadier waters again. The second serve to the backhand of Kiboli, who deals with the kicker well. Djokovic cross-court forehand, and Kaboli goes for a drop shot, which bounces before the net.
Yeah, the only thing that drop shot was good for was very kind for the ball kid.
Yeah.
Who didn't really have to move very much to pick the ball up. Got that all wrong.
Djokovic 30 love up. Trying to level things up in this third set. Good serve out wide, and Kaboli can only get a frame to it.
40 love.
Got to feel, if we look at the match as a whole, this is a set. It's more important for Kaboli.
We've played over 2 hours in this match now. Djokovic with a serve to the backhand of Kaboli. Here's the backhand slice from the Italian this time. Djokovic forehand cross-court, and Kaboli whips it away.
Next serve straight down. It's an ace from Djokovic as well to come into it. Djokovic wraps it up now. It's 3 games all in the third set. "29 minutes this set has been served at. Kaboli will now take the play. It's good ball point by point at the moment. This thing's come in straight down from Kaboli into the net. Very hot in this commentary box as well at the moment. Straight down for Kaboli. Backhander from Djokovic goes out wide again. Forehander with a bit of pace as well. Backhander from Djokovic. It's just trying to find the right pace between them as well, and the right atmosphere to punch it back up. And Kaboli floors it. 15 to Djokovic.
Love 15.
So how difficult it is when half the court is in sunlight and shadow.
Yeah, it is not easy in that southern side. The umpire's right. Kaboli looking into the sun when he's sort of hitting that backhand.
Straight off again then, straight down, forehander return, and it goes out for Djokovic.
Shadow. Not easy with your timing.
15 all on the court. As I'm just trying to get that battle screen open, and it's cut to it, apologies. As number 3 caught in play. Straight down again.
First service.
Let on the first service. Kaboli sends it down to the net, double fault. Surely now on his way. He keeps it in this time. Forehander was good. Djokovic's returns are dancing around centre court right now, but he's playing in the shade. He can control where that ball goes. And into the net it does. Kaboli takes it to 30-15.
30-15.
Surprising turnaround on that front as well. Didn't expect that to be the factor.
Somehow displays the tennis gods. Funny bounce and has to reset.
Kaboli serves again, straight down into the net. Backhander comes in into the net from Djokovic.
The world is against him here, Djokovic.
15.
World is against him at the moment. It's not the way he wants to go.
Chuntering away.
Kaboli takes it straight down again. Djokovic goes up high. Drop shot coming! Oh, and he's played him in his own game, but Djokovic can return it with another high. Drop goes out! 40-30. Kaboli tried, and he was just too far away.
40-30.
Could claim the sun was in his eyes there.
Plenty of time for the smash, and really
too
should
long.
have put that one away.
That was an inexperienced
Makes this
drop.
point even more important.
If he can go 2 sets up against Djokovic, set 4 would be quite interesting. We already know we're going to 4 sets. Well, we need the full 5. Backhander from Djokovic goes out. Game Kaboli!
Hurls the racket to the skies. Hugely frustrated.
Kaboli leads by 4 games to 3 third sets.
This is getting interesting
a missed
now.
opportunity there. A few boos from the crowd, but didn't damage anything.
4 games to 3.
Djokovic sensed, as a few of us did there, that was perhaps his opportunity to get the break again. But only did himself damage, really.
It's a good hold for Kaboli. You get towards the business end of the set. You always feel like the pressure is on
Take your
the
seats quickly,
person
please.
serving
Thank
second,
you,
playing
ladies and
catch-up.
gentlemen. Time.
Yeah, this set has an entirely different complexion now, as with that early break from Djokovic. But Kaboli pegging him back and out to try and put the pressure on the Djokovic serve.
Djokovic's turn to deal with that bright sunshine.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
He's still smiling ruefully, Djokovic.
Yeah. Djokovic now with the serve.
In that last game.
7 goes down. Djokovic gets saved because Kaboli goes out wide.
15 love.
Goes to 15 love. We pick up again. Will Djokovic make it all tied up, or is Kaboli going to be nearly riding up for this set? Oh, Djokovic might get a time violation shortly. It's taking a long time. Straight down into the net. Didn't like that ball at all. A fault on the first serve, then a fault coming in again. Let's see what he can do now with new second ball. Straight down. Backhander coming in from Kaboli. Into the rally, but it was a beautiful point for Kaboli. 15-all. Beautiful return down to bottom left.
The second serve coming down at just 84 miles an hour.
At the right positioning, though. That was the key factor. Pitch perfect. Or should that be court calculated? Straight down again. Fault on the serve. Clips the top of the net from Djokovic's serve. Tried for an ace. Getting very hot here at Wimbledon. It's getting very hot in this commentary box as well. Djokovic straight down. Forehander returns come in from Kaboli. Into the rally we go. Djokovic with the sunlight on his side. It's all in shade for Kaboli as well. And he hits the net with it. Djokovic takes it to 30. Down on one knee as well, actually, goes Kaboli. Took a bit of time there. Trying to close it back up. We go again. Bouncing of the ball. Djokovic serves. Backhander comes in at the top there from Kaboli as well and goes out wide. Djokovic takes it to 40.
40-15.
Kaboli's starting to grow frustrated. Unforced errors drawn from his racket.
Time and time and time again as well. Djokovic serve straight down, fault on the serve. Clips the top of the net. Another serve, Djokovic. Straight down. Let on the second serves, went out.
It's Dusan Vemic, part of the coaching crew of Djokovic, muttering away.
Serve comes up, and again, Djokovic double fault. Cabali goes to 30.
40-30.
More than muttering now.
3 attempts to press that button.
Double faults from the racket of Djokovic are not at all common.
Few and far between, but we keep seeing them in this tournament as well. Straight down, forehand and return. That was bad there. Djokovic takes it. 4 games all.
No.
4 games all.
Not a happy Novak.
No. He's just tied it, but he's not happy. Tied
Keeps it
game.
up the intensity. Massive moments in this match. 4-all third set.
Straight down again. Backhander was into the net from Djokovic. Cabali goes to 15.
15 love.
That's on his serve as well, remember? And this one more critical. If Cabali can take a set here, back from Djokovic. 7-6, 6-2, 4-4. Cabali and Djokovic's running order at the moment. It went out for Djokovic. It's 30 love for Cabali.
30 love.
It's amazing the change in Djokovic when he took that second set at a canter and then had that early break. Is it just the sun annoying him and settling him?
Could be the sun. It's right in his eye line. Straight down, forehand and return into the net again for Djokovic. 40 love.
Certainly not enjoying it.
Love.
Wear a hat then.
3 serves to the forehand.
Straight down again.
Let.
Let on the serve. Cabali serves straight down, forehand and return from Djokovic. And it's a lovely return for Cabali. He takes it 5 games to 4, and now he is only 1 game away from the 3rd set.
Cabali leads by 5 games to 4 third sets. 1 set all.
And again, the body language saying very different things from the two players as they move back to the chairs. Oh, a trudge from Djokovic, springing the step of Cabali. In this championship, he has been so impressive, and Father Stefano, his coach, make sure you run back to your chair, or whatever he's saying there. See, Djokovic has been just, gesturing to his eyes and the sun, whatever it might be. And we'll see how Cabali copes with it as the shadow creeps further across centre court. As I said, though, just having that advantage of serving first. Pressure now on the serve of Djokovic.
I think from Cabali's point of view now, Djokovic serving to stay in this 3rd set. If he gets a look at any second serves, I'd suggest be very aggressive. Hit it hard up the middle.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic with the serve. Straight down. Fault on the serve. Lovely return from them both as Djokovic sends it down. Forehand return with some power. Goes out. Djokovic to 15.
Big miss at the start of this game, a second serve. A little bit of a slip from Djokovic. Wasteful.
Not a good... Oh, phone ringing somewhere. As Djokovic returns, and Kibali into the net. 30 now for Djokovic.
30, love.
Coming out of nowhere, this one. Djokovic with the serve once more. Straight down centre. Fault on the serve. Couple of bounces. Send it down again. Backhander return from Kibali. Forehander switches back up again. Djokovic trying to serve into the sun. Just keeps it in, over the net, ever so slightly. It goes out for Kibali. It's 40 love for the Djokovic.
40 love.
Let's try to tie up the game. It'll go now to 6. It's going to be an incredibly close fourth set. Are we possibly going all the way to 5? Fault. Djokovic serves a fault. Straight down again. Game. 5 games all.
5 games all. Third set.
And nothing at all there for Kibali in the Djokovic serve.
Kibali with the serve. Straight down again. Forehand return comes in. It goes out for Djokovic. It's 15 love.
15 love.
Which is the
Even if he loses, he'll be up to 19, 24 at the moment.
Yeah, so moves into the world top 20. Kibali straight down again into the net. Fans are watching on. Straight down again. Forehander returns. Keeps it in from Djokovic as well. Backhander comes back in. Kibali in the net. 15 all.
And here the miss hit.
15 all.
Real mixture of who they're supporting out here on centre court as Kibali serves again. Into the net. Straight down again. Oh, it's a fault. Double fault.
Deep concern now for Kibali.
15-13.
And the Serbian fans strike up again.
Willing him on. Kibali straight down, hits the net. That's a 3rd time now. You get sort of stuck to it. You feel like you're magnetised. This time he gets over. Backhander was good there. Out again for Kibali. 40 for Djokovic.
15-14.
Break point.
It's a high-risk strategy, trying to take that ball down the line. Aggressive return from Djokovic.
2 chances here to break.
Kibali straight down with a fault. Straight again. Backhander comes in.
And there it
Goes
is.
out again. And Djokovic now with 6 games to 5 in this 3rd set. And he will now serve for the set.
6 games to 5, 3rd set. 1 set.
Talk about just not letting your level dip. in a 5-set match for a moment in tennis, and it's certainly dipped there from Caboli, and that's why he's so frustrated.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, inevitably you're going to make a few unforced errors here and there, but to see that type of game at 5-all in the third set, a set all, that was a poor game from Caboli. Unforced errors. Djokovic didn't have to do too much. Gives himself that opportunity now to serve for a 2-1 lead.
See the stretch in his breathing that he does there, just prodding away at his diaphragm. Said Andrew without any medical knowledge at all, but he's been his stretches and his breathing have been a real feature in this championship.
Time.
Reading a lot into his form and his fitness, but he seems to be all systems go, and coming out to cope with the sun, putting on the baseball cap. And crucially, coming out, stretching it out to serve for a 2-1 lead.
It's going to be critical now. Can he take it quickly, or will it hold back? The tension rising. 6-6-6 for Djokovic at the moment as he's straight down. Backhander comes in for Caboli, quite good. Djokovic now wearing a sun hat, so he has decided it was enough. Caboli goes into the net. Djokovic takes it to 15.
Still not enjoying that sunlight. To the umpire's right.
And there's a little bit less of it to cope with now.
The cap is on.
Not entirely comfortable.
Djokovic serves again. Straight down into the net. Probably for the best of his lag on our side too. Djokovic. Straight down again. Forehander return with some power coming through again. Backhander with some pace. Djokovic desperately just trying to find the right angle now as we're into the rally. Forehander just stays in. Cabali goes out wide. Djokovic playing a net play. So is Cabali. They're going over each other once more. Backhander shot stays in. Goes up high from Cabali. Stays in. Smash comes in from Djokovic. Cabali returns in. Another slow ball drop. Experts.
Here, there, and everywhere in centre court.
Expert from Djokovic. 30 love.
Top quality from Djokovic at such an important moment, using the drop shot and lob, and finishing it off with the second drop shot in the rally.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic serves. Forehand into the net for Cabali. It's 40 love.
Which brings Novak Djokovic
40 love
to 3 set points. Long drawn out set.
It's set point. Djokovic now straight down. Backhander return. Lovely drop shot, but Djokovic puts it into the net.
40-15.
Stefan Djokovic leading the cheers.
Djokovic serves straight down, and he goes out with a lovely ace. It is 2-1. We will play one more here at Wimbledon.
You can see that sun causing a few issues and very much shining on the players' box. But on the hill, they are in the shade for the most part, and they're watching this on the big screen. A lot of them on their phones, also following the football, and they'll be pleased if they are England fans. But in terms of the headlines here at Wimbledon today, Yannick Sinner made light of any issues with his elbow to come through in straight sets against Ben Shelton of America. The top seed was not broken. He served beautifully. His all-round game looked really strong, and he said he felt just fine. He will play the winner of the match that we are watching on centre court. Raises the injured arm in celebration. Iga Swiatek came through against Ludmila Samsonova. And Swiatek looking so much more comfortable, so much happier here at Wimbledon than she ever has done in the past. And for her, it's her first semi-final at this Grand Slam. And she said that the key to it was she had a longer practice time on grass. She could focus on her movement and on fast hands. And her movement pretty good as she bounced around and took the applause of the crowd. And this was a really tight match between Belinda Bencic and Mira Andreeva. And the 18-year-old had chances, and she will rue her missed opportunities. But the experience of Bencic, who, as a mother, is having a whole second phase of her career. And she was the one who came through in 2 tie breaks to reach the Wimbledon semi-final for the first time back here on centre. Caboli has got it all to do.
Again, how can Caboli respond to that loss?
Wonderful drop shot attempt.
Making in there from both men.
Djokovic takes it to love 15. Beautiful rally between the two.
Caboli now has that feeling that many players have had against Djokovic.
He sensed the danger
Working
coming.
so hard, hitting the ball so well, just keeps coming back.
We go again, straight down, backhand and return with some power from Djokovic. Caboli trying to serve it, but Djokovic into the net, 15-all.
15-all.
Picking up some power now as well. Caboli was still with the serve, straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic, backhand, it just goes over a little bit as well. Several times, they're just trying to find it. Now they play super slowly together. Beautiful return for Caboli, Teddy! Beautifully done, takes it to 30. That was perfect. Straight down again, backhander goes out. Lovely return, backhander from Djokovic. Straight down centre court on the right. 30-all. Really is true, anything you can do, I can do better. As we'll go again, straight down for Caboli. Forehander return from Djokovic, now returning to backhanders, goes out a little bit too wide. Caboli then picking up with a forehander as well to return the serve. It goes out from Djokovic. It's 40 now for Caboli.
40-30.
It's just a game to start this fourth set, but an essential game for Caboli to hold.
Straight down again, backhander. Nearly had an ace there, Caboli goes out. Djokovic takes it to deuce.
Deuce.
Spent a long time in the sunshine here.
Straight down again. Backhander was poor from Djokovic. It goes out. It's advantage
So he was
Cavalli.
determined to stick around and support the younger Italian.
Advantage, Goboli.
Really pacing themselves up now. This could go on all night. Straight down for Cavalli. Forehander was a bad return from Djokovic. Now and a backhander goes out again. Cavalli takes it.
And there is the hold, and Djokovic rather loses his composure.
First game, fourth set.
Kind of sums up his frame of mind, doesn't it? But it is surprising. You've just won the third set, 7-5, to go up 2-1. But then, very unhappy. Don't want to get that wrong either.
Doesn't like the racket. Not happy at all.
A glorious evening at the All England Club, and again, very warm out there. Getting warmer and warmer this week. Just looking to complete the semi-final lineup in the men's singles. Sinner waiting for this one, and Alcaraz against Taylor Fritz.
Djokovic for serve. Word jumble there. Djokovic with the serve for the first time in this set. Straight down centre, backhander. It was a fault. A couple of bounces of the ball now in centre court. Djokovic straight down. Double fault from Djokovic.
Again, doesn't happen often with Djokovic. A couple of double faults in this match now.
And this tournament. Straight down centre court again. And a triple, wow. This is not good from Djokovic here. How are we going to go fifth set? Straight down, forehander returns into the net. Cavalli, 15 all.
15 all.
Knows he has to make those. Second serve and in a very hittable place.
Djokovic now with the serve again. Straight down, backhander from Cavalli, just over the net this time. Got a little bit of an ooh from the crowd. You can sense that Djokovic wants to try and come in and try and do a net play, but a beautiful straight down return with a forehander with power. Djokovic now takes it to 30-15. Okay, that was a bit more like
Brilliant
it.
strike on the forehand side. A little bit short from Cavalli, but Djokovic flattening that out. Straight through the line of the ball.
He clips the top of the net. Fault on the serve. Couple of bounces. Straight down again. Backhander comes in again for Cavalli. Forehander now from... And out it went from Djokovic. 30 all.
30 all.
Hawkeye out.
Two previous shots were so close to the baseline. That one just slides wide.
There's a fraction out. Straight down again. And it's an ace.
It was awkward enough for Cavalli with the sun in his eyes.
30.
And that serve out wide. No chance. Oh, good to see he's got Ben Shelton's signature. And Kabali's.
Go again. Fault on the serve. Everyone watching on here at Wimbledon. Djokovic, backhander again from Kabali, then again Djokovic. Oh, Djokovic lunges, it just stays in. Backhander from Kabali as well, really slowing down the pace. Tries for a chop at net play, and Djokovic will get it. One game all.
That was his point for the taking.
One game all, fourth set.
One game all, fourth set.
Djokovic leading 2-1. Super close from that not working out the way that Djokovic wanted it to.
We started this match with Todd Woodbridge in the box alongside us, and we were expecting him back. He was playing an invitation doubles, but I think he's taken his defeats in that invitation doubles so hard, he's just making no further statement at this time. It drifted off to have a long, hard think about himself. He might be back.
Kabali now with the serve. Ace!
15 love.
A lovely ace
Kabali's
there.
turn to go for the cap.
He has now also chosen a sun hat. Straight down into the net. Yeah, the sun's now past centre court and he's gone for the sun hat. Very weird.
Left, second service.
Backhander from Djokovic with power after the Kabali serve, but Kabali returns it out. 15 all.
15 all.
Neither player seems to be enjoying that end. I mean, it is almost entirely in the shade now, but you can see just at head height at the corners, you might get a little bit of interference.
Straight down, forehand and return, a little bit up there as well from Djokovic. Backhander now comes in. Forehander comes through, goes out from Kabali. It's 15 to 30.
It's an ugly one.
15-13.
Unforced error number 37 for Kabali. It just puts him under more and more pressure. Djokovic not doing anything special, but letting his opponent cause problems for himself.
Straight down again. Backhander returns from Djokovic. Forehander comes in from Kabali. Now we're into the rally. A little bit wide there from Djokovic's return. Kabali gets the point.
Running into that. A good bit of frustration as well as skill.
Really nice footwork, getting into position. Wanted to get his forehand into play here, Kabali, and inside in. Knows how important these moments are.
Oh, lovely for Kabali on his serve.
It's been near perfect there from Kabali.
Two-shot hit.
Taken back from Djokovic.
40-30.
A two-shot rally, and he's done it. It's 40-30. And he's trying to take his second game of this fourth set, to try and take a second set overall and level it up. Ace! And he's done that!
Kabali leads by 2-1, fourth set.
Yeah, the amount of goodwill inside centre court for Flavio Kabali is significant. Djokovic has a huge number of fans in here as well, but Kabali, talk about that possible semi-final lineup. Well, you've got the number 1 seed in Sinner, you've got Carlos Alcaraz, the number 2 seed Taylor Fritz, number 5 for Kabali, number 22 seed to get in there would be upsetting things. Still can't think really of Djokovic as a number 6 seed. Hugh Grant enjoying it. John Major in. And yeah, it's a lovely evening, sitting in the sunshine in centre court watching a very, very good match, although Djokovic, I'm sure, would say he's not been at his very best. He always been getting frustrated. He always just seems to do enough, though, and whether Caboli can maintain that level to challenge Djokovic and put the pressure on him remains to be seen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic's serving numbers continue to be good in this match. 70% first serves. 75% on the first serve when it goes in, and 67 on second serve. It's very underrated, I think. Djokovic is serving, it's not the fastest, but so consistent.
It is consistent, and that's the key factor here. Again into the net from Caboli. 40 love now.
Yeah, Caboli's just hanging in at the moment.
That's
straight down again. Game to Djokovic.
Service hold for Novak Djokovic.
2 games all, 4th set.
One of those ones has his opponent that you say, I was just trying to hold serve a moment ago, and here I am doing so again.
Straight again now with Caboli's serve, and against the net. Djokovic takes it to 15. Straight down again. It's a fault from Caboli's serve. Straight down again, not working out the way you think it will. Out it goes. 15 all.
Fairly rare point one on second serve. You saw the percentage for Caboli. That was a gift from Djokovic.
Straight again. Out goes Djokovic. Caboli takes it to 30.
30-15.
good use of the body serve.
Several times, goes a bit wide again. Caboli takes it to 40.
40-15.
So, is Caboli about to take it to 3 games? That would be a surprise, as we have a fault coming through. Straight down, backhand and return from Djokovic. Forehand now switched up for Caboli, goes out a bit too deep. Forehand over once more, with into the rally. Djokovic now picking up, goes out! Caboli takes 3 games to 2.
Caboli leads by 3 games to 2, fourth set. Djokovic leads. by 2 sets to 1.
So his brother Guglielmo watching on. Again, it's been quite a ride for the whole support crew for Flavio Cobolli. The emotion that they all showed after the win over Marin Cilic out in court number 2. There's Guglielmo, or indeed his back, and just behind is Filippo Volandri in the white there, looking down, who is the Italian Davis Cup captain. And alongside, mentioned there, Edoardo Bovi sitting down in the dark. He was the Fiorentina midfielder, same age as Flavio Cobolli, good friend since childhood. Cobolli was in the Roma Academy with him, and Bovi very sadly collapsed when playing against Inter Milan in December with a cardiac arrest, and has had a pacemaker fitted, and is hoping against hope that he can play football again. But the most important thing is that he's here and he's healthy and he's supporting his friend. Paddleboarding going on. I'm just identifying activities going on. A lovely evening. That's all out in the other side of Church Road. That is going to be part of a future development. It might be subject to planning approval. So Djokovic at 2-3 in this fourth set.
Into the serve once more. Tried the short play.
Seemed to get caught in a couple of mounds.
Djokovic takes it to 15.
Yeah, very strange choice of shot.
15 love.
Cobolli got to the drop shot in plenty of time.
Just didn't work out the way he thought it would.
When you lob, you normally go over the backhand side.
Djokovic again with the serve. Straight down centre court, forehander into the net from Cobolli. 30 love. Yeah, a bit surprising now, this one. As the day goes on. This is our large match. Tomorrow we'll have 3 though in centre court. There's a clip of the top of the net on the left. The 2 ladies singles semi-finals. Then also the doubles, mixed doubles final live on centre court. We'll bring you all of that. Left on the serve as well. Friday we've got the gentlemen's semi-finals. Saturday the ladies singles final, and then also the gentlemen's final on Sunday. As we're into the line now from Djokovic's serve, he's struggling a bit out there as well as he comes into it, but Cobolli goes out. Goes to 40 love for Djokovic.
40 love.
This fourth set, they're both at the moment even with each other, but Cobolli needs this set to make it 2 sets all, and a 5th set decider could be on its way. Don't even think Djokovic wants that, as he goes straight down again. Forehander returns with power. A lot of speed coming from Cobolli there. Catches out. Djokovic, but yeah.
But again, just misplaced.
That's the word. It's misplaced right now for Cobolli.
Nobody able to get onto their opponent's serve much in this 4th set so far. There we are. A bit more stretching.
Getting ready to go again, straight down, backhander goes up, and out from Djokovic. 15 love.
Cobolli's definitely picked up his serving in this set, making 70% first serves.
Into the net as well.
Winning 80% of those points.
Straight down, backhander comes in. Forehander, and Djokovic wins the point, 15-all.
15-all.
It's amazing how often when you get to 3-all in a set, the sort of ears of the great players tend to prick up and they sense an opportunity.
Forehander again, tried to return. Little touch to the net from Kibali's return.
Cruel for Kibali.
15-13.
Now once more the Serbian choir. They sense it too.
Straight down for Kibali. Djokovic sent it back. Forehander with power. Kibali's finding his time again.
Two big strikes from the Kibali racket.
And it goes to 40.
Again, admirable from 15-30. Precision and the power.
Kibali serves. Fault on the serve. Djokovic can be angry with himself now. Straight down again. Backhander comes in. Getting some more pace coming through. Djokovic into the net.
Flavio Kibali. That's the most impressive hole I've seen from him at 15-30.
By 4 games to 3, fourth sets.
Yeah, Djokovic, what he was saying to...
2-1.
He's just obviously asking for a bit of control in terms of the crowd noise. Not sure, but that was impressive from the Italian.
Yeah, absolutely. Recognised the danger. Down 15-30. It's big serving. And really looking to take the initiative when he's got the short ball on those rallies. And to me, that's what he's got to try and do on the Djokovic serve. When he gets a look at the second serve, I think he's got to take risks and look to be aggressive. And instead of just trying to establish himself in the rally and wait for Djokovic to make a mistake.
His crew. Fabio Fognini added to the crew for this match in the extreme right. Just announced his retirement. Very emotional, but says he's going to stick around and support. One figure is not there. His mother doesn't travel, Flavio Kibali. Francesca, she gets too nervous courtside, so she watches from home. He still has a chance here, 2-1 down, but ready to receive. Still on serve.
Good serve again from Djokovic, but he's gone into the net. Kibali takes it to 15.
If he wants to take it to a fifth set, Kibali's got to take it to Djokovic.
He's doing it, but I think Djokovic is angry. He wanted this one wrapped up in the fourth set. He doesn't like going to 5.
Be quiet when the players are ready to serve. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Crowd getting a warning.
Shh. Late in the day.
Dear me. Djokovic with the serve.
Length.
Umpire overrules the automation. 2 hours 56 on court. Djokovic straight down. Backhander comes in for Kibali. Forehander from Djokovic as well. Out it goes from Kibali. It's 15 all now.
15 all.
Djokovic serves straight down. Let again on the serve. Swaps out the ball. Djokovic straight down. Backhander goes high from Cavalli. Super shot coming in from Djokovic. Cavalli gets a return but goes out.
125 miles an hour.
30-15.
Djokovic enjoying himself a bit now. He's getting back into the swing of it on his serve. He feels in control. Straight down. But he's not in control. He's looking very off at the moment. Pass fan there for the wife. Straight down, 400 goes out. From Cavalli on the return.
Go for these serves.
119 miles an hour on the second serve.
Djokovic, straight down centre. Forehand goes out wide. It's going to be a nice little drop coming. Oh, and Djokovic messes it up. Never seen him make so many errors in this tournament alone. Djokovic serves again. Into the net. Straight down again. Backhander return. A bit slowed down on pace there. Just 85-mile-an-hour serve there from Djokovic. Oh, Cavalli in the net. 4 games all.
Hold for Novak Djokovic.
4 games all, fourth set.
3 hours in duration, this match.
3 hours on court.
No signs of stopping soon.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Straight over, fault. Good serve there from Cavalli. Djokovic trying to keep it through, it goes out. Djokovic takes it to 15.
Good early strike on that second serve. Pressure right back on Cavalli.
Try and break it. And put it down straight away. Djokovic can sense it's coming in, it's gone out. It's 15 all.
15 all.
Djokovic doesn't want to kind of bolt this one. Ace! Cavalli's serve was wonderful. 30-15.
And wonderful serving from Cavalli, because we're at that stage where just a couple of slips and match could be over.
So I'm thinking. Straight down again, backhander. Oops, a little bit wide. Forehand return from Djokovic was good. From Cavalli's serve, into the rally we go. Now, both, no sun left on the court, it's gone behind. Oh, lovely up from Cavalli on the return, but it's gone out. Djokovic takes it 30 all.
30 all.
Djokovic might serve for the
Controlled
match.
aggression from Djokovic, using that backhand down the line again.
It's slipping away
Sensing
from
the
Flavio.
opportunity.
Kabali serves. It's a fault.
Wild one.
Yeah. Not blowing the wind on that one. Straight down, backhander from Djokovic, forehander Kabali. Djokovic now sending it back around the court. Kabali hits the net. Djokovic now on break point.
30-14.
Centre court responds because Kabali on the edge of the precipice. Djokovic close to the last four.
Kabali serves, forehander, it's a fault. This is critical. Backhander from Djokovic, forehander swings it up. Oh, that's very close to Kabali. He's trying to play a net play on Djokovic. He's going to get it. Oh, he's hit it into his own net.
And Djokovic has the break. He may well soon have the match. Kabali falters.
It's one game left and it's Djokovic's serve. Unbelievable.
And once more, it is the Serbian supporters who sing.
2 sets to 1.
That was a great final point until that. Oh.
Yeah, shake of the head from Kabali. He was the aggressor. Djokovic did well just to get the backhand pass over the net, but this was a forehand volley that you expect Kabali to win the point 99 times out of 100, if not more. Couldn't supply the finishing touches, and Djokovic gets the break
Time.
to leave him serving for the match.
He has to somehow let it go. And he now waits for the player who was his idol growing up, who he studied and watched and learned from, and Novak Djokovic comes out to try and reach another Grand Slam semi-final.
So here we
Sinner awaits.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic serving for the match.
Djokovic serves, backhander goes up from Kabali. Djokovic drop shot, but Kabali saves it, goes into the net. 15 love.
15 love.
When the finish line is in sight, he seldom falters.
He locks in 100% every time. We saw it time after time in this tournament so far. Djokovic with the serve, going for 30. Ace!
Pinpoint accuracy.
30 love.
Ace number 12.
Has he got two more in his pocket? Let's find out. Going for 40. Swings. Let. We go again. Straight down, forehand return, just comes in again from Kabali. Backhander, Djokovic goes high, drop shot, Kabali takes 15. Not going down without a fight.
And a show of defiance from Kabali.
Yeah, one for the highlight reel.
It was very nicely done.
Well, he is entertained. He has arrived in style at this Wimbledon.
Djokovic straight down centre. Ace!
But Djokovic remains clinical
It's match point, set point, and break. This could be very good now. If Djokovic can wrap this up with yet another ace. You feel for Cabali, who had the first set and had the pace, but that falter in the second set cost him. Djokovic finds his momentum, sends it back, and it's game. Having to wait. Cabali takes it to 30. Looked out to me, but it wasn't. Just on the line.
Djokovic's hit this evening.
It looked out.
The corner.
Mama and indeed Mia.
It looked out to me, but it was
Still
just on.
Match point.
Please.
Djokovic now with the serve. Cabali's not going down without a fight, is he? Straight down, forehander for Cabali returns. Djokovic locks it back in as well. I thought that was out, but it was close on the line. Backhander from Cabali. Djokovic continuing to push it through. Oh, and down! Goes Djokovic with some form of injury as we go to juice. Djokovic is down on the ground.
Instantly reached to his hip.
The umpire's gone to check on him. Djokovic down. And sportsmanship from Cabali, picks up the racket.
Cabali quickly across.
Sportsmanship here from in its finest. But is Djokovic okay? Sportsmanship. Yeah, that's deserves a round of applause. Right, let's take a look at what happened. Forehander.
Deep shots. And
oh, he splits.
Djokovic going for the split set. Split step to change direction and just go in different directions. See the pain on his face.
And the concern from wife Yelena and son Stefan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Apart from anything else, it was too much points that were seen off. But he's seems to be okay.
Good return serve for Cabali. Djokovic sent it back down. Forehander from Cabali here. Djokovic sends it with a four. Backhander comes through. Desperately trying just to hold it through. And it's the net for Cabali. Advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
The least nervous person seems to be Djokovic Jr. Stefan enjoying it. Third match point for Djokovic.
Straight down from Djokovic. Trying for a net play. Drop shot. It is game, set, and match for Novak Djokovic. What a wonderful couple of hours of play and a beautiful sportsmanship between the two. Game, set, match. Djokovic wins 6-7, 6-2, 7-5, 6-4.
Beaten in one set, but unbowed in the match. Center court is his again. And they will pump it up in celebration.
Yeah, credit to Djokovic. It's about finding a way when perhaps you're not playing your best tennis. He had opportunities to win that first set when he served for it at 5-3, but didn't go his way, but was able to respond in the next three. And despite that slip at the end, he was able to get across the finish line and move in to the semi-finals again.
Well, Flavio Cabali, there were smiles at the end. He looks really frustrated, but he can be very, very proud of the run he has had and his first appearance on centre court, and I'm sure it will not be his last. And Djokovic very quick to applaud Flavio Cobolli off the stage. We'll see more of him, and we'll certainly see more of Novak Djokovic, because he is through to the semi-final against Jannik Sinner. The semi-final lineup is complete. Djokovic against Sinner, 6 seed, 7 times champion, against number 1 seed, world number 1, and Taylor Fritz against Carlos Alcaraz. So again, a set dropped. It's happened a couple of times, 3 times now in this championship, but he moves on. Impressive once more. Let's hear from him talking to Rishi Prasad.
What an incredible match we have witnessed once again on centre court, involving 7-time champion Novak Djokovic. Novak, how are you at the end of that?
Very fresh, you know. No, of course, first I have to say huge congratulations to Fabio for an amazing tournament, but also a great battle today. Great performance from him. You know, I played him once last year on hard courts. We practiced quite a bit in different surfaces. We never played on grass, and you know, I saw him play here. I knew he was playing well, but you know, it's obviously different practicing and playing an official match. I think he played on a really high level. I think what surprised me a lot is his serve. I mean, he was serving at a really fast pace and you know, going for his shots. He's such a talented and skillful player. I mean, he's definitely one of the guys that we'll be seeing in the future much more. So I wish him all the best, and his team, of course.
I must ask you, because right at the end of the match, you took a nasty fall, and a few of us, quite a lot of us, actually took a sharp intake of breath because we were concerned that you might be badly hurt. Are you okay?
Well, I finished the match, so there's few points. Yeah, I had a nasty slip, but that's what happens, you know, when you play on the grass. I think I didn't fall so far this year, and it's a bit surprising because the way I move on the grass with a lot of sliding and very aggressive movement, you know, you're expected to fall and have this kind of situation. So, you know, it did come in an awkward moment, but somehow I managed to find a good serve and close it out. Obviously, I'm gonna visit this subject now with my physio, and hopefully I'll be well in 2 days.
Fingers crossed. Now, you are through to the semi-final here at Wimbledon for a 14th time, more than any other man. Do you consider, or how significant do you consider that achievement?
In Wimbledon, you said, right? Yeah. Well, sorry, a lot of numbers in the head.
52nd Grand Slam semi-final.
No, of course, Wimbledon is, still remains, and always will be the most special tournament that we have in our sport. I mean, at least in my opinion, I think in many players' opinion, and of course, it means the world to me that I'm still able at 38 to play final stages of Wimbledon. You know, the tournament that I always. Thank you for cheering for my age. I really appreciate it. That's beautiful. Makes me feel very young. Yeah, I guess another thing that makes me feel very young is competing with youngsters. You know, like Cobolli today. You know, he's who knows how many years younger than me, and you know, I enjoy kind of sliding and running around the court with him and with all the other guys. Speaking of the young guys, you know, I'm going to have Sinner in the next round, so I look forward to that. That's going to be a great matchup.
Novak, as always, thank you so much for your time, but huge congratulations on another semi-final. Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic then with another fantastic comeback down here on centre court. He progresses against Sinner for Friday's match It is going to be absolutely fantastic. Well, my thanks to everybody for tuning in today here to JB Sports for our Wimbledon coverage. Join us again tomorrow for all of the action, where we'll have the 2 ladies semi-finals and the final of the mixed doubles to bring you from centre court, plus all the action and the wrap-up on the other courts. Thanks for your company. Bye to you all.